Good morning, everyone. I'm Maria Conchan, Dean of the Georgetown University McCourt School of Public Policy, and I am delighted to welcome you to today's event, Early Learning, Long-Term Benefits, Lessons from 20 Years of Research on Tulsa's Pre-K Program. McCourt's Center for Research on Children in the United States, or CROCUS as we call it, has convened an impressive group of expert panels that will consider the impact of high-quality early childhood education on early and adult life from nearly every angle, including the effects of pre-K that persist through adulthood and how the long-term benefits of universal pre-K compare with the short-term costs, how and why Oklahoma became a leader in early childhood education, and the public policy implications that could determine whether similar programs could be successfully implemented across America. And exclusively for today's audience, our CROCUS co-directors will reveal new findings from their path-breaking research study on government-funded pre-K in Tulsa, the largest school district in Oklahoma. We also look forward to today's keynote conversation with Colorado Governor Jared Polis, a longtime advocate of early childhood care and education, moderated by McCourt School professor and Washington Post columnist E.J. Dionne. So much of what we consider today is connected to or the result of the extraordinary scholarship and dedication of McCourt School professor Bill Gormley, who, along with his CROCUS co-director, Deborah Phillips, has been studying the same cohort of students in Tulsa for the last 16 years, from when they entered kindergarten in 2006 to now as they reach adulthood. It's hard to overstate the importance of evidence-based scholarship like this to the practitioners who work tirelessly to drive change in their communities, to the policymakers we partner with to evaluate government-funded programs, to the children and families who are ultimately served by them. This work goes right to the heart of our mission here at the McCourt School, tackling the complex issues of today and inspiring and empowering the policy leaders of tomorrow. I am deeply grateful to Bill, both for his service to Georgetown and to the McCourt School, and for his groundbreaking work in support of high-quality early childhood education. Thank you, Bill. It is my pleasure to welcome Bill Gormley.
Thank you, Maria, for your kind introduction, and thank you for your inspired leadership at the McCourt School. And good morning to all of you, here physically and those of you who are joining us virtually. When you think of Oklahoma, you may think of Sooner football, or perhaps a Rodgers and Hammerstein musical, or perhaps the Trail of Tears, or the Oklahoma Land Rush. When you think of Tulsa, you may think of Garth Brooks, or oil, or the TV show The Watchmen, or perhaps the Tulsa Race Massacre of 1921. Some of these images are quite positive, others are quite negative. Whatever else comes to mind, if you care about children, then when you think of Tulsa, you should also think about universal pre-K, because Tulsa has been an undisputed leader in this area. Universal pre-K is a hot topic, and deservedly so. It focuses on young children, many of whom desperately need a helping hand, and most of whom can benefit from a strong preschool education. At its best, universal pre-K is a gift that keeps on giving. The purpose of this conference is to learn more about universal pre-K by summarizing, analyzing, and interpreting evidence that we've been privileged to gather about Tulsa's universal pre-K program over the past 20 years. The Tulsa pre-K program is noteworthy in several respects. First, it's a relatively old program, having been established by the General Assembly in 1998. Second, it's a relatively high-quality program, and you'll hear more about that in just a moment. Third, it's a program that serves a diverse cross-section of students. Fourth, it relies on two key service delivery mechanisms: school-based pre-K and Head Start. All of these features together have made Tulsa a very attractive site for us as researchers. It's been our great privilege to study this program and its effects over the past 2 decades. Beginning in 2001, we established a partnership with Tulsa Public Schools, or TPS, that continues to this day. Along the way, we've also received data from CAP of Tulsa County, which runs the Head Start program, from the Oklahoma Department of Education, from Union Public Schools, from Jenks Public Schools, from Broken Arrow Public Schools, from Epic Charter Schools, from Tulsa Community College, from Tulsa Tech, and from the National Student Clearinghouse. We're grateful to all of these folks for the trust and the confidence that they have shown in us. It hasn't been easy. We've encountered one tornado and one blizzard. On 2 occasions, we encountered impenetrable fog while trying to drive from Tulsa to Oklahoma City. We've experienced personnel changes at our end and in Tulsa and in Oklahoma City that required us to establish new relationships and new ground rules. But throughout all of this, we've soldiered on and we've remained highly motivated. As social scientists, we've seen this as a rare opportunity to learn in depth how an early childhood education program works over time, including both triumphs and setbacks. Let me give you a sneak preview of what we're going to be doing at this special event. You will be hearing from approximately 24 experts, including CROCUS researchers, former CROCUS researchers, seed researchers from a parallel project led by Professor Anna Johnson, and a wonderful assortment of people who've joined us from Oklahoma and from Tulsa in particular. If you follow me on Twitter, at BillGormley25, I will tweet comments during the day, to the best of my ability. Also, you will find an abundance of material on our website, www.crocus.georgetown.edu, including a number of new research papers that will be released at approximately noon today, Eastern Standard Time. In the morning, we will focus on empirical evidence, including brief reviews of some of our older work and also our latest findings. In the afternoon, we will try to figure out what the evidence means, how this program originated and thrived in Tulsa, what environments have contributed to program success, and what all of this suggests for public policy choices. In short, the morning session will give you a worm's eye view. The afternoon session will give you a bird's eye view. In between, at lunchtime, we're very fortunate that Governor Jared Polis of Colorado has agreed to join us from Denver in a live conversation with E.J. Dionne, the Washington Post columnist, and our esteemed colleague at the McCourt School. Colorado recently became probably the 8th state in the nation to adopt universal pre-K. This will give you an opportunity to learn more about Colorado's program, how it originated, how it differs from other universal pre-K programs, and what challenges lie ahead. One of the hallmarks of our longitudinal research project has been its multidisciplinary character. The people who've worked on this project have degrees in many different social science disciplines. At the center of this project has always been a close working relationship between the McCourt School of Public Policy and Georgetown's psychology department, and especially Deborah Phillips. Deborah has been a great partner for me over many years and a great asset to Georgetown University in multiple ways. She also has a few words to say before our formal program begins at 9 o'clock. Deborah?
Good morning, and thank you for being here both in person and virtually. I want to start with an expression of gratitude. First of all, to Bill for greeting me when I arrived at Georgetown in 2000 and establishing one of the most remarkable collaborative research partnerships I've ever experienced in my life. And also thank him for really doing 100% of the work, well, maybe 99 of the work organizing this remarkable day. And it is just a joy to be able to celebrate 20 years of working with you, Bill. Our pre-K research in Tulsa began as a partnership with the Tulsa Public School System, as Bill has said, and with CAP Head Start, and subsequently with the Oklahoma State Department of Education. And it continues to thrive because of these partnerships. It simply would not have happened without them. David Sawyer, superintendent of the TPS schools in 2001, and Stephen Dow, who's here, CEO of CAP Head Start at the time, each had the courage, and I do mean courage, to let the two of us, unknown researchers from Georgetown University, waltz into their pre-K classrooms and ask if they were producing the benefits that had encouraged the state legislature to fund them. Subsequently, Michael Zuklowski, Keith Ballard, and now Deborah Gist have kept the door open so that we and our teams could continue our research on the developmental impacts of pre-K education. A special thanks is due to Joy Hoffmeister, the state superintendent of public institution, for her for her steadfast support. I can't say enough about how extraordinary this level of sustained support is, how it shaped the questions we have asked, and how we have been able to share our answers not only with those in Tulsa and Oklahoma, but across the nation. Thank you all. We have also forged strong research partnerships with the University of Tulsa for the Generation 1 study, classroom observations, Bill's large team of investigators, and for the Generation 2 study with the University of Oklahoma at Tulsa, led by Dr. Dionne Horm and Dr. Sherry Castle, who is with us today as well. And I can't say enough about my dear colleague Anna Johnson, who is doing this Generation 2 study with me. They are all real dream teams that have done all of the heavy lifting, those in Oklahoma in particular, to ensure that this study meets the high research standards that we have set for ourselves. Secondly, a comment about how this 20-year set of pre-K initiatives in Tulsa has developed alongside a remarkable period of policy developments with regard to pre-K education. When we started our research in 2001, 14% of all 4-year-olds in the United States were attending state-funded pre-K programs. 20 years later, almost 30% are. In 2001, only 2 states and a handful of cities, including Washington, D.C., had universal pre-K programs. Today, 8 states and a number of big cities have universal pre-K. In short, during the time we've conducted our research, a pre-K revolution has occurred. My final introductory comment is about how our research has also evolved in the context of scientific advancements, has both led and responded to these advancements. You will hear more about this during the day as we talk about the Generation 1 and Generation 2 studies. But as one example, the questions being asked of pre-K have shifted from those focused on whether it works to support school readiness, we all know that it does, to whether initial gains are sustained over time, to what accounts for the short-term impacts, and what is it that pre-K sets in motion in children, in their educational experiences, in their circumstances that sustains these impacts. The Generation 1 and Generation 2 studies that you will hear about today reflect this shift in the questions that are being asked with pre-K. So with that, let's get on with the show. Thank you.
Why are there so many songs about rainbows, and what's on the other side? Rainbows are visions, but only illusions, and rainbows have nothing to hide. So we've been told, and some choose to believe it. I know they're wrong, wait and see. Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection, the lovers, the dreamers, and me. All of us under its spell, we know that it's probably magic. Have you been half asleep, and have you heard voices? I've heard them calling my name. Is this the sweet sound that calls the young sailors? The voice might be one and the same. I've heard it too many times to ignore it. It's something that I'm supposed to be. Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection, the lovers, the dreamers, and me. I've heard it too many times to ignore it. It's something that I'm supposed to be. Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection, the lovers, the dreamers, and me. La da da dee da da doo. La da 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 dee da.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our first panel discussion of the day, titled The Short-Term Gains That Set Pre-K Students Apart. My name is Annie Partika, and I'm going to be moderating this panel for you all. I'm a PhD candidate in the dual Master's in Public Policy and PhD in Psychology program here at Georgetown. And I've been working as a graduate research fellow on the Tulsa Seed Study, the Generation 2 study, for the past 4 years. So we have 4 wonderful panelists with us today who will share their expertise on this topic. First, we have Ted Gayer, president of the Niskanen Center, who will present on early studies on the effects of Tulsa pre-K. Next, we have Shirley Adelstein, senior social science research analyst at the Office of Planning, Research, and Evaluation in the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. And she will be presenting on the social-emotional effects of early childhood education in Tulsa. Next, Anna Johnson, Associate Professor of Psychology here at Georgetown, will be presenting on the short-term impacts of the Tulsa Pre-K and Head Start programs using data from the new Generation 2 cohort. Finally, Deborah Phillips, who you heard from a bit this morning, is a professor of psychology at Georgetown, and she will be presenting a look inside the classroom door in Tulsa across both generations of the Tulsa Pre-K studies. After the presentations, we will have some time for questions from the audience, including those of you who are here live and those joining virtually. If you are joining virtually, we encourage you to submit your questions as they arise during the presentations so that we can have some time to get them organized and share them with me and the panelists. So now I will welcome Ted to come present.
I hope I have the clicker right. Yes, someone will correct me. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see you all today. This is a trip down memory lane for me. It's really nice to see some old friends that I haven't seen in quite a while. I will be presenting on the early studies of the effects of Tulsa pre-K. There we go. I put an exclamation point. I'm feeling quite sentimental that it's been nearly 2 decades. I can't believe I've been doing anything for nearly 2 decades. These are the original works that we worked on. Just to stick with the theme of sentimentality to get ready for this, because I haven't been working in this literature in a long time, I went and looked through my old files, and I found, for some random reason, my wife's breastfeeding log for our newborn, who we just dropped off at college last week. So it's been a kind of an emotional time. Anyway, these are the 3 original studies. I'll be kind of summarizing the methods that we use for all 3 and the results for the last one in particular. The focus of the early research was really a methodological one. Bill talked about sort of the different bedfellows that got drawn into this project. I think his phrase was one of the former researchers, and I'm an economist. Bill and I were colleagues for many years at Georgetown, and I do remember sitting around talking about his new project and being the methodological geek I am, sort of getting into some of the ways he might think about estimating what he was trying to get at. So the early methodological question was, how do you assess the impacts of a voluntary pre-K program, voluntary being key there, given the likely selection bias? So if you look at kids who went to a pre-K program and kids who didn't enroll in a pre-K program, an analysis or a comparison of the 2 would be a little bit naive, because some families chose it and some families didn't choose it, and they could differ in so many different ways that can contribute to the outcomes. So that was what we were trying to grasp at, and here are some of the questions that I think will be touched on throughout the day. Our focus in the early research was the first one. Does the Tulsa pre-K program enhance school readiness and showing up in test scores in particular? If you don't see that effect, it's hard to then get into the later questions. Is it scalable to other environments? Bill talked about the nature and of this program, that it's well-qualified teachers and the funding for it is generous. What would apply? Could you scale that up to other programs nationwide? Do the effects persist? We were looking at short-term effects. Later research that you'll be talking about today was looking at long-term. Should it be mandatory or voluntary? Should it be universal or means tested? Do you want to target it to those most in need? It's kind of a standard cost benefit. But our focus in the early research was the methodological question: How do you deal with the selection bias? In particular, focus on the first question here, does it actually lead to test score gains that suggest school readiness? Okay, as I said, and Bill touched on some of this too, we were looking at a high-quality program that Tulsa or Oklahoma had set up and a very diverse student population. The state provides full funding to the public schools with no match required. All teachers have a college degree and a certificate in early childhood education. And I said, you can see the diversity range for the population. I think this was a 2006, if I'm getting it correct. And the way we tried to deal with the selection bias is what we call a regression discontinuity research design. The children qualified to attend the Tulsa pre-K program. They were qualified if and only if they were born before a certain birth date. So if you were a day too young, you weren't in. If you were a day older, August 31st, you were in. And conveniently for us, from a testing or from a research point of view, they gave the same tests to those who had just finished pre-K and those who were just beginning pre-K. Again, you wouldn't want to take all the kids who had just finished and look at the kids, or those starting kindergarten and compare the kids who went to the pre-K versus those who didn't, because those could be two very different populations. But what we could do instead is compare the test scores of the kids who just missed the cutoff. Those were just too young, but barely too young to make it, and therefore were just starting pre-K, and those who just made the cutoff and just finished pre-K. And the assumption here to deal with the selection bias is those two sets of children should be similar. They're only a day apart in age, and otherwise you wouldn't expect any continuous differences in their characteristics that could lead to test score differences. This is just a stylized diagram of what we were trying to do. If you plot age on the x-axis and test score on the y-axis, the left-hand side is the control group. We are hypothesizing here that older kids by and large score higher. So both those lines are upward sloping. And again, to the extent that you would see a test score effect, you would see that discontinuous jump in test scores that you could credibly attribute to the program as opposed to other factors. I'm going to quickly just go through the findings. The findings were very large test score effects. These are all in months. Test scores of 9 months, 7 months, and I can't see that. I think it's 5 months for the 3 different test scores that we were looking at, which are considerable. The effects were larger for those who qualified for a free lunch, next highest for those who were partial free lunch, and next highest again for those who did not have free lunch. Again, positive effects for all of them, and again, really substantial test score effects. And then finally, if you look at the effects by race and ethnicity, very strong effects for Native Americans and for blacks, a little less so for whites and mixed for Hispanic. I think we had, Bill and Deborah can correct me if I'm wrong, I think we found different effects for the previous studies differentially as well. So I was told I have 5 minutes, so I'm going to conclude with that. My conclusion is, fondly looking back on our original research, I think the regression discontinuity was a nifty design to credibly address the problem of selection bias. And the results that we found really suggest a substantial short-term gains in the 3 test scores that we analyzed, gains across races and across free lunch status. So I will stop there and turn it back over to the moderator. Oh, who am I turning it to? Shirley, take it away.
Okay, good morning, everyone. A little shorter than Ted. I am pleased to be here today to present some of the findings from research on social emotional effects of early childhood education programs in Tulsa. The findings I'm going to describe were published in a paper in Child Development in 2011 that I was privileged to co-author with Bill, Deborah, and our collaborators Katie Newmark and Kate Welty. There's also a policy brief on the CROCUS website summarizing these findings for those who are interested in learning more than what I can say in 5 minutes. So the motivation for this work was that previous research, including, of course, research in Tulsa, as Ted described, had documented really compelling evidence of cognitive gains from preschool participation. But generally speaking, less was known about social emotional impacts of early childhood education. And the research that existed showed mixed findings, positive, negative, null, and we knew that this was a very important question because social emotional development is associated with a wide range of outcomes for children. So with that in mind, in the Tulsa context, we examined two questions. First, what are the effects of school-based and Head Start preschool programs on social emotional behavior at kindergarten entry? And what are the effects in particular for poor children, proxied by eligibility for free lunch? So we focused on 4-year-olds in the TPS pre-K or CAP Head Start programs in the 2006 to 2007 school year. And to assess social emotional outcomes, we used a couple of different instruments. One was the Adjustment Scales for Preschool Interventions, or ASPE. This is comprised of 144 yes or no statements. We had kindergarten teachers assess children at kindergarten entry, so they would check yes or no as to whether a child displayed a certain behavior. Mostly negative, some positive. We coded them to move in the same direction. And these statements kind of captured individual behavior and also some classroom context level things, but I won't focus on that today. We supplemented this with a attentiveness index, which was the self-regulation subscale from the instrumental competence scale for young children. We analyzed those 144 items from the ASPE using a method called factor analysis, which is basically just a technique for identifying patterns among a large number of items and grouping them into categories. So based on that analysis, we identified 5 what we called phenotypes. They're listed here on this slide. And we essentially created a score for each child for each phenotype. And we had a pretty high response rate. 77% of kindergarten teachers completed the assessment, or 77% of children were assessed by their teacher. Now, in the social emotional context, we used a different method than what Ted described. Regression discontinuity is a very rigorous method for estimating impacts. But in the social emotional context, we were worried it wouldn't be a good fit. In particular, we were concerned that teachers would apply the same instrument differently depending on whether they were assessing preschool students or kindergarten students. In other words, kindergarten teachers would be more likely to hold students to, say, a higher standard of maturity, and so we'd kind of have bias coming right out of the gate. Instead, what we used was a method called propensity score matching. The idea here is that we use a range of characteristics, covariates we drew from a parent survey and administrative data, to create a matched comparison group. So kindergarten students compared to kindergarten students, but ensuring that they have very similar observed characteristics and therefore likely also unobserved characteristics. We matched separately for the CAP Head Start sample and the TPS pre-K sample, created very similar looking groups, and then analyzed them using regression analysis that controlled for various things as well as the classroom. You can see here that the original sample shrunk down a little bit because of assessment completion rates and also because some children weren't matched. So what did we find? This figure comes from the policy brief that I mentioned. In short, we found some evidence that children who participated in both programs were less timid than comparison group children. This finding was conventionally significant for TPS pre-K, marginally significant for CAP Head Start. When we limited to free lunch eligible children, which isn't shown here, the results for TPS pre-K remained marginally significant. And these are modest in terms of the size, but they're consistent with prior literature. And notably, we didn't find any negative effects, which some prior literature had found for instance, center-based early education. This is findings for the attentiveness index. We found that for TPS pre-K, children who participated in the program displayed greater attentiveness than comparison group children who looked very similar. We didn't find a similar effect for CAP Head Start, and when we limited to poor children, the TPS finding remained marginally significant. So what do we make of this? Certainly matching requires some assumptions, so we should keep that in mind, and we were relying on teacher ratings exclusively, and in some cases, small samples. Nevertheless, I think this work really gave us a lot to think about. First, it suggested that school-based pre-K doesn't necessarily trade off social-emotional development for academic readiness. And second, I think it provided some interesting food for thought regarding the different findings for Head Start and TPS pre-K, a theme that came up in other research that CROCUS has produced. There are a number of possible reasons for that, which we could certainly discuss further. Pre-K students had already been in a school setting. We know that the TPS program produced somewhat larger cognitive gains, so maybe children were more confident, less timid going in. Program characteristics differed. Head Start students were more likely to be in a full-day program. And of course, Head Start students are a different population, more disadvantaged, and it can be hard to capture all of that, even with a rigorous matching design. So I'll conclude there, but I think that this work provided some very interesting fodder for future work and conversation, and I look forward to discussing it further. So with that, I think Anna's next.
Hi, excuse me, thank you for having me. This is a wonderful opportunity. I'm very excited to talk about the next generation of Tulsa research, the Tulsa Seed Study, and I've titled my presentation, Still a Great Beginning, Positive Short-Term Impacts of the Same Programs You've Been Hearing About, Tulsa's School-Based Pre-K and Head Start. This is work with a ton of collaborators, my graduate student Annie, Deborah Phillips, Dionne Harm, Sherry Castle, of course, at ECI, CAP Tulsa, Tulsa Public Schools. Okay. I'm gonna just talk, you'll hear from me again in the next panel, so I'm gonna see how much I can get done in reasonably paced speech in 5 to 7 minutes. I wanna really set the stage for what the Tulsa Seed Study is. It's the study of school experiences and early development. We've been following families and children from low-income households in Tulsa since 2016. We started when children were 3 years old. At the time, they were in CAP or EduCare programs, and then at age 4, into TPS school-based pre-K programs. We've been following them ever since, including during the years when schools were closed and COVID. Just now, they've entered 4th grade, and this will be the final year of our longitudinal study. So the presentation I'm going to give right now, it will be very short. It focuses only on results from these waves that I've shown you here, these 3 waves, when children attended either a TPS public school-based pre-K or a CAP Tulsa Head Start in their 4-year-old year. And we're looking at effects on their kindergarten and 1st grade outcomes. The key questions are they better off, kids who attended pre-K versus those who didn't, and on what outcomes? The research you heard from Ted talked about effects on really important test scores, the Woodcock-Johnson letter word ID task, applied problems, and spelling tasks. Those are outcomes that have been used in a wealth of pre-K studies, and they are indeed important, and they show large positive impacts. They also tend to be the skills that most kids learn in kindergarten, and they thus tend to be the skills where we see a decreased advantage of pre-K participation as kids get older. So one of the goals of the Tulsa Seed Study was to gather a larger set of outcomes so we could ask about persistent effects beyond kindergarten on outcomes that might be more likely to show sustained benefits. So we measured letter word ID and applied problems, that single measure of math that earlier studies used, as well as other cognitive skills and a large set of self-regulatory skills. This does not exactly overlap with the social emotional skills Shirley just talked about, but there is some overlap. So self-regulation is attention, it's task persistence, it's impulse control, and it's working memory. So we have some measures of those kinds of things, and they do intersect a little bit with what Shirley talked about. So our study takes a broader perspective, a deeper dive into a wider pool of outcomes, and along with other studies currently collecting data, like the SEED study currently in the field, asks about the short and longer term effects of preschool attendance in TPS or CAP on this wider range of outcomes. Our sample is 850 approximately. Low-income children, I should have said earlier, I think I did say that we're focused on low-income households only in the Tulsa Seed Study. That's an important distinction from the earlier work. Some of that work did select on the free and reduced price lunch subpopulation, but our entire sample is families from low-income households. About 850 low-income children in those 3 waves that I'm going to talk to you about through first grade, attending either school-based public pre-K, that includes 4 affiliated charter schools in Tulsa, or CAP Head Start, and we actually include a handful of Educare attendees who were 4 years old. Educare serves a very small number of 4-year-olds, or at least it did at the time we collected our data, so we've grouped those kids in with Head Start, and we compare them to non-attenders, most of whom stayed home with parents, some of whom with relatives. They attended no center-based preschool. Again, the measure is the same kind of narrower set of outcomes used in most prior studies, plus a broader range, cognitive and self-regulation. And we use matching, and I won't go into it, it's exactly the same method that Shirley used. In our case, an RDD doesn't make sense once you've left the fall of kindergarten, because then RDD relies on kids who are about to enter pre-K and kids who have just finished pre-K, and eventually they all get pre-K. So if you're looking in the out years, you can't rely on that kind of a strategy, so we rely on matching as well. And here are our results for our English language and literacy outcomes. So a little orange triangle is TPS pre-K, and a little blue square is our Head Start attenders. The y-axis is an effect size, so that's a standard deviation unit. And you'll see a horizontal dotted line, that is a 0 line, and estimates that cross the 0 line are the ones that are non-significant. So in kindergarten, on this letter word ID task, the same task that the earlier studies, the Generation 1 study focused on, you see that positive impacts in kindergarten, at least for the TPS group, the orange triangle group. Those impacts fade by first grade. So both the orange line and the blue line have now crossed that horizontal 0. If you look at other outcomes that we collected that are wider than what most pre-K studies have collected, you see sustained effects through first grade on phonological awareness, which is another dimension of early literacy. Expressive vocabulary kind of pops around, but for the TPS kids, it is actually statistically significant at both kindergarten and first grade. So expressive vocabulary is a little bit more of a complex language skill. And then sentence structure, which is something like reading comprehension, is statistically significant at kindergarten and first grade for both groups of pre-K attenders. For math, applied problems, the same math task used in prior studies, significant effects at both time points. Another measure of math called numerical fluency looks like it's increasing as children age. So there's a sustained pre-K effect that seems to actually become statistically significant the farther kids get away from pre-K. This is probably a practice effect. It's a very pure measure of math, so that's a positive effect on math. And finally, conceptual counting, which is a deeper understanding of the concepts that underlie arithmetic, seems to also be positive and sustained for kids in our sample at both kindergarten and first grade. We were surprised to find no effects on self-regulation that were statistically significant at any time point. Oh, I think I can go back. Sorry, guys, that was fast. All of those cross that 0 line. This is cognitive flexibility, so switching tasks, inhibitory control, kind of inhibiting impulses and sustaining attention, even if a task is kind of boring, and working memory. So none of those were statistically significant at kindergarten or first grade in our study. So the key takeaways, it's still a strong start to early learning in Tulsa. It's great news. Preschool attenders outperformed non-attenders, both those in public school-based pre-K and often those in Head Start, often into first grade. We see those strongest sustained effects on these expanded literacy, language, and math outcomes, but not on self-regulation yet. You'll see me again in 15 minutes and I'll talk about that. It's really important for future studies to keep taking a deeper dive, a broader lens into expanded outcomes so that we are able as a field to harness the full potential of preschool and tell an honest story about what preschool does and doesn't sustain in the later elementary, middle school years. Thanks. Those are my collaborators and my funders.
Okay. There we go. Good morning again. We get asked a lot, as you can imagine from what you've heard so far, what is the magic sauce that Tulsa has invented that leads to such strong developmental impacts? I'm not going to give you a recipe because we don't really have it yet. We're working on it. Nor can we assert causality from any of the results that I'm going to share with you momentarily. But I do want to share with you what we've learned from looking inside the pre-K classroom doors in Tulsa, starting with our spring of 2006 data, our Generation 1 study, and then sharing a glimpse of what we saw 12 years later in the spring of 2018 in our Generation 2 study. In the spring of 2006, a group of education students from the University of Tulsa were trained and certified to observe every single school-based and Head Start 4-year-old classroom in Tulsa. I think they may have missed one or two for reasons of illness or whatever. They used the class, which I'm kind of assuming you're familiar with, that measures quality of classroom management, emotional support, and instruction, and a second measure developed by Carolee Howes that captures how teachers spend their instructional time with regard to literacy, writing, math, science, and social studies, and fantasy play. The big takeaway from the class back in 2006 was that the quality of instruction in the Tulsa Public School 4-year-old classrooms, these are the school-based classrooms, was significantly higher than the average instructional quality in similar classrooms around the country, all led by these highly qualified teachers with BA degrees in special education and early education certification. These comparison data came from 11 states that at the time accounted for 3/4 of all 4-year-olds participating in pre-K programs around in those states. So here you can see the blue bars are the Tulsa public school programs and the red bars are the multi-state pre-K classrooms, and significant difference after significant difference in terms of specific elements of instructional quality. We also learned that the teachers in Tulsa, compared to these equally well-educated teachers around the country, spent significantly more time on specific instructional activities, and I'm hoping you can read the little labels here. Again, significant finding after significant finding in terms of important activities that support early learning. So can we assert that the high quality of the TPS 4-year-old classrooms accounts for the strong outcomes that you heard about from Shirley? Not really, but we did get a few associations between these class scores in particular and child outcomes at kindergarten entry. When we looked separately at the school-based and the Head Start classrooms in 2006, we saw that the school-based teachers spent more time on literacy and math instruction, while the Head Start teachers spent more time on fantasy play, and this surely reflects the emphases of the two different programs. One focused very much on the whole child, a lot of emphasis on social-emotional development and peer interaction, as well as academic skills, and the school-based programs that were more directly focused on cognitive learning. So fast forward 12 years, when the world of pre-K research had grown at least as interested in children's self-regulation capacities, which Anna nicely defined for you, saves me 10 seconds, as in cognitive outcomes. It has actually been speculated that these foundational skills that enable children to learn the cognitive academic stuff are, as they are hopefully fostered in pre-K, may drive lasting impacts that are seen later on as children make their way through elementary school and beyond in both cognitive and social-emotional arenas. So with a focus on self-regulation, as is the case in our second generation study, what warrants observing in the classroom? How might we think about a self-regulation supporting pre-K classroom? And this was sort of what we were playing around with, have been playing around with in the second generation study. So this is what we looked at. We looked at the teachers' both classroom level and child behavioral management strategies. We looked at the emotional climate in the classroom. We looked at the extent to which teachers very explicitly support positive peer interactions. These are all group 20 to 30 child classrooms. And we also looked at teacher well-being. There'd been a growing literature looking at the teacher as a person and her, I'll say, because they mostly are female, the supports and stresses she experiences as a pre-K teacher, the benefits and salaries that she receives. We also revisited the class to see what had changed over time. So here you see the class scores in 2006 in blue and 2018 in red for the school-based and Head Start classrooms combined. They're small but not significant differences. So the bottom line here is that Tulsa has maintained very high-quality pre-K classrooms over the 12 years that we looked at those specific classrooms. However, we also found, as many others have now found, that the class scores are not very predictive of short-term or long-term child outcomes, thus our interest in some of these other elements of what children experience in the classroom. That of all of our assessments of teacher well-being, and we put a lot of time and effort into assessing teacher well-being, it was actually salaries that support a living wage that stood out as the only element that really showed significant prediction of, and again, just a couple of child outcomes. And finally, that it's very important in the context of teacher-child interactions, which again, to remind you, were very high quality in these Tulsa preschools, both instructionally and with regard to social-emotional development. But there are things that teachers do, surely unwittingly, that effectively put these little 4-year-olds on high alert. This happens everywhere, I'm sure, and that these behaviors can actually undermine the development of self-regulation. Thus, the words of first do no harm. Don't only focus on what teachers need to do, but spend a little bit of time focusing on what they should not be doing. In sum, the Tulsa school system established and has maintained a very high-quality pre-K program, truly a model for the nation. Not without variation, not without room for growth, but one which has been documented repeatedly to do a great job of preparing children for school. Thank you. So now we'll have time for questions.
So now we'll take time for questions, and we'll start with a question from the audience and kind of bounce between audience and virtual questions. Yeah, I invite you to, I guess, just raise your hand and ask a question and try to speak loud if possible.
Mic's on the way.
Okay, mic's on the way. So we'll have a mic that can be brought to you if you have a question. Yeah, over there.
What's your theory as to why class doesn't predict outcomes? And do you have any theory as to, do you have any wild and crazy ideas about things you could measure in the classroom objectively that would predict outcomes? I mean, okay, teacher salaries, but other than that?
So we do hope to get some movement on some of these specific elements that we're looking at in the Generation 2 study as the children move on into the elementary grades. It's a real conundrum. You know, you probably know if you know the child care literature that for the last, oh my gosh, dare I say 50 years, we've been trying to understand what constitutes quality in an early childhood classroom. We do know that different children in the same classroom have different experiences, so there are efforts, and we've worked with them to literally look at, kind of go child by child, to capture that variation, and that carries some promise. But it's an ongoing dilemma. What is it that happened in pre-K that truly makes a difference? Do you want to chime in on that, Anna?
I mean, I think that, that there are, just in the last couple of years, there have been a couple papers published, none of us to my knowledge are co-authors on them, examining the class from a kind of psychometric perspective and trying to understand why it's not predictive in most other studies. It's either modestly weakly or not at all associated with child outcomes. And I think the field is struggling with that because there's been a lot of financial and time investment in training people to self-assess, for programs to use those assessments on the assumption that they represent something important for child learning, and perhaps they do, but not in ways that our measures of outcomes are picking up. I think there is, related to what Deborah said, suspicion that the global nature, that's an all-class assessment, obscures individual teacher-child interactions. So one of the tools that we and some of our cohort, so there are a handful of other pre-K studies currently in the field at the same kind of pace and cadence as the SEED study. And those studies and our SEED study are using measures that focus on individual teacher-child interactions so that we can say what individual children are experiencing and try to link that to outcomes. So that's a to-be-determined piece of research. I don't want to call my colleague Sherry Castle out, but she's the person that I always go to when I'm trying to understand why the class does what it does. So if there's time and if Sherry's so inclined, she may chime into the conversation as well.
Can I just add one quick thing if you want to put your hand up, Sherry? There also have been efforts over the years to look at whether quality has to get to a certain high level before it begins to have positive impacts for little kids, sort of threshold analyses, if you will. And there are replicated findings showing that you really have to, so the class has a 1 to 7 scale, 7 being high quality, and that you have to really get almost up to a 5. And it's in that 5 to 7 range that you start seeing positive impacts on the children. So there's that element to this too. Sherry, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, I don't want to take too much of the time. So I do think, though, that there is a technical component to it having to do with this 1 to 7 kind of scale. The reliability process for observers is also 80% accuracy within 1. So that's a 3-point swing on a 7-point scale. That really dilutes the precision with which you're measuring the quality of those interactions, and you're also kind of squishing intensity of the interactions, as well as the quantity, as well as the number of children who are experiencing it, all into one score that is then assigned to all the children in that classroom. So we definitely see a wide range of experiences within a given classroom, and there are also conceptual issues just about how quality is. It's very hard to disentangle discrete behaviors into different kind of concepts and structures. So, but yeah, happy to talk more about it. We spend many hours. You can join us every Tuesday morning for such conversations.
Hello. I was wondering, the teacher salary predicts student outcomes quite well, I imagine. So is it more of like a tenure story? So the teachers who have higher salaries, do they have higher tenure, or is it that they're sorting into schools that are higher income and that's why they have higher salaries? Or are these teachers just higher quality, for instance, and that's driving results? Or I don't know, do you have a sense of what's going on there?
Those are really good questions. I would want to look back at all of the sensitivity tests that we did in that particular paper to make sure that I'm giving you an accurate answer. And Annie was, I think, a co-author perhaps on one of those papers, so if anything pops to your mind, feel free to jump in. But I believe we did control for teacher age and also time. So teacher salary was entered in a regression model predicting outcomes in the presence of a bunch of other variables, and it was over and above those other variables that it was predictive. And I believe we controlled for things that would either proxy or directly capture how long the teacher had been a teacher. All of the schools in our sample, which in that year were almost all of the schools, because I believe there was a pre-K classroom in every elementary school in the year that we collected those data, were community eligible for free and reduced price lunch, suggesting that there's not a ton of variation in the income of the student population that attends that school. Of course, there are schools that have different resources. Some work that we hope to do in the future involves bringing in publicly available school, elementary school level report card data that gives us more detailed funding about per student funding and school level data that I think might get at what you're thinking of. And so I think we're also thinking of what else can we do to understand these more nuanced differences between schools that would explain something that we're not seeing. Maybe it's in quality in the classroom, maybe it's behind salaries.
We do know that salaries fuel turnover in programs. So there may be something about teachers with lower salaries kind of having one foot out the door that might affect what they do. We don't know. Again, it's a great question and one we're asking ourselves as well.
Other questions? I think we don't have any right now yet virtually, so feel free to ask another one live. Yeah, Sherry.
So I know we talked about this in preparation, and I'm not sure if we got to the bottom of it, but I was interested with the first presentation, and you mentioned selection effect into pre-K, and I don't know if you all found in your data, or Stephen, I'm guessing you might be one who would know, like what the saturation point of pre-K was in 2006 compared to whenever we were in the field recruiting for the SEED study. I mean, we had basically every child whose family wanted a slot had a slot. And I think that's something that we're working with to try to tease apart findings from the first generation to now. So I don't know if anyone has looked into that or is able to speak to what the saturation was in 2006 versus 2018.
Is this a question of if you wanted a spot, you got it, or
Correct.
what percentage of people took it? It's the former.
Correct.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't even know.
I don't know that number, but I think the percentage of 4-year-olds was around 60%.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Is Bill here?
Right, but that's the second statistic.
The
right?
first.
So
That's the
No,
second
that's
one.
yeah.
That's the second
That's
one.
the
Right.
second form, and that's 2005-6.
But it was available to anybody who wanted.
Yeah,
They weren't at
yeah.
capacity in any way.
Yeah.
There was no constraint, I think,
Wait
at that
list.
point, at least in the early cohorts.
Right, in the early.
That's a great question.
They couldn't necessarily get into the school they wanted, but they could get into the program they wanted. We did ask for, there was a wait list, and we did ask for it. It was long gone by the time we asked for it. But yes, it wasn't not, everyone got a slot if they wanted it, but maybe not at the school they wanted to go to.
So the wait list was school-based.
Yes, and it was totally administered by the school. And it was my impression that it was like a legal pad, so. I mean, no, not a lottery. No, it was first come, first serve was my impression as well from the conversations we had. Yeah. Yeah, no, it wasn't centrally administered, nothing we could access after the fact. That's what I remember.
Yeah, because I know the year we recruited, Superintendent Gist was like on the news saying, we have slots, please everyone. Like Superintendent Gist was on the news saying, everyone, we have slots, please come sign up. And I know Cap Tulsa has always had excess of 4-year-olds, for the 10 years that I've been working in partnership with Cap Tulsa. So anyway, that was just something that has come to my mind as we've been sort of revisiting these Gen 1 findings to compare and contrast with our Gen 2 findings.
Has the take-up rate increased then over the 20 years?
And additional slots also.
But
The
the
slot
proportion
number
of
seems
kids
to-
that
Yes.
take up.
Kelly
doesn't
Kane,
increase.
Executive Director of Tulsa Public Schools, may have comments.
We do have a knowledge.
I can't.
She has the notepad.
I wasn't here back then, so I can't speak to what happened in 2006. But now, and certainly in 2016, I think Anna, you mentioned this, like we do have pre-K in every single school, so there are about 2,200 slots available, 2,400 inclusive of CAP Educare and our other partners. And so there's slots available, but yes, kids don't necessarily get a slot in the school that they want, but they have the opportunity to attend in any school. And we have a lot of kids attending now. We have like 67% of our kindergarten cohort has attended pre-K, the current kindergarten cohort.
Yeah. Yeah, the penetration rate has increased
significantly
since 2006.
I don't know how Sorry, I think it would be good, we could probably go back and look at the near report cards and see how high. I mean, I think we hit that sort of above 60% level fairly early on, and it's been a quagmire for many years to figure out where are those kids that aren't taking advantage of any pre-K.
I mean, it's a huge topic of internal discussion in our SEED team, as Sherry said, because our comparison group, because we want to look at these long-term outcomes, we have no choice but to use this matching strategy, which means we're comparing pre-K attenders to an increasingly small group of non-attenders. And the group is small because, hooray, pre-K has expanded and the take-up rate is relatively high. If you look at just low-income 4-year-olds in Tulsa, and I think someone from Impact Tulsa is here and can probably correct me, it's close to 80% if you select just on low-income 4-year-olds, if that's your eligibility criteria. It's in the mid-70s. That's really high. DC, it's above 90. So there are places in the country today that far exceed what Deborah was saying, the changed landscape of preschool, where 14% of kids attended in 2006, and now it's something like 30 nationally. Places like Tulsa and in DC, it's even higher, which means the possible population of kids who don't attend, who you could compare to, and that's assuming you can get them to like sign a consent form and respond to lots of data collection requests over many years, is very, very small. It's challenging.
So, I just want to make sure, I remember this from the early studies, we didn't know what those kids did do instead of Tulsa pre-K. Is that still the case? You don't know if they did another program or if they were home or whatnot?
We have been extremely strict in our definition of the comparison group for purposes of clean estimates. And so through survey measures, we've been able to identify at the point of consent and recruitment, where were you last year? Yeah.
Okay. We had a parent survey for one of the data sources that we relied on pretty heavily for our matching was a parent survey where they reported what children had done, I think the year before and maybe even the year before that. But of course the problem is that parent reports of what their children did are notoriously unreliable. So we did the best we could, but without a doubt, a significant portion of the matched comparison group did have some kind of experience the year before that would have been non-parental care.
In our data.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I'm just going to ask a virtual question since we haven't had one of those yet. So this is from Ying Jin. And they asked about the effects of these type of early learning experiences and if they extend to children as young as like 2 or 3 years old. So if you could speak to anything about if there's anything on if these extend to the 3-year-old year or even earlier.
I would say we don't know. So much of this work, the field has changed dramatically as people like me who've been in it for 100 years. No, but really the last 20 years, so much of the focus has been on these state-funded pre-K programs for 4-year-olds. So that's where this deeper knowledge of what are the impacts, what accounts for them, has really been developing. There is a large body of research on infant and toddler care, mostly looking at immediate impacts. And quality matters. Quality always matters, but what is that active ingredient is the big open question.
Yeah, from the audience.
I would love to hear from your perspectives, getting in and seeing all of the effect sizes and for people that are in this early childhood field, it makes so much sense to us. But from your vantage point, what does someone who isn't in the weeds with us, like a policymaker or a stakeholder, like what would be that nugget from your work that you would want them to know?
The nugget.
Oh, so many nuggets. Full of nuggets. Oh man. No,
I mean, even though we haven't been able to identify what is that magic sauce, what's the recipe, it's very clear that you have an incredibly high quality program in Tulsa. So one of my first comments would be, don't take anything away from it. Keep your BA level teachers. Keep the incredible professional development that you do. So preserve what you have. Don't feel like, oh, we can start chipping away at it now. That would be a really bad thing. And we may get into this later today too, the big debate about universal versus targeted. I think I can speak for Bill as well, that we've become big fans of universal pre-K, again, because that's what we're seeing, and we're seeing it work. And it probably makes sense, even though the vast majority of kids in the pre-K programs are low income, that the fact that they're mixed in with the higher income kids, the fact that it's just sort of the first grade of school, it's working. No. Other nuggets?
From a methodological perspective, in my current work with the Department of Health and Human Services, we do facilitate inquiries to Capitol Hill a lot, for instance. And I think there is a subset of policymakers for whom RCT is the magic word, randomized controlled trial. So from a methods perspective, I think one lesson from the Tulsa study and also others is that you don't need an RCT to produce very compelling, consistent, rigorous findings. The RDD design, that is such a distinguishing feature of the cognitive impacts that we looked at in Ted's presentation, is a phenomenal research design. And even though matching, as we've discussed, isn't ideal, you can use it well and produce consistent results. So that would be a methodological nugget for policymakers.
Great. So we have just time for one more quick question, if anyone has one. If not, I think Ted had a question.
I had a quick question, and somebody maybe in the audience can answer. I'm curious to know what happened to the Tulsa pre-K program during COVID.
That's
Is that
probably a long answer, but that's
a
great question.
Remote?
So maybe Anna, you can speak a little bit to that, and then it can
somebody from.
I would ask Kelly Kane because our kids were in first grade, and so I know intimately what happened in first, second, and third grade. I know less about that year's pre-K students.
Yes, so for 2020, most of the year our kids were virtual, including our pre-K students.
They were virtual.
And Karen, I think that was true for CAP as well. And so it was interesting having virtual pre-K.
Were they provided laptops or they just needed to
Yes, they were. We had, all of our kids had Chromebooks. So we did do daily lessons with our kids, with our teachers. And we had lots of take-home kits. Danielle's reminding me. I'm like, what happened 2 years ago? And because we're ambitious, we actually launched a new curriculum that was a very hands-on curriculum at that time. And which was interesting because we launched Tools of the Mind, which is a play-based curriculum, which was really, I think, in a weird way, good for us during the pandemic to have our teachers really focused on how can they engage kids in play-based learning while they were still at home. And then in 2021 is when we came back in person, but it was a little bit back and forth. So I think it's going to be one of those things that's going to be interesting to see what were the skills that, because that group of kids did have a lot of experience with virtual learning and with computers and things like that, are there skills that they, benefited from? I will say, and this is one of the things I'm curious about as you all move forward with studies, is what do we see, though, has been the impact? Because we have anecdotally certainly seen challenges in terms of things like self-regulation and kids being able to be demonstrating some of those other skills that are really important to being in school because they hadn't been socialized, right? So they haven't had a lot of those opportunities. And we saw that play out in the kids, last year and over the past 2 years. And then certainly we're seeing the impacts around foundational skills. for not just our kids who were home for pre-K that year, but our kids who were home for both kindergarten and first grade as well. We're still coping with those impacts. Karen, do you want to?
At CAP Tulsa, 2020 was largely virtual. We did stand up very quickly a virtual curriculum for teachers to use our standard curriculum, the teaching strategies creative. And we provided learning kits, learning packs that through a drive-through process at all of the schools that were age appropriate, that had books and creative arts type things and manipulatives that mirrored the curricular activities. And there was a combination of small group, individualized instruction, and phone calls by the teachers to all the families. We didn't have daily instruction. Attendance was measured more loosely, I'll say. It was more based on participation a certain number of times per week. And we focused mightily on social emotional skills. And we have seen in our own data, and the data that OU is helping us collect, that there has been a positive effect during the pandemic of, from fall to spring, of social emotional learning. Less so for the cognitive skills as we anticipated, but we decided just to focus on what we thought was most essential for children and families. This was not individual instruction. This was family engagement, and we did hand out numerous Chromebooks to families.
Perfect.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. And the next panel will be on the longer term benefits of pre-K in Tulsa. Thank you.
Thank you.
you can always tell a child that has been in a 4-year-old program or who has had appropriate early childhood experiences. It doesn't always have to be a 4-year-old program, but it's appropriate experiences at a child care center or with moms at home that know all the things that they need to be doing to get kids prepared for school. It can be a church program, but you know almost the minute they walk in the room.
We get information from that assessment, and a lot of it's because we get to sit one-on-one with that child and do the assessment. And as they come in the door and you greet them, and you have a child who's shy and still hiding behind mom, or they're a little apprehensive, and then you have those kids who come in and say, "Hi, my name is Johnny. What are we going to do today?" And I'm like, "You've been to pre-K. I just know it." Or you've had some kind of experience that has given you confidence to walk in this door and go, "Lay it on me. I'm ready to go."
Hi, everyone. I am Brittany McGill. I am in the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Planning and Evaluation, so a different ASPE than the instrument we heard about in the first panel, but I'm at the Department of Health and Human Services, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. I am really excited to be here today, though, because 20 years ago, I was here as a CROCUS Fellow working on the very first years of the Oklahoma evaluation. And it's just really exciting to see sort of all the great contributions to the evidence base since that time. So I've been asked to make a couple announcements. The first, for our in-person attendees, we have some wonderful artwork right outside the auditorium, excuse me, from schools from TPS and from CAP. So please take a moment to check that out during the break or lunch or afterwards. Second, for updates throughout the day, you can follow @BillGormley25 on Twitter. So with that, I'll introduce our second panel today. So we're going to hear about the persistence and fade out through the elementary years of those skills acquired during preschool. So as we talked about in the first panel, we will have plenty of time for questions at the end. So for our virtual attendees, please send them out, submit them throughout the presentation, and we'll get to them towards the end. So for our first presenter is going to be Carolyn Hill, who is a senior fellow at MDRC. Next, we'll have Anna Johnson, who you met in the first panel, associate professor of psychology here at Georgetown. After that, we'll have Sarah Amadon, who is a senior research scientist at Child Trends. And finally, we'll have Danielle Nebbs, who is the instructional leadership director for Tulsa Public Schools. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to you, Carolyn.
Do you want me to sit here or do
Good morning. So happy to be here. My name is Carolyn Hill. I'm currently at MDRC in our DC office, but for many years I was here. This was my home in the Georgetown Public Policy Institute and now the McCourt School, and was fortunate to work with Bill Gormley and Deborah Phillips and many colleagues on this project, and have the privilege of being able to work with them, learn from them, and understand and learn about the Tulsa Public School Pre-K program. So I'm grateful to be here and glad to be back. As Brittany mentioned, in this panel we're going to think about whether those effects that you heard about in the previous session persist in later years. And the paper that I'll talk about, I'm not going to talk about the whole paper, I won't lead you through graphs, there's just one slide. We'll talk about some of the initial findings we had from that early cohort that Ted Gayer and Bill and Deborah analyzed earlier on, and we'll also look at a later cohort. So this paper is available in Early Childhood Research Quarterly, and the citation is at the bottom in case you're interested in some beach or bedtime reading. All right, so just to give you a little bit of context for how to think about the findings from this study compared with what you heard in the previous session. The analysis is a little different, and that's important to point out. So I want to build up to that and just be real clear about sort of the two groups that we look at here. We looked at two cohorts, which we call the early and late cohort, or earlier and later. Of course, there were many other cohorts of kids coming through in between these years, before those years, and after those years. These were the 2 years of data that we were able to analyze. And here we think about the children who were in TPS kindergarten in 0102. So those were the children who could have been in TPS pre-kindergarten in 0001. And there were many papers back in the day that kept track of these along the way. The later cohort here are children who were in kindergarten in Tulsa Public Schools in 2006, 2007. So in the previous year, they could have been in pre-kindergarten in TPS or other schools in the state. We were fortunate to have some rich data sources to draw on, as you'll hear from other presenters in this panel and later in the day. And these are really, we're so grateful for folks in the Tulsa district, in the state of Oklahoma, teachers, families, and others for sharing their information with us. Protected, of course, but we could not have done these analyses and learned from them if not for willingness to share data. So we're very grateful for that willingness over time and at different times, in different ways. In terms of administrative data, the study draws on administrative data from the district, from Tulsa Public Schools, from the Community Action Program Head Start program at the time, and from state administrative data. And this was really important in this and subsequent studies to be able to follow students and children who were both in Tulsa Public Schools as well as those who moved away from Tulsa. And that was really a key aspect of being able to do, because otherwise we would only be able to follow children who were in the district itself. That's an interesting group, but to look beyond the district alone was also an important thing to do. So having access to the state administrative data and being able to use that was very important. Also, we drew on data from surveys of parents of children in the Tulsa Public Schools. And those surveys were fielded when children were in their third grade year, when children in these kindergarten cohorts were in third grade. Ideally, we would have had the survey information at earlier years, sort of at the beginning of the study or even at the beginning of pre-kindergarten. That wasn't possible because it's life. And we were very fortunate to be able to have the data later when the children were in third grade. And this allows us to, in the analyses that I'll talk about in a little bit, just understand a little bit more about the families so that we can better match or compare children who are most similar. And that will be important in the analysis. The outcomes that this study looked at were test scores in third grade. And these were the Oklahoma State exams in reading and math. And the comparison group here was constructed in a different way. So the treatment group, or the intervention group, were children who attended Tulsa pre-K. And you've heard about that and have heard about that. Many of you know about that and have experienced that. The challenge here, as in the previous panel, was to think about how can we construct a comparison group of what would have happened to those children had they not participated in Tulsa pre-K? And we couldn't do a randomized controlled trial, couldn't do a random assignment study. You heard in the previous panel that a regression discontinuity design was used to estimate effects at kindergarten. Well, as it turns out, kids age, kids grow up, and they go into school. So in estimating effects at third grade or any other point past kindergarten, where you don't have that nice clean cutoff that the previous panel talked about, we need to figure out another way to understand how the experiences of kids who were in pre-K might have differed had they not participated in pre-K. And the challenge here is that you want to think about finding a comparison group that's most similar to those kids. Ideally, you would get those exact same kids and have them not go to pre-kindergarten, to Tulsa pre-K. Those exact same kids. We can't do that either, as it turns out. And so we have to think of other ways. The method that we use in the study is we construct a comparison group. So we approximate what that experience would have been. And we look at children who, in the data, who did not participate in the Tulsa pre-K system, in the Tulsa pre-K program. And we try to find ones that are most similar to those who did participate in the Tulsa pre-K program, based on various characteristics of their mother's education, their age, the language they speak at home, sort of other characteristics of the family. I like to think about this method as, instead of thinking about the ones who are most similar, that's a helpful way to think about it. It's also removing those who are least similar. It's just the other side of the coin. And I think that one, for some reason, often sort of resonates more. So I'm removing potential children from the comparison group who are kind of most unlike the children who were in Tulsa pre-K. So that's how we approximate this counterfactual, or approximate what might have happened to those kids who did experience the program but actually did not. We construct these matches with something called propensity score matching. It's just kind of a fancy way, and there's more details in the paper, it's just a fancy way of kind of finding similarities and identifying differences. And the paper talks about how we were pretty confident in how we did this. And we looked at different sensitivity tests. There's a fundamental issue with this method, and I'll just put it out there, which is it can't match on things you don't observe. It sounds kind of no-brainer when you say it out loud, but it's easy to lose in all of the notation. There was recently something that my husband forwarded me that said propensity score matching on certain covariates would match now King Charles and I think Ozzy Osbourne. Did anybody see this? It said where propensity score matching goes wrong. And so that sort of puts a fine point on it. In this case, though, I'm not actually concerned about that kind of bad match because we were able, through these data sources, to use data on children from the district, from that same district, and from the same data sources, which really helped the strong comparison. We also did lots and lots of checks on the quality of the match, and we're fairly confident in that. We estimated the effects here with ordinary least squares regression, the workhorse, and included controls for some of these characteristics. And then we said, well, there are lots of choices along the way, so do any of those choices we make in how we estimated the propensity score, how we constructed the group, how we did any of these things that all have choices that we tried to document, do any of those things matter for the result we get? And so we detailed those in the paper as well. All right. So what did we find? Our key findings were that for the early cohort, let me start with the early cohort. It's the second one here. For the early cohort, we didn't find any statistically significant effects. So another way to say that, for either reading or math for the early cohort, and we didn't find any statistically significant effects on math for the early cohort, so for those early years of implementation of the program. So this just means that the effect that we observed, we couldn't distinguish it from happening by chance. Not that implementation of the program was by chance, or that impact alone was by chance, but that we knew that we were drawing from some sample, and that we knew that our estimation had some error in it. And so statistical significance conveys that amount of uncertainty with this kind of estimation. So we're not able to distinguish what we saw from chance. So the conclusion here is not that the program doesn't work. Let me say that another way that doesn't include so many double negatives. We found no statistically significant effects. What we can conclude from that is that There's no evidence of effects. What we can't conclude is that there's evidence that the program doesn't work. We can't make that conclusion. So it's heartening if you follow the statistical path. But even more heartening is to think about the later cohort and the math scores for third graders. And we did find statistically significant effects with an effect size of about 0.2 standard deviations, or specifically 0.18 standard deviations, which for third graders is actually a fairly substantively significant or relatively large in magnitude effect of this program. And in the paper, we talk about various reasons that we might see this effect on math, but not reading for that cohort, and also talk about some of the findings across cohorts. I think I'll stop there for now, and shall I pass it over to Anna? And pass it over to Anna. All right, thank you.
Me again. Hi. I told you I'd be back. So I'm going to continue to talk about results from our second generation study, the Tulsa SEED study. I will not belabor the details of that cohort again. I'm going to talk about sustained preschool benefits and hints of persistence into third grade in this later cohort. So we might call it the late cohort, because your early was early 2000s. Your late was 2005, 2006. My late is kids who experienced pre-K in 2018. This continues to be a deep collaboration standing on the shoulders of many giants, both at OU Tulsa and TPS CAP Educare. So the key question in this presentation, remember my number line from before, this is a 7-year longitudinal study that started in 2016 and goes through the current school year when our kids are in 4th grade. This presentation is focusing just on the association between pre-K experiences when children were 4 years old and their third grade outcomes. They just completed third grade a few months ago, so this is relatively fresh data. So the key questions here are, do the positive effects of TPS school-based pre-K and CAP Tulsa Head Start persist to third grade? Which skills persist and which show faster convergence or fade out? And do other positive outcomes, maybe ones we haven't focused on as much as a field, emerge later on? And I want to just hover on that second bullet for a moment. Convergence is, I put fade out in parentheses, the field large preschool evaluation field has used fade out very commonly. It's shorthand, it's easy, it's very accessible. I want to really emphasize that what's happening when we see preschool impact fade out often, if you think about two lines, preschool non-attenders and preschool attenders, is that the non-attenders are catching up. It's not that preschool doesn't work, and I really like the way Carolyn said that. When we see statistically insignificant differences between the two groups, it is often because the non-attenders, as they accumulate years of school and exposure to classrooms and instructional practices, high quality classrooms and instructional practices in Tulsa in many cases, the gap closes. So what I'm interested in as children age is not, does a 1 year of a pre-K experience provide some inoculation, at least in test scores and things we see in classrooms, but rather, do those kids keep growing, even if the ones who didn't experience pre-K grow as well? In a perfect world, everyone's going to benefit from school, right? So the sample is slightly smaller than the subsample I discussed earlier because as time goes on, individuals leave the study. So we're down to about 694 low-income children participating in the Tulsa SEED study as of third grade. Know that there are not statistically meaningful differences between those who left and those who stayed as it relates to the size of our impacts and our results that I'll talk about. Again, preschool attendance is defined as a school-based public pre-K in TPS that includes 4 affiliated charter schools, CAP Tulsa Head Start, which includes a small handful of Educare children who attended Educare at age 4 in the year we collected our data. And we compare them to a small group of preschool non-attenders. So these are children who were in parental care or care with a family member or a relative. It is a small group. I was trying to get a lot done in the earlier presentation and didn't hover over that point, but that's important, and it was raised in the Q&A at the last panel, the penetration rate of pre-K in Tulsa is high. That's wonderful. That means a lot of kids who want pre-K are getting it. Everyone who wants it can get it. It's higher than a national average. It's very high. It's even higher in DC, if you would believe it. Close to 90% of eligible kids attend public pre-K. What that means is that the group of kids who don't do pre-K is very small. And that's who we're comparing to, using the same method that Carolyn described. The measures are, again, English language literacy, a couple different measures of math, and self-regulation. So for those who might have tuned in late, this is a broader set of outcomes than what much earlier pre-K research was able to collect. We do collect the same measures of letter-word identification that the earlier Tulsa study collected and applied problems. But one of the goals of our updated Tulsa Seed study was to really catch a broader set of potential outcomes that could be affected by pre-K. Or, in the language I like to use, might show convergence more slowly. Maybe pre-K kids maintain an advantage for longer, and it takes a little bit longer for the non-attenders to catch up on skills that not all kids learn the minute they walk into a classroom door. So here are our results, and this is a similar chart to what I showed earlier. I'm going to focus on the third grade outcomes, but I'm going to show you where we came from, kindergarten and first grade. I'm focusing on the third grade, the final set of vertical bars. Again, the orange triangle is TPS and those charter schools, and the blue square is Head Start. And anything that crosses the horizontal dotted line is non-significant. Those are confidence intervals. The effect sizes are shown there, and those are in standard deviation units. So what you see is that by third grade, scores on letter-word identification for preschool attenders, both groups, are no longer statistically significantly different from non-attenders. We also saw that in first grade, so it's continued convergence. Phonological awareness has also converged such that by third grade, preschool attenders are no longer showing an advantage on that skill. These are letter-sound correspondence, something that with a couple years of schooling, we would expect most kids to master. Expressive vocabulary is what we might call an unconstrained language skill. You can build your vocabulary until you die. So this is something that has a ceiling, and kids can continue to grow. Assuming that preschool attenders and non-attenders both continue to grow, preschool attenders should kind of start ahead and stay ahead, and that's what we see. That's barely a statistically significant advantage for the orange triangle, but it is one. And for comprehension, again, barely statistically significant, what we would call at the marginal level of statistical significance for both groups there. So if I had to summarize this slide, I would say that there is suggestive evidence of sustained effects in third grade, specifically for the more complex language skills that most prior studies have not assessed. For math, applied problems is the math test that most prior studies have used. We've got a marginally significant sustained benefit by third grade. So yes, convergence is happening. The distance is getting smaller between non-attenders and attenders. But attenders are maintaining a relatively large effect size and advantage there. And on our measure of numerical fluency, which I talked about earlier, that is a more nuanced, precise measure of math than a word problems that conflates language. How many dogs do you see in this picture? If I added 6 dogs, how many dogs would you see then? That's a math word problem. Numerical fluency is I'm going to flash 2 numbers at you. Tell me which one is bigger. Believe it or not, that differentiates math skills into adulthood. I'm not particularly good at math. Many of my graduate students are. I guarantee you I would come in milliseconds behind them if you gave me that test. So differentiating symbolic numerals quickly and accurately is a measure of math that doesn't hit a ceiling. And lo and behold, preschool attenders continue to show an advantage on that skill into third grade. And our measures of self-regulation, which our SEED study was really designed to dig into and disappointingly did not show any statistically significant advantage for preschool attenders back in kindergarten and first grade, seems to be showing some action by the time kids get into third grade. So on the middle and far right panel, those are measures of inhibitory control, attention and task persistence, and working memory, keeping things in your kind of mental desktop, your scratch pad. We see a statistically significant advantage for the orange triangle, the TPS pre-K attenders, on inhibitory control, and it is marginally significant for working memory. And Head Start really peels away in working memory, positive impacts on working memory by 3rd grade. This is really, really important. These are the skills that underlie success in school and in life. So much has been made of the importance of attention and persistence and working memory as skills that underlie life success. So many of our longer preschool studies, some of which we're going to hear about shortly and after lunch, have hypothesized that reasons for positive long-term effects on really consequential adult outcomes are due to something pre-K did to self-regulation, and until now it has not been documented. So we are the first study to document directly assessed self-regulation skills positive impacts at 3rd grade. I would say that's a nugget, if we're looking for a nugget. That's my nugget. So the positive benefits of public preschool in Tulsa persist in 3rd grade. The strongest and most persistent effects are on this nuanced measure of math, numeracy, and self-regulation. We are the first study to document these effects on directly assessed self-regulation in later elementary school. Prior studies that have done this have only looked as far as kindergarten. We do find weaker effects on language and applied problem solving. Were we to use only this outcome measures that prior studies have used, we too would conclude full convergence. We're finding a different story when we use broader measures, but our story is relatively similar when we use those same measures. We have not yet looked at state test scores, thanks to Lauren Jinks-Jones and our partners up there. Hello. We're going to be pulling those data in shortly, and I am very hopeful we'll find a similar positive pattern, particularly for math. So fade out happens, convergence, on basic literacy, including that commonly used measure of letter-word idea, but we have lots of reasons to be hopeful that positive benefits will sustain in our wider, deeper set of measures in our Tulsa Seed study. So thank you to all my collaborators, my wonderful graduate students, and all of our funders.
Good morning. Thank you. Is this it? Oh, it's so small. Okay. Good morning. My name is Sarah Amadon. I am a senior research scientist at Child Trends, and as others have come up here and kind of described their connection and evolution to the study. So my daughter was an infant when I joined working with Deborah and Bill as a postdoc, and she texted me this morning. So that is also how kind of my daughter has grown up with this study, and how I in my career have also grown up with this study as well. So my deep gratitude to Bill and Deborah, who are the lead authors, the leaders of this study, and I'm happy to share what we found for middle school. So, and also just situate us. So this study, and then the next panel I'm also talking about this continuation of this study, is looking at that kind of what we can call the first gen study. So the 2005, they attended pre-K in 2005, 2006. So Deborah's discussion about the quality of the classroom and Ted's discussion about the early impacts, that's the same cohort we're talking about today. So, and thankfully, we've had also Carolyn describe the methods, which I don't have to get too much into. We do use propensity score matching, or we've transitioned to use weighting, which is a similar strategy kind of to make sure we're comparing apples to the extent possible on observables. And so just to orient us as well, so in this two papers that I'll be discussing, it is the Tulsa pre-K alumni, those students who attended TPS pre-K, also those students who attended CAP Head Start, compared to those who didn't attend either. As we've discussed, that we don't know a ton about where they, what they did do, but we know they weren't in those two programs. So we relied on a lot of data in these two middle school papers. So we've had wonderful partners, as we talked about, from Tulsa Public Schools. We also, Bill and Deborah established these great working relationships with Union Public Schools, Broken Arrow, Jenks. And the high school paper that I'll talk about next, we also worked with an online charter school in Oklahoma. We also work closely and thankfully with the Oklahoma State Department of Education, who also provided us with some data. And so I do outline this up here. Those in kind of red, that circle is what we got from the state. So that's actually a larger sample, right? We were able to track students who left the Tulsa metro area.
And in the blue, those are the, of course, the outcomes that we were looking at for those 4 public school districts. We also, in the middle school paper, in the middle school study, we also administered a student survey to look at this set of outcomes. It was administered to all 8th graders, and then the 7th graders we identified who had been grade retained. And this was a set of outcomes that we looked like at that time. It looked at so indicators of school engagement, indicators of grit and persistence, and some indicators of risk-taking as well. And also to orient us, we started off, the original sample was about 4,000 students who started kindergarten in 06, 07. As we've discussed, there's people move, there's attrition, and so we have both students who were in 7th and 8th grade, students in TPS and outside of TPS, and also, importantly at the bottom, that's the breakdown of the students in our middle school sample who had attended pre-K, who had attended CAP Head Start, and those who had attended neither. So as you'll see, it's a similar breakdown of students who didn't attend anything and who attended pre-K, a much smaller sample in our study that attended CAP Head Start. So what did we find? So I'm going to first start off talking about pre-K and talking about the school administrative data that we looked at. So actually rather like our elementary school findings, the 3rd grade paper, we do find that students who attended Head Start had significantly higher math standardized test scores. And that's what we're seeing here. We do not, well, I'll wait and talk about Head Start. So that's just the pre-K sample right there. Then we looked at some other indicators and this is from the school district data. We looked at whether or not students were enrolled in an honors course. And we actually find that students who attended pre-K were significantly more likely to also have taken an honors course. And then this is kind of one of the most robust sets of findings that we've seen over the years, which is that also pre-K students were significantly less likely to be retained in grade by quite a large margin. As you can see, that's a 7 percentage point gap. What do we see for CAP Head Start? We actually find another interesting set of findings as well. Those students who attended CAP Head Start, again, compared to similar peers, were significantly less likely to be chronically absent. Their math scores also were significantly higher. They also were less likely to be retained in grade. And interestingly enough, we didn't find much that Bill entitled the student survey paper "The Dog That Didn't Bark," because there wasn't a lot, which is also another important finding as well. We know that those null results don't always get reported. So actually for the Head Start students, we do see that they were actually more cautionary of risk-taking behaviors, and they did demonstrate some stronger goal-setting behaviors as well, which is often called in the field grit. So it's also important to reveal that we looked at a lot of other things that we did not find were associated with pre-K or Head Start, and so this is the list. So as probably you've gathered, there were no associations with those reading test scores, nor for GPA for both samples. We also saw no associations with special education. We looked at in-school and out-of-school suspensions. There was no relation. And most of our student attitudes and indicators of student engagement also were not associated. You also see then there were some differential findings for Head Start and pre-K in terms of things like honors course taking and in how we measured attendance. So I want to talk a lot about limitations. Carolyn did a great job of describing some of the limitations of propensity score matching or weighting. There could be unobservable differences, and that's always going to be one of the problems with this study. I will say we did have a robust set of covariates we've always matched them on, and we do think they're probably likely to be correlated with other things we didn't measure that also should help soak up some of those and explain, better match some of those students, I should say. So if there is a takeaway here, as of middle school, we do see that there are some lasting associations with attending Head Start and pre-K on an important set of outcomes. What we don't have the time to talk about today, but I think any of us are happy to talk about, is our subgroup findings, so please find me at lunch or later this afternoon. We do find some important differences by students' gender and by their race, ethnicity as well.
often favoring students such as Hispanic students, Native American students, actually, that those associations were often larger. Same with boys. But again, happy to talk more about that later on. And I will turn it over to Danielle.
Hello and good morning. I don't have a fancy slide because as the practitioner on this panel, I want to actually respond to what we've heard on these last two panels. My name is Danielle Neves. I currently serve as the Instructional Leadership Director over our high schools in Tulsa Public Schools. The previous 8 years, I worked as the Deputy Chief of Academics, so working very closely with our early childhood program, our elementary programs, and our secondary programs from the academic side. One of the things that I think is really critical as we look at all of this research is to think about, why do we think this matters? We've got a lot of researchers today, a lot of studies about what we believe the impact of students attending pre-K will be on their experiences in school and elementary, their outcomes in middle school and high school. And the reason this is so important is because all of the schooling that we're doing across the pre-K through 12 space is about preparing students for what will come after graduation, preparing them for their adult lives. And when we look at what it's going to require for our students to be successful in their adult lives, we're looking at test scores, right? Especially if our students want to attend post-secondary institutions of learning, we know that they're going to need some test scores and some academic cognitive skills for that. But we also know that college and workplace readiness requires collaboration, communication, problem solving, and critical thinking, all skills which show up to some degree on our academic cognitive exams, but also really are tough to measure. Our friends in industry often tell us that they know it when they see it, but it's harder to figure it out on the way in. And so this research about looking at the persistence around self-regulation is really key. Because when we talk about our students in late elementary school, in middle schools, and in high schools, one of the things that we see in practice as a differentiating feature between students is their ability to continue to try, their ability to think about things in different ways. We see that in some of the math research the math studies that we've talked about in terms of the flexible thinking, the ability to think about math in different ways. And so constantly within our school systems, we're looking for ways to provide the additional supports for our students across the continuum. And one of the things that I think has been really interesting that I've been taking notes on across this morning has been, if we have students who attend pre-K and so then start kindergarten with more school readiness, more of those literacy skills, more of those math skills, some of these social emotional learning skills, then what is the response of the teacher and the teams at the schools? Their response is often to figure out what additional supports, what additional scaffolds, what additional academic interventions can be provided to those students who aren't coming in with those skills. And so when Sarah talks about that fade out or that convergence, it makes sense from where we sit, right? Because if we have students who come in with more letter naming skills, with more skills with sounds and literacy, then the teacher, the TAs, the other staff in the schools are going to put their energy into bringing up the other students. And so we do see that catch up. And so then we wonder, as we look, and I'm excited to hear about the high school research in our later studies, because as we look forward, how are those other skills that students are coming in with in terms of how they work with others, in terms of their readiness for the social demands of school that are different from home, and also their ability to communicate with each other, both in their home languages and in the language of school. This is really exciting research. One last note as I close is that as we look at the research from Generation 1 and Generation 2, I will say that I am a proud parent of a Tulsa Public School student who is in grade 4 and has watched the Generation 2 research since its first year. I remember at pre-K orientation, having the researchers there introducing the study. My child is not one of the study participants, but all through kindergarten and first grade, he would often say, "Oh, Mommy, the OU people were there again in our classroom today, seeing what we were doing." He always asked me if I know them because I'm working on my doctorate at OU as well. So I really just want to say thank you to everyone on the panel and all of those of you who are here, who we'll hear from later. This research matters because it helps us understand all of the supports we can provide to students across the early years of school that then will support them across their later years and help us make sure that every single student is prepared. Thank you.
All right, everyone, we have about 10 minutes left for questions. Do we have any online questions? I have one. Okay. Why don't we start with the online? Okay, so the question is, what is the funding structure for Tulsa pre-K by classroom or by slot, blended or more like public school funding classrooms, and any effect of that on outcomes? It's a big question.
I could answer it, but I do feel like that we have people from Tulsa in the room, so it doesn't seems like others could answer it. We in our papers, and what we were told at the time, I know, was that pre-K is funded as all other grades. So it's the same amount of money you get for a student in pre-K as a student in 11th grade, and then the district uses those funds and allots them accordingly.
I would add that our pre-K classrooms are also funded and expected to have both a teacher and a teaching assistant at a ratio of 20-1, which does not hold once we get past our pre-K years. So.
Great, thank you. All right, questions in the room? See one over here? Have a mic coming?
Thank you. My question, I think, is directed at Anna, but I'd be interested to hear everyone's perspectives. I think that we've talked for a long time about this concept of like expecting pre-K to inoculate children. You mentioned that metaphor. And it's really exciting to see the results that you have around the potential of us measuring the wrong things, right? And then seeing some of these skills that are less constrained, sustaining these benefits and impacts further on. I wonder if your SEED project in particular is looking at at some of the things we discussed in the last panel around what's happening in the classroom, and what kindergarten, first, second grade teachers are doing and how they may be approaching instruction, and whether or not that has an impact on sustaining some of the outcomes that you're seeing.
That's a great question. So seated right behind you are the worker bees who are addressing that exact question right now. That is our next, right? So I think we felt as a study that we needed to first really wrap our heads around, are there impacts we have subjected? I mean, with a 5 to 7 minute presentation, I was very limited in what I could say. And so, I would have loved to go into, I kind of relied on Carolyn and Sarah to talk about that. We did all the things to try to, robustly test the strength of the effects. And that took a long time. And to look at all these different outcomes in all these different ways. And I think we felt like we needed to feel really rock solid on those impact findings before we discussed whether there was something to either moderate or mediate, which I think is your question, which is an excellent one. So now we're entering that phase of our study, and it involves harder conceptual thinking than methodological thinking in a way. So the challenge to this point has been, how can we identify this comparison group of it's small and it's families who selected not to do pre-K, and that makes them inherently different. How can we balance them on observable covariates? How can we weight them and kind of discard or downweight the ones who don't look at all like they ever would have attended pre-K? That was the challenge of these papers. I think the challenge of the next phase is conceptual, and like, what are the active ingredients, as Deborah said, that's happening in those kindergarten and first grade classrooms that sustain the boost that we're seeing. And I think the answer is probably not the class, because as we discussed earlier, it doesn't seem to strongly predict outcomes. So we're gonna look at a lot of those other more nuanced features, and we have spent a lot of time, our team in Tulsa, measuring individual teacher-child interactions, the quality of the teacher-child relationship, using other observational tools besides the class that are specifically focused on the self-regulatory classroom environment. So what are the things that promote self-regulation, as Danielle said, because we know that's important, and maybe teachers are responding differently to pre-K graduates. Maybe they're not, and pre-K graduates start ahead and kind of stay ahead for a while. Maybe they start ahead and kind of gain speed. We have a lot of questions, and I think we have the data to answer it, but we're just not there yet.
Another question? Here in the corner.
Hi, thank you so much for all of this. It's really interesting. My question is about what has changed in the pre-K programs over time, and I guess maybe also what stayed the same, whether that's class sizes, pedagogy, and do you expect that does that impact your expectations for differences between Gen 1 and Gen 2, as well as perhaps your hypotheses moving forward?
I think I'll just say first, the policies have stayed the same. So a lot of the structural elements are going to be the same. Things like student-teacher ratios, the number of teachers in the classroom, teacher educational requirements. But I'm not at all qualified to say that about, I think it sounds like there's been some new curricula that have been adopted and other pieces like that. And, but I will just say that in terms of pure policy and those required inputs, that those things have stayed consistent.
Another.
Yeah.
Something to add from our Tulsa colleagues?
Yeah.
You have a mic coming right down behind you.
Yes, there have been changes in curriculum and pedagogy, but most of them have happened since the late study. Kids were in pre-K. So we have made, as I mentioned, some changes to curriculum starting in 2020 and doing a lot more supports around pre-K in our pre-K program and launching a department, but most of those wouldn't have shown up in the pre-K kids that were included in the study.
Great, thank you.
I want to note just demographic changes as well, which is a category that wasn't mentioned, but there have been enormous demographic changes. And interestingly, the first generation study identified in one of their many impact papers that Latinx families, children from Latinx families, were seeming to show stronger pre-K benefits. It's one of the subgroup analyses that I forget which one of you mentioned you didn't have time to talk about. We have a much larger proportion of Latinx families, which reflects demographic changes nationally and in Tulsa. And could that be driving larger sustained benefits? We don't know yet, but it's a candidate explanation.
Do we have something to add from CAP Tulsa?
Sure, just quickly, I'll say from a curriculum standpoint, between the two studies, we did introduce an evidence-based math curriculum during that time to supplement our creative curriculum, and so I would like to think that's probably contributing to the math benefits we're seeing later. We also introduced a far more robust instructional coaching model to help prepare teachers and share best practices, and and different types of implementation guides for classroom practice were developed between these two studies. And I would say teacher preparation in general, I think, has just been strengthened between the two studies. So I would say, actually, there are numerous differences, at least from CAP Tulsa's perspective, and also professional learning communities and the use of data to inform classroom practice is a monumental change in our program from the early to the later study.
Well, and this might be worth, the teacher's strike, the Oklahoma teacher strike did raise the wages quite a bit, but was that?
It happened during our study.
Okay, right, of course, ideally. Right. That's ideal. That's what you always like as a researcher, a good old-fashioned strike. So yeah, it's like the wages and compensation, I think, it's on literally during, I guess, your year.
Well, I think as we're winding down, if I can take the moderator's prerogative to ask a final question, kind of similar to the one that was raised at the end of the first panel. So my office at HHS, we advise the Secretary of Health and Human Services on policy issues. So, especially in light of some of these seeing fade out in at least some of these outcomes, what's the one key takeaway? If policymakers take nothing else away from this presentation, what's the one thing that you would want them to remember?
I mean, I'd say in a pre-K program, a mature universal pre-K program, that across 2 different cohorts of students that you do see through elementary school and middle school, and we'll talk about high school later, some robust indication of sustained benefits for those who attended Tulsa Pre-K, and to a certain extent Cap Head Start as well. So I think that would be again, you have to provide universal, it is school-based, we have to make sure we're talking about, we know what we're talking about, but those would be my thoughts.
Anything else? Or from the practitioner's perspective?
I think it's the same thing I said before, which is that pre-K matters. It matters that we bring our students into a learning environment where they can be supported, where they can develop those social emotional skills. And I think we're seeing those glimpses through these studies, and we'll continue to see how that plays out, and we'll see that benefit holding on as students move through school.
Great. Well, thanks so much. I'm sure we could sit here and ask questions sort of all afternoon. So I encourage you, if you do have questions, to sort of approach our illustrious presenters afterwards. But thanks very much.
Well, I would say about Ramona, she didn't just open doors, she brought in all the sunlight. The room was lighter, it was happier, it was more productive with Ramona in it.
Dr. Paul started early childhood in Oklahoma. It became a nationwide success story of how the 4-year-old program in early childhood education in Oklahoma began, and she was the central of all of that.
Ramona, I think, opened up the door to the fact that all these teachers are important and every teacher makes an impact. But there are no teachers in the state that probably make more of an impact on students and where students are going to be headed than those teachers who teach the youngest in our schools.
She understood children, and she understood those little people and what sponges their minds are and what special people they are. She's her honesty, and I'm sorry, her consistency. She was a complete person. She didn't seek the spotlight for herself. She was a great support system to me.
What Ramona leaves is a legacy of people with the same passion. So these discussions of early childhood will continue because there are people that she opened up the doors to, there are people that she inspired that know it's their role now to carry that forward.
There's just so many different things that go on throughout the day that I hear her voice. I'm a kindergarten teacher now, and there's lots of times throughout my day when I'm teaching and I think about what would Dr. Paul have done.
A couple of things about her that people remember the most were her high heels. She always wore high heels, and if I can say this, she had great legs, and her glasses. And here's a pair that she wore a lot. They had the sparkles on them, and she was known for that. And behind the glasses and inside those high heels, something pretty special.
Okay, well, Dr. Ramona Paul was the Assistant Superintendent of Education in Oklahoma for many years. She worked really tirelessly behind the scenes to help establish a strong universal pre-K program in Oklahoma. And she also was one of the first people to approach Bill and encourage him to talk to the folks in Tulsa because she thought they might just be willing to have Georgetown University evaluate Tulsa's pre-K program. So I think we can safely say that without Dr. Paul, none of us would be here right now. So I wanted to just briefly introduce myself. I am Beth Malloy. I am an independent early childhood research and policy consultant. And it's interesting, everyone has kind of been taking a moment to reflect on their journey as it relates to universal pre-kindergarten. And I can say, from the time I was here a decade ago, working on the Tulsa Pre-K project, I'm now working with the California Department of Education to stand up their universal pre-K program, which my toddler is 2.5, will get to be a benefactor of. And so that's just really exciting reflection. So I have the pleasure of introducing our panel right before lunch. So we're going to be hearing again from Sarah Amadon, Senior Research Scientist at Child Trends, and this time she's going to be talking about the effects of Tulsa's early childhood education programs on high school outcomes. Then we're going to hear from Karen Kitchens, Assistant Professor of Political Science at Virginia Tech University, and she's going to be talking about early socialization in Tulsa and relationships with some political outcomes. Then Bill Gormley, Professor of Public Policy at Georgetown University, will talk about UPK's impacts on college enrollment outcomes.
And Tim Bartik, senior economist at the Upjohn Institute for Employment Research, is going to talk to us about some of the cost-benefit analysis and the conclusions we can draw about the estimated impacts on pre-K attendance earnings. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Sarah.
That's not me. No worries.
You can do both if you want.
I think choose enough. Yeah, I think they're doing something right now. What's it titled? That's a great question. It'll say Sarah Amadon on the slide. It's blue, it'll say Child Trends. Yeah. This doesn't work anymore. It'll look a lot like the slide deck I just did. Yes, beautiful, thank you, wonderful. Yes, I'm happy to be here now to share the results from our published high school paper, came out in Child Development earlier this year, with many of my co-authors who are in this room. Bill, Catherine, Amy who couldn't be here, Doug, and James, and many others, research assistants who are on this project. I also want to announce we'll be sharing some results from a working paper that until about noon today will be embargoed, so you're going to be some of the first in the world to learn about these exciting results. So, real briefly, what is it that we're trying to learn in this high school follow-up of the study? And I will say, it's the same cohort as I presented on the last time. So it's the same Ted Gare, Deborah Phillips, Carolyn, myself from the last panel. So what we ask in this study is, do the initial positive effects of attending a high-quality early childhood education program, do they fade out or persist into high school? And do we see new effects emerge? Importantly, as we'll talk about, a lot of the high school outcomes we were looking at, we didn't actually even observe earlier. And we're going to talk, unfortunately, much less about this, but as I alluded to, we do look at subgroup effects, and I'm happy to discuss those more with you later on today. So I'm going to briefly say what we learned. So what we saw is that like we saw in the middle school paper, that we do see that these effects fade out or converge, as Anna talked about, a better way perhaps to think about it, but that they do persist. We do see some important associations with high school outcomes. And did new effects emerge? And what I will say is there's some, we'll get into it more, but there's some indication that for our students who attended the TPS pre-K program, that they might be more likely to graduate from high school. But I'll get more into that in a couple slides. So, what do we mean by fade out or convergence? So first I want to say this is what we looked at the associations of attending pre-K on test scores. So this is from the paper that Ted talked about for kindergarten. That's Carolyn's paper there, the 3rd grade. The 7th grade is the one I just talked about. These are the math test scores that we've been describing. And then that last bar is what we see in 11th grade, which is when students in Oklahoma and mostly across the country take usually the SAT or the ACT is normally what is taken today. So what do we see in 11th grade? We do see that there is fade out or convergence. We no longer see that attending TPS pre-K is associated with these test score outcomes. Again, this is the same method that we've been talking about for the 3rd grade, the middle school paper as well, so I skipped over that. So this is some of that evidence of fade out or convergence. But we also see that attending TPS pre-K is still associated with several important high school outcomes. This is the slide just for pre-K. So if we go down, we'll see that students who attended TPS pre-K were absent fewer days, were less likely to be chronically absent. Chronically absent is missing 10% or more of school days per year. If we skip down, we also see they're more likely to have taken an AP or an IB course, similar to that association we see with honors course taking in middle school. We also see they're less likely to fail a course and that they fail fewer courses. And once again, we see they're much less likely to be grade retained as of 11th grade. And I should say most of these most of these data are taken from the 11th grade year or from the 9th grade through the 11th grade year. So it doesn't include that senior year data. We don't see, however, though, as I mentioned, any impacts on the standardized test scores, no impacts on GPA, and we also looked at advanced math course taking, given the middle school finding, and there was no association there either. What do we see for Head Start? So what I've done on this slide is something a little different because we actually see that, by and large, we don't see any significant associations between CAP Head Start attendance and our high school outcomes. I do want to remind us all, though, of that slide I shared in the middle school paper. There's only about 250, 280 students in the CAP Head Start sample, whereas we see over 1,000 in the other two. So in technical terms, we call that it has less statistical power. So that's what just an important caveat here. So we see the pre-K effects in that middle column there and the Head Start on the right. And we see that for absent, they do miss fewer days, the CAP Head Start students. We don't see any other significant associations. I share this slide, though, to show that for many of these outcomes, the coefficients are in the same direction. Not all of them. And also just to remind us all of that smaller sample size, that usually means more noise in the data, harder to find those effects. This slide here then, I'm going to take a minute to walk through this slide. This is for our high school graduation effect. So one important note is that high school graduation, this is from all of the state of Oklahoma. And Oklahoma State Department of Education, rightfully so, takes a lot of time to audit these data. We actually got these data after college enrollment data because of the time and energy and effort it takes to audit the data, to clean the data. And these data were obtained by the Oklahoma State Department of Education. What I also want to say is when we got these data, we cleaned them up a little bit, and we made a few different decisions about how to define high school graduation, particularly 4 decisions. So this very first bar, graduate original OSDE, that actually includes the students who actually were incapacitated or even deceased. So what we did is we actually removed them from the data. They were included as non-graduates. We said, well, they couldn't graduate, so we moved them to missing. And that's that next column there, the graduate modified OSDE. Then there are also a couple other ways to think about graduation, whether you graduate with your 9th grade cohort, so whether or not you enter the 9th grade year, do you graduate on time? And then also with a kindergarten cohort. So if you start kindergarten, are you also graduating on time in the expected number of years? And so what we find is that graduation rates differ by pre-K and Head Start, but association, and there is a marginally significant association between attending pre-K and the first 3 of those graduation definitions. There's a statistically significant association between pre-K attendance and a higher likelihood of graduating on time with your kindergarten cohort, so that very last group. Importantly, that also does kind of include or conflate grade retention. However, it is still looking just at those graduates. And we were impacted by COVID. Again, happy to talk about that as well. But we did look at a couple of different years of high school graduation data because we had so many grade retained students. Couple of quick takeaways. One is that, as you can see, most students graduate from high school. Okay, so that's an important takeaway when we're thinking and contextualizing these, especially the marginal results, right? Most students do graduate from high school. And we also, the marginal effects really we're talking about 2 to 3 percentage point difference for most of these definitions. For the last one, it's about an 8 percentage point difference. So we're not talking about a huge movement. And we also are talking about the marginal effects. So these are, not typically ones that researchers sing from the rooftops if they're statistically marginally significant, but important ones nonetheless that I wanted to mention. Head Start, we do not see any significant associations. So among the Head Start sample, you can see that middle bar is the Head Start, and it's much more close to the control group, which is that lighter bar, compared with that pre-K group, which is that orange one. And again, we dug a little bit into the subgroup differences, much more so for the high school outcomes paper than the graduation one, but happy to share more of those later. And now I will turn it over to Karen.
This is me. All right, I am also presenting new work. In fact, this paper was accepted last week, so we had some great timing with that. It's work with Bill Gormley, and it'll be at the Early Childhood Research Quarterly. So I think that will also be available today at noon as well. And so this is first time kind of presenting these results. A lot of the research that we've talked about this morning has focused a lot on the academic consequences of pre-K. But a lot less has been focused on the civic consequences of pre-K. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. So some recent research, such as Holbein, has been finding that strong early childhood education that emphasizes socio-emotional development can foster greater civic engagement. The early years are critical for importance in shaping children's skills, and children also acquire fundamental political orientations at an early age. And so we expect these orientations to persist over time. So we ask whether a large, high-quality universal pre-K program, such as the one in Tulsa, Oklahoma, has any long-term consequences for voter registration and whether or not these pre-K students are going to vote at higher rates. We consider the possibility that early childhood education strengthens cognitive and socio-emotional skills that facilitate civic engagement. Based on previous research of positive pre-K effects, we identify potential paths which we think pre-K might increase voting. We focus on 2 non-cognitive, stuff that Shirley presented earlier, and 1 cognitive. These measures were taken at kindergarten, and they involve the self-regulation, and that is from the Instrumental Competence Scale for Young Children. There were 4 questions asking self-regulation, so look at that as one potential path. And then the timid factor that Shirley presented on from the APSE scale, as well as a aggregate Woodcock-Johnson to look to see, okay, if we see these increases in these skills, then do we also see that these students are voting at higher rates as well? So according to the primacy principle and theories of human capital, early childhood education has the potential to shape attitudes and behaviors later in life. If correct, these theories suggest that early childhood education could help develop these skills necessary for voting. We've heard a lot about self-regulation, and so we might expect if these students are learning how to do complicated processes, which registering to vote and actually voting is a multi-step process that you have to be aware of a lot of information to actually be able to do. So we're really interested to see, do we see these effects outside of academics? So what we did was we used the same cohort that everyone's been talking about, this later cohort of these 4,000 students. We used a similar database where we relied on data from Tulsa, the surrounding districts, the State Department of Education. We also used college enrollment data to look to see if students were still inside the state of Oklahoma but had been outside of the TPS system for a while. And we were able to track down around 2,800 students. We then obtained publicly available voter registration files, subset those to the cohorts matched on birth dates. So we looked at those that were born between this age and then matched it to our sample. And so we were able to then look to see, are these students showing up in our registration files, and then are they actually going out and voting? We looked for 2 years after a student turned 18 to identify those that registered or voted during this time period. so we gave a kind of a longer window for the potential to register to vote. We focused on two main dependent variables, one registering to vote and the other, did they actually go out and vote? Now these two are correlated, so obviously you have to register to vote in order to vote, but only about 65% of people that register to vote actually go out and vote. We use a very similar method that everyone has described so far, the propensity score weighting, where we try to create these similar subgroups along the same set of covariates that others have described. And then we run separate models for these. So I'm gonna, whoops, wrong way. So here's kind of our path and thinking that we have lots of factors that go into whether or not you attend pre-K, and we try to model those. That attending pre-K has these benefits, self-regulation, as well as higher academic scores, and then we think that that later down the road is going to matter in terms of voting. This is just showing what was found in some earlier studies, that attending pre-K does have these expected effects, and this is replicating with our sample just to make sure that we were finding these, that self-regulation for those attending pre-K is higher. So that's that top row, that showing that as a dependent variable. Timidity is lower, and Woodcock-Johnson scores are higher. Again, those are all statistically significant, that attending pre-K has these effects. So then what we did was we looked at, whoops. Oh, it started over, sorry. At least there's only 4 slides. Okay, so then we looked at registering to vote. And so again, these are the coefficients on attending pre-K, and we're looking to see if it's positive and statistically significant. And we find a modest effect. So attending pre-K increases your likelihood of registering to vote by 4.5 percentage points, as well as it also increases your likelihood to actually go out and vote by around 4.5 percentage points. So if you're looking at kind of like the baseline comparisons, the mean respondents for non-pre-K is around 35.5 points are registered to vote. But if we're looking at the actual pre-K attendance, that then jumps to around 40.5 points. In terms of actually voting, 21.9% of those that did not attend pre-K are not voting. Attending pre-K increases that number to around 26.5 percentage points, or 26.5%. So we are seeing these positive effects outside of academics. And we really think that self-regulation also plays a big role here because it helps in these like multi-step processes that students need in the beyond school as well. So I will now turn this over to Bill. I'm happy to talk about this more later time.
When parents of young children think about their child's future, a fervent hope typically is that they will someday go to college. Studies show that students with a BA degree earn twice as much as other students. Students with an associate's degree earn 1.5 times as much. College attendance itself is associated with other positive effects. You can move to the next slide. Pardon me? Oh, I moved to the next slide. There we go. Sorry about that. So, does pre-K boost college enrollment? There are studies that seek to answer this question, but few contemporary studies look at a large number of students over time. Pessimists point to fade-out effects that could gradually erase learning gains. Optimists argue that learning begets learning, skill begets skill. What do we find in Tulsa? Using our standard database and data from the National Student Clearinghouse, we were able to estimate the effects of TPS pre-K and CAP Head Start on college enrollment generally, and then separately on 2-year college enrollment and 4-year college enrollment. Despite the passage of time, we were able to address this question without the usual concerns of sample attrition, because we are now using national data rather than state and local data. For all intents and purposes, our sample for this question is actually our full original sample of 4,033 students. If you look just at the descriptive statistics without any controls, you see reasons for encouragement. TPS pre-K students are 11 percentage points ahead of their peers in college enrollment, and CAP Head Start students are 4 percentage points ahead of their peers in college enrollment. But what happens when we apply propensity score weighting and multiple imputation to estimate the effects of these early childhood education programs? If you take a binomial logit regression approach with controls for lots of demographic variables, you find a 12.1 percentage point boost in college enrollment for TPS pre-K and a 7.5 percentage point boost in college enrollment for CAP Head Start. The Tulsa Public Schools estimate is statistically significant. The CAP Head Start estimate, based on a smaller sample, is marginally significant. TPS pre-K boosts both 2-year college enrollment and 4-year college enrollment. CAP Head Start boosts 4-year college enrollment. If we look at subgroups, TPS pre-K has statistically significant positive effects for Blacks, whites, Latinos, and Native Americans. CAP Head Start has statistically significant positive effects for Blacks and Native Americans. To place these findings in perspective, let's compare Tulsa's early childhood education program effects with those of some other distal policy interventions or interventions that occurred some years ago. If we do that, we see that the effects of TPS pre-K are somewhat bigger than the effects of Boston's universal pre-K program as reported by Guthrie Gray Loeb about a year ago. For further perspective, let's compare Tulsa's early childhood education program effects with those of some proximal interventions or interventions that occur just prior to college entry. If we do so, we see that the effects of TPS pre-K are not quite as big as effects of the Kalamazoo Promise program, which Tim Bartik and Brad Hirschbein have studied. That program provides free college tuition to any public college or university in the state of Michigan to Kalamazoo high school graduates. Tulsa pre-K effects are bigger than programs that offer free community college tuition in Pittsburgh and in Knoxville, and they are approximately equal to those of programs that make it easy for students to complete their college aid application forms. In short, Tulsa's pre-K program looks very impressive when compared to other distal interventions, respectable or very respectable when compared to well-studied proximal interventions that make college entry easier just as students are leaving high school. In conclusion, Tulsa's early childhood education program significantly changed children's lives for the better in the long run by increasing the likelihood that they will enroll in college. How big is a boost of 12 percentage points in the likelihood of college enrollment? Given the baseline of about 33%, that's a boost of about 1/3. That's a substantial improvement to be celebrated, to be replicated, and to be emulated.
Well, this is also a new working paper, and I want to note at the start that this is joint work. It's joint work along with Bill and Sarah here up in the panel, and also Douglas Hummel-Price and James Fuller. And so the purpose of this new study, which is going to be released, I think it's being released at noon or 11:50 or who knows. Maybe it's on there now. I mean, it depends on the computer people, what they do. is to use the estimated effects from two of the papers you just saw by Sarah and Bill that just presented that looks at effects on high school graduation rates and college attendance. And then to use that to do what I would call a partial benefit cost analysis of Tulsa pre-K. It's a partial because all it looks at is earnings benefits. I'm an economist, but I don't think that only money matters. And obviously things like voter registration and voting and civic behavior and many other things could be benefits of Tulsa pre-K. But surely earnings benefits are important. And that's what this tries to project based on these educational attainment effects from these two prior papers. The bottom line is that under any reasonable projection of likely earnings benefits, the earnings benefits are a lot greater than pre-K's cost. So, brief description of the methodology. We take the estimates from the prior paper by Sarah and others on how Tulsa pre-K affects high school graduation. The effects there aren't as large and they're marginally statistically significant, but they are there. We take the estimates from the paper that Bill just presented on the effects of Tulsa pre-K on college attendance. We then use American Community Survey data on annual earnings in the Tulsa metro area by single year of age and by different educational attainment. We take that and we project, we first of all adjust for inflation. We adjust everything to 2021 national US dollars. And we essentially use this to project earnings of this cohort who entered Tulsa pre-K, entered Tulsa kindergarten rather in the fall of 2006, to project what their earnings will be essentially for the next 60 years. And in doing that calculation, you have to adjust both for mortality rates by age, and you also have to adjust for the fact that earnings are going to grow in the US economy over time over the next 60 years. So we adjust for that. Then the key assumption, the most crucial assumption, is as of right now, we have a very long-term results here. We know something about college attendance. We don't know yet exactly how this will translate into effects on associate degree completion or bachelor degrees or higher completion. So, three assumptions are used. One is what I'll call ultra-conservative, which even though there are these huge effects on college attendance, we assume has zero effects on either getting an associate's degree or a bachelor's degree. And I would consider that ultra-conservative because that seems very unlikely. An optimistic assumption is that the percentage of college attendees who end up getting an associate's or bachelor's degree is equal to what we observe to be the common pattern in Tulsa for those in their late 20s, which is roughly 40% or so don't get a degree, a little bit more than 40% get a BA, and about 14% get an associate's degree. And then we have a moderately conservative assumption that is just halfway in between these two. Now, I should note that the optimistic assumption, you might think that's an upper bound. You might say, well, gee, these students are more disadvantaged, the ones you're encouraging to go to college and succeeding. You know, surely their degree completion will be less than the norm. But that's not necessarily the case. You need to account for two things as to why it's not an upper bound. One is that there could be students that Tulsa pre-K made no difference to their probability of attending college, but it could, due to these effects we've noted on grit, on these various soft skills, whatever they are, could have resulted in greater persistence in going on to get a degree. So it could be that there are effects even greater than you would expect based on the norm in Tulsa. And the other thing to note is we're looking at earnings effects, and we're projecting them totally based on educational attainment. Well, we know from other studies that numerous preschool programs have had effects on employment rates and earnings that are greater than what you'd expect based on educational attainment. For example, by reducing crime. And I would basically argue that the optimistic is not an upper bound. In fact, I would say moderately conservative assumption is probably a lower bound for what we'd expect to see the effects. So what do we get? if we look at the present value of lifetime earnings due to Tulsa preschool, based on these educational effects, the ultra-conservative assumption is we'd get a little under 12,000. The optimistic is a little over 39,000. And the in-between assumption, what I'm calling moderate conservative, is between 25 and 26,000. Average preschool cost, if we adjust them to today's dollars, a little under $10,000. So the benefit cost ratio, just looking at earnings benefits, is somewhere between 1.23 and 4.08. I would say a lower bound is 2.65, an upper bound would be somewhere beyond 4. So Tulsa Pre-K probably has earnings benefits at least 2.5 times its cost, and they could be as greater than 4 times the cost. Now, what we need to do is keep on pursuing this and see what actually happens to college graduation rates, and for that matter, what actually happens to earnings rates, because it could very well be that the earnings effects of Tulsa Preschool are higher than we'd predict based on its effects on educational attainment. Of course, to do that, we need further research, so I encourage all the researchers involved with this to continue pursuing these poor people in the cohort who entered kindergarten in the fall of 2006. Let's keep on following them for the rest of their lives and see what happens to them. Because I think we are continuing to get very interesting results from this. We need to keep on with the research studies. Thank you.
So I think we're ready to transition to our Q&A. We have a little less time, I think, than we'd hoped because of our technical difficulties. But I thought we would start with one in the room. Does anyone have a question that they'd like to address to the panel? In the back.
Do you think that low-income family, they might teach their kids to be more resilient or so since a very young age? And do you think that will also have an impact on their graduation or even economic income rates?
I don't know if that's directed to me or anyone else. I mean, are you saying you think it would be lower or higher? Well, it's hard to know. I mean, I guess you could get different results from different groups coming in earnings groups. I think from looking at studies, actually studies I've done of looking at how the return to college varies with education, the results in Tulsa are very similar to what you'd expect for how low families from low-income backgrounds, what returns they would get to college. Now, as I said, I mean, again, we're doing projections here, projections for the next 60 years. We would like to get some earnings data at least through the late 20s and early 30s, I would say, to see if the results hold up and are they greater or lesser in magnitude. I think it would take some really, as I said, I think that very conservative assumptions, clearly the benefits outweigh the cost.
Do we have questions from This question is from Martha Zaslow. Hi, virtually, Marty. That's exciting. Why do the effects on self-regulation, which appear to be so important for long-term effects, emerge after rather than during pre-K?
Well, I would say they do emerge, at least in our study, immediately after. In Anna Johnson's seed study, it took a while for them to be detected, but they emerged quite strikingly in 3rd grade. I think one short answer to Marty's question might be that we probably need to improve our measures of self-regulation. And if we were to do so, if we had a more exquisite set of indicators for self-regulation, we might be able to detect these trends even earlier.
Might I just follow up with a question to tie that question, which I think was maybe a little bit more relevant to the previous panel, to this one, which is, is there literature, or is there reason to believe that the self-regulation impacts that
Anna is seeing in her SEED study are more or less relevant than cognitive impacts that might be measured by the SAT or ACT, for example, in high school graduation and college enrollment.
I'm inclined to say that cognitive effects continue to be really, really important. But one of the lessons that we've learned, I think, over many years of research is that one cannot simply conflate cognitive effects with standardized test score outcomes. So if you take a broader view, a wide-angle lens to understand the fuller range of cognitive effects, I think those cognitive effects are likely very important indeed.
I know for the high school paper, we definitely scratched our heads to try to think through what the diverse set of results. It wasn't totally coherent. We had attendance, we had honors course taking, we had less grade retention and less course failure. Those things, it's kind of a combination of skills that it takes you to do those types of things. And attendance, and I often call those kind of more of behavioral, it takes a lot of behavioral skills, different behavioral types of engagement in school. Mm-hmm. So I'll definitely agree that cognitive self-regulation are critical, but it also seems to be that there are different ways of engaging with school and with engaging with the course material. So yeah, what we saw, not necessarily the high school graduation, although yes, that's an accumulation of over a decade of behaviors. Mm-hmm. So it is really a lot of skills that I believe in diverse set of learnings and behaviors in addition to self-regulation and some cognitive skills that lead us to what we found in the high school paper, because it wasn't test scores, it wasn't GPA that we saw, it was really kind of some different indicators of behavioral engagement in school.
We have another question from the audience here.
Hi, my name's Andrew. I'm a McCourt student. I just have two questions actually for all or any of our esteemed panelists. So the first is, policymakers often have different goals. So of these findings, which goals, which policy outcomes does pre-K seem most helpful for, right? If we're trying to decide, we want to encourage college enrollment, we want to improve fewer students failing classes, right? How do we tell when pre-K is a better tool compared to other kinds of policies? And then secondly, related to that, in a perfect world, we'd love to just lavish all the resources we could on this. But if I have limited resources as a policymaker, I know that a couple of our later panels talked about how this compares as well or even better to later stage interventions like headed to college programs, high school programs. Can we start comparing this apples to apples? If I'm a policymaker and I have an X amount of dollars to spend and I need to decide based on my policy outcome which is going to be the better route to get that outcome, can we start saying that pre-K is a better choice than spending scarce dollars on, say, a high school program or a later in life program for a certain policy goal?
Well, on the second question, I would say we tried to make some comparisons between Tulsa's universal pre-K program and some distal interventions and even some proximal interventions. So if you're a policymaker trying to make some decisions, you can look at that lineup and see what the effect size is, and that's a good starting point. So I'll leave it at that.
I guess I would say, there's been an attempt to do that I think there's a whole web page you can find that Nat Hendren at Harvard did on the marginal, I think what he calls the marginal benefit of public funds or marginal value of public funds, where he looks at hundreds and hundreds of studies, including, I think Tulsa pre-K's in there. I know the Kalamazoo Promise is in there, looking at healthcare interventions. He's looking at later in life adult job training, looking at all kinds of interventions at all stages of the life cycle. I mean, my own view is that one advantage of pre-K is that it's something we know how to do. And it's very straightforward. I think sometimes when you get the later interventions, and I wouldn't say the Kalamazoo Promise is quite in that category, but when you get, for example, with adult job training, it's pretty clear that in order to do adult job training right, you have to be highly selective in which trainees you target for the training and how you orient the training. It has to be very, very selective. And on the other hand, I think you can just do preschool. Just do universal preschool, run it in a high quality. I mean, maybe we don't know from class exactly what to do, but pay the teachers reasonably well, have low teacher turnover, train them, and it works. And we know how to do it. Whereas job training is a lot trickier. It needs to be much more selectively targeted.
I'll just add, this is nothing, I will say, that any of our research looked at, but I do want to bring this up because what is pre-K geared for? I would say, and I am not a pre-K educator, I'm not a pre-K administrator, but I bet my colleagues in the room would say that you want to provide an opportunity for learning how to go to school in the 4-year-old year, right? You're learning how to get along with peers, you're learning how you're getting some skills, as we saw, you're getting some self-regulation. So I think that when we think about putting kids in pre-K, it's not about that they're going to graduate, going to be more likely to graduate from high school and college. It's been incredible what we've been able to do in these studies and what we've been able to find. But I would say that when most people think about what they want to do, it's that. I also will say that what a lot of other research, especially what Head Start shows, that again, we haven't looked at this, although Anna, I don't know if you have, is just what parents are able to do when their kids are actually in a free day-long experience during the school year. That it's something you don't have to pay for. It's something that takes that economic stress. With Head Start, you also have these wraparound services and supports. My colleagues at Child Trends last week came out with this incredible report that looked at the decline in child poverty over the past 25 years. One thing they did not look at is actually the expansion of pre-K within that time period because it wasn't in their list of policies to look at. However, we also have to acknowledge that in that same time period, pre-K has expanded. And it has meant that parents are able to, a lot of parents, I won't say all, but a lot of parents are able to put their kids into these academically oriented programs and spaces for their 4-year-olds that they then don't have to worry about finding, that they don't have to pay for. Most people in this room have had to look for childcare, and it is a nightmare. And so the fact that the stress that it takes, the money it takes, that there's a lot of those other kind of secondary benefits that we haven't even touched on today that are really, really critical when we think about also why preschool matters. So I just wanted to add that as well, to add that thread to this conversation that hasn't been as highlighted. Yeah.
And I might take one quick liberty as moderator to also highlight that although I understand the inclination of policymakers with constrained resources to look for what is the most effective, that similar to the comments that Anna made around inoculation with preschool again, that I would just caution against the idea that just doing the pre-K program was all that Tulsa did to help move children along the pipeline through success in school and in life. And so it's not always an either or, but sometimes it's a both and that's not easy for policymakers to hear, but I think important. So I think we have time for one more question.
And one thing, I think also these things are complementary. So Rutger Johnson, for example, at Berkeley has great research showing that the return to Head Start goes up with higher spending K-12, and the return to higher spending K-12 goes up with Head Start. So I think sometimes you need to reckon that, if we do a number of worthwhile interventions together, that the whole is more than the sum of the parts.
Thank you. I think we might have time for one more question. I don't think we have any more from the virtual, so one more question in the audience.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name's Laura Cronin. I was actually part of the initial team that landed on Tulsa with Dr. Gormley way back in 2001 or 2002. Hi. Quick question, given the strong findings with self-regulation and the now known pediatric mental health crisis in the country, has there been any ideas about perhaps framing this or mining the data for trying to frame it as sort of an early mental health intervention as well, given the importance of self-regulation to mental health?
I would say our study, I don't think we have the data for it. And I would just leave it at that. We don't have the data to look at that. I don't know, Anna and Deborah, if your study does. I think you have a lot more data to be able to look at that.
Okay. I guess that's our last question. We'll go ahead and wrap up. I don't know if there's announcements to be made about lunch.
Yes, I get to announce lunch. Those of you who are here in the auditorium, you want to march up to Copley Hall, and be sure if you're from out of town that you hold on to the coattail of someone who is from Georgetown so that you don't get lost. And for those of you who are joining us virtually, I hope that you will return at 1 o'clock Eastern Time for a lively conversation with Governor Jared Polis about Colorado's new universal pre-K program. Thank you very much.
Greetings, everybody.
Hi, Governor. Thank you so much for being here.
A pleasure.
We're just getting you all set up on our end in the room, and then we'll get started here in a minute.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I think you might be muted,
No, can you hear me? I shouldn't be muted.
or maybe my computer is muted, or it's a very loud room over here.
I'm very loud.
Oh, there we go. There we go. I can hear you. Perfect. Great. You should see our feed come through as well from the room.
Hi, everybody. Looking forward to getting started. Hi, everybody.
So you should be grateful to our staff for that executive decision. Earlier this year, Colorado became the 8th state in the United States to have universal pre-K. A key promoter of universal pre-K has been Governor Jared Polis. Colorado's universal pre-K program has two unusual features. First, it has a dedicated funding stream, a nicotine tax, approved overwhelmingly by Colorado voters in 2020. Second, the Colorado General Assembly, with Governor Polis's strong support, has also established a Department of Early Childhood, which in principle could help to integrate Colorado's child care and pre-K services into one seamless system. Governor Polis has been a strong champion of early childhood education and, more broadly, the needs of children and working families for many years. In addition to universal pre-K, he secured legislative passage of full-day kindergarten throughout the state. Before becoming governor of Colorado 4 years ago, Jared Polis served as a member of Congress for 10 years, where he supported Dreamers legislation, education reform, and affordable housing, among other initiatives. He also served for 6 years on the Colorado Board of Education, where he fought vigorously for higher teacher pay and smaller class sizes. He established a handful of charter schools and actually served as the superintendent of one of them. Prior to all of this, Jared Polis was an enormously successful businessman who founded highly profitable internet companies and a flower delivery service that some of you may actually have used on Valentine's Day. To learn more about Colorado's Universal Pre-K initiative, we're delighted that E.J. Dionne will be leading a conversation on this subject. E.J. is a columnist for the Washington Post, a resident fellow at Brookings, and a professor of public policy at the McCourt School, where he teaches a popular course on the media and politics. EJ has written outstanding books on American politics, on religion and politics, and most recently on the need for election reform. At the Washington Post, EJ writes mainly about national politics. Before settling in Washington, D.C., and before focusing on national politics, EJ covered the Vatican, and he also had a hardship assignment in Paris. As a young reporter, however, he cut his teeth on state and local politics. So, EJ is returning to familiar turf. We are deeply grateful that Governor Polis could join us today, and we also greatly appreciate EJ's willingness to lead a conversation with the governor. Governor Polis, welcome to Georgetown, and EJ, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, and thanks for that kind introduction. My wife likes to say, there were the Paris years and the Rome years, and I got the Washington years. But a dear friend of mine got me off the hook when he said you could have gotten the Albany years. But that was very kind, and a real honor to have you here, Governor Polis. Before we begin, I just want to shout out my friend, colleague, and a wonderful human being, Bill Gormley. And at McCourt School and all schools of public policy, we claim that good research can lead to good policy, which can then be studied to create better policy. And there are a few areas where this is truer than in Bill's work and the work of many people in this room on pre-K and early childhood development. So I really want to salute my friend Bill, all friends of children in this room, and let us all shout out Tulsa, because there are a lot of people here from Tulsa, and I learned that football was the key to the Tulsa program, but we will leave that for another day. Governor Polis, it's really great to see you. I saw you back when you were here, and I promised your staff I would not ask you, do you have any interest in running for president? So I won't ask that today. We're here to talk about your pre-K program and the extraordinary breakthroughs in Colorado. And so I'd like the first question just to be, how did you do this? How did the voters do this? What was the rationale? Who opposed it and why? It was really a 2-to-1 victory at a referendum, which doesn't happen in our politics very often. And you saw it all the way through to the end. So if you could tell us how you did this. And last point on the first question, where I think I'd love you to end, you've said this should be a model for the country. So I'd love you to say, how do we learn, we the rest of us in America, learn from what you have done in Colorado? And again, it's a real honor to be with you.
It's a pleasure to be with you as well. No, I don't miss being in Washington, D.C. I'm thrilled to be here in beautiful Colorado. So look, I ran for governor with the goal of full-day preschool or full-day kindergarten and universal preschool. We only had half-day kindergarten in Colorado. Parents had to pay $400 or $500 a month for a full day. Preschool, like in many states, it was a combination of if you're wealthy, you pay for it. If you're very low income, you get it, but it left out most folks in the middle who couldn't afford it and didn't get it free. We know the importance, and I know you're highlighting today from the Tulsa study, joining many others, the benefits of strong early childhood education. And so I wanted to make preschool universal for every family, not only for the kids first and foremost, also for the workforce benefit, for the saving parents money on childcare, empowering a second parent or single mom to return to the workforce sooner. So we brought that initiative forward. And in this day and age, when people seem so divided, the fact that it won in red counties and blue counties, in rural and urban Colorado, more than 2/3 of the vote, 67.8% of the voters said, you know what, kids ought to be able to go to preschool. So I'm glad that we can come together around something these days around our kids. And we're very excited to roll this out fall of next school year, fall of 23. We will have locally administered universal preschool across Colorado, encompassing both community providers and school districts. It's up to the parents.
Now, as you know, Governor, there's a big debate always about whether programs should be targeted or universal. Could you talk about why you thought it was important to make this universal?
Yeah, so it's important because one of the top issues, in addition to the child development piece, which we are, of course, are going to talk about more, is simply saving parents money. This saves families of young kids $4,700 a year. And whether you make $80,000 or $300,000, that's a big deal because costs have gone up with mortgage rates increasing, housing costs in Colorado, gas at the pump. And that universality also helps support mixing of people from different walks of society. And I would add that we still have robust funding for additional preschool for low income and those who can't afford it, more hours that they benefit from. Some parents will want more hours too and are able to pay for it. But to have that basic universal preschool program in place for everybody, just as we do the promise of public education across our K through 12 system, now we really look at it as our P through 12 system here in Colorado.
The program provides for 10 hours per week. The Tulsa experiment, as you know, is 35 hours. Why 10 and not more? And what are the benefits that kids get out of 10? And how do you build on that?
Yeah, that's a floor, not a ceiling. We're expecting in most parts of our state, it'll be a full half day of preschool. There will be some, we're hoping that nobody is below 12 hours. As you said, the statute can go down to 10. Hopefully that won't be the case anywhere or hardly anywhere. We're obviously trying to stretch the most value we can get from these dollars. And we want to find real solutions to get to half day for people. I'm confident that with this funding source, at least in most parts of our state, we will be able to get to half day and build from that base of 12 hours.
Now, one of the many interesting things about the program in Colorado is that you don't just do it through public schools, although you obviously build on that. You use all kinds of other means for this. Could you talk about that? Because it does seem that this can be a way to finance a broader childcare network if you work these two things together properly.
That's absolutely correct. And so two pieces on that. School districts are expected to be and likely will be the largest preschool provider. You know, whether they're 60% or 80%, I will know after we implement this, but they're going to be large. Many of them are excited. They built their early childhood space. They're ready to do it. But we also wanted to pull in those birth to 4, birth to 5 providers to have that robust funding in place for their 4-year-olds. Some might even go on and run kindergarten classrooms. Really helps establish stability because we have, like in our state and many states, childcare deserts where it's hard for parents to access it, hard to afford it. This can be part of that solution. We center preparing children for success, closing the achievement gap, preventing it from arising in the first place. But it's also about making sure we have a robust childcare and community provider sector. And the way we're implementing universal preschool will help rather than hurt this very important sector for our state.
Yeah, in a lot of parts of the country, they're having all kinds of shortages of teacher shortages, for example. What are you looking at for staffing on this? It's a new program coming in at a moment. Your unemployment rate, I'm sure you brag about it, is quite low in Colorado. Tell us about how you're going to make that work.
We do like to brag about having one of the lower unemployment rates in the nation.
So that was a gift to you, Governor. I thought you could. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But it does make recruiting and retention difficult. So one thing that we've done is on sort of the pipeline to talent. In several sectors, we've made it free at community college to go. So we've done it for healthcare fields and for early childhood education professionals. So if somebody wants to become an early childhood educator, it won't cost them any money out of pocket. If they want to become a nurse assistant, EMT, same thing. We're using American Rescue Act funds for that the last 2 years, but we think that that'll give a jolt, an improvement to the pipeline. The other thing is with these funds, we can, and it's obviously locally administered, but they'll be able to, it's a robust funding source, $4,700 per kid, preschool. Because of the robust funding, they'll be able to, at preschools, compensate educators better. So we fully expect that the package will be closer to what it is on the K-12 side for teachers. Certainly, we all know not enough. We need to pay teachers better, but it'll be competitive with that K-12 side as opposed to the traditional very low hourly that, for instance, childcare workers might get. So it's an upgraded professionalism, upgraded ability to deliver the social, emotional, and academic preparation that preschoolers need. And then we're also helping more people enter that pipeline by removing the economic barriers of tuition and fees.
Now, I know you don't want to come here, but let me bring you back to Washington for a second, at least virtually. Efforts to expand both pre-K and childcare were part of Build Back Better that didn't pass. What's your view of, number one, what the rest of the country can learn from what you're up to, but B, what Washington's role could and should be in this area?
Yeah, I would love to.
Yeah.
I would love to see the federal government step up and do more in early childhood. It's a strong investment, more than pays itself back over time. I think once it got into that reconciliation discussion, in some ways it got more controversial. They should have found a way to go for the 60 votes or 70 votes for preschool. I mean, if it can pass in a purple state like Colorado with 67.8% of the vote, there ought to be a package that gets 65 or 70 votes in the U.S. Senate. So I would encourage senators from both sides of the aisle to work on this kind of important investment, which again is really a 2 for a 3 for here. Number one, it's about preventing the achievement gap from arising before it's created. Number two, it's about workforce today. Workforce today, workforce today, workforce today. It's about meeting and helping to meet some of those labor challenges that we face to power the private sector for success. That's why in our initiative here, we had broad industry support, broad private sector support, many companies stepping up and saying this is important for Colorado's competitive landscape. I think you'd also get a lot of companies stepping up and say this is important for America's competitive landscape.
On the politics of this, the long-term benefits, the studies that Bill has been presenting at this conference are clear 10, 20 years out. Unfortunately, people voting on legislation don't always fully think in 20-year increments. They tend to have to think in 2- and 4-year increments, i.e. to the next election. There are advantages to this immediately to families, obviously, in care for their own children. Can you talk about the politics of this? And I'd be particularly interested in how I could see getting Republican support from the voters because they're parents too, but sometimes there's a disconnect between what voters want and what politicians in a partisan environment do. You've run into that occasionally. How did this come off? So I'd love you to talk about short-term versus long-term and how the politics of it worked out.
Well, first of all, what sort of drives us from a long-term policy perspective and as a policy wonk is that, yes, this has tremendous results over time. I mean, the best investment you can make, for instance, in improving your high school graduation rate is to make sure that kids are well prepared for school with high quality preschool and kindergarten, and then, wait 12 years. Also better life outcomes, lower adjudication rate, incarceration rate, higher earnings, higher taxes paid over time. That certainly drives the long term. In the short term, I think one of the appeals to the business community to many Republicans is the workforce benefit today. This frees up a second parent, empowers a second parent to return to the workforce earlier if they choose, helps a single mom struggling to get by to be able to work or hold down 2 jobs to take responsibility for providing their kids a better life. So it really is a critical part of what we need to do to really have a more prosperous nation, to further our economic growth, address learning gaps, and again, saving money over time by reducing a lot of the costs and increasing the earning potential of children who get a strong start from the very first years.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Governor, but I think you're the only state that is establishing a Department of Early Childhood. Maybe you don't want to correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but why are you doing that? That's an extraordinary initiative, and obviously it says how important this is to you. What are the benefits of this long term, of creating a department dedicated to this proposition? I'm afraid we're going to lose Bill Gormley to Colorado in this.
Well, I wish I could take credit as the first state. I don't think we're the first. We're one of the early states to do this. I think we're 7th or 8th. This is a how we manage it thing. So we didn't want to manage it through the conventional school system. We didn't want to manage it through, our human services. States have that department. Early childhood deserves its own focus. It has different constituents, different providers, different needs, a lot of bipartisan support. Another thing Republicans like is the idea of streamlining bureaucracy and reducing a single point of entry for parents, making it easier for providers, reducing paperwork rather than all these programs having one universal preschool program administered by a Department of Early Childhood rather than having to talk to your school district about this and a different state department about that. So we want in Colorado, and I'd love for America to be, the best in the world for birth to 5. And we, in Colorado, under my governorship, our goal has been to move from laggard to leader in this space. And along with the funding, the procedural reforms and the streamlining through the Department of Early Childhood has also been a big part of our plan to successfully prepare all kids for success.
How are you going to link, again, the Tulsa research shows that if you get the link right between the pre-K with improvements in K through 12, you can actually increase the benefit at the back end that you're trying to create. What kind of ideas do you have on how to link this better to the K to 12 system?
Well, we're doing a lot. Kindergarten mostly delivered through school districts, as I indicated, probably somewhere between 60 and 80% of preschool will, but also for the preschool kids that aren't. It's really important to begin the early identification and address the learning needs of IDEA students, of special learning needs students. Districts do that. If the kid's in a private provider, they might see a district specialist. But when you can address a lot of the IEP needs or the IDEA needs, those are acronyms, but for folks out there, these are kids with specialized learning plans, special ed. Also, there's great success for identifying them earlier. So what that means is more kids in preschool, the kids who needed establishing ties with their school district on the special ed side earlier, much better results for learning disabilities, to be able to address them early and hopefully have them exit special ed at some point in their early years because they're able to fully address those learning needs.
Now, as you know, people hate the term regulation, and yet making these programs work requires standards, requires making sure that people are actually delivering what they say they're delivering. And the interesting thing about your program is, since you don't just go through the public schools, you have a variety of providers. This is going to take a lot of work to ensure quality. Can you talk about sort of how you are looking to sort of have uniform high quality in these programs as best you can?
Yeah, so first of all, we tried to set up what we believe is a proper role for the state. So they're locally administered, but the state, if you will, accredits and empowers their administrators. So in most counties, it's early childhood councils. It can be the county itself. And they are accountable for how they deliver preschool and early childhood. The state holds them accountable for high quality. And we have our very clear metrics around the quality that however they choose to administer and whatever providers they need to use, the minimum bar, so that A, parents know their kids are getting a good preschool experience, and B, that as a state we benefit from the funding that's going in, and the kids are better prepared for school success and beyond.
Are you going to have, how is this going to work Colorado's an extraordinary state. It includes so many different kinds of communities, urban, rural, very conservative, very progressive, very sparsely populated parts of the state. Talk about the relationship between what's going to happen in big cities or bigger cities versus what's going to happen in rural areas.
We have, so for instance, Denver, our biggest city, they're ahead in early childhood. Their own voters passed something. This stacks with other local funding. So in Denver, it's already, we assume this will be the case. We have to see the application, but it should be half day for everybody and, full day for low income or people who want it because they have their own local administrative unit and funding. This makes an even bigger difference for rural Colorado, where often it's the question of will they even have a birth to 4 provider, a birth to 5 provider in town. The viability itself is an issue. In urban areas, we talk about empowering parents with choice. In rural areas, we talk about having a choice. And if you want rural Colorado to be dynamic and make sure it's a place where families can settle and raise their families, you have to have a realistic, high-quality childcare solution because parents care deeply about their kids. And we want to make sure that we can drive people to rural Colorado rather than out of rural Colorado by making sure we have that in place.
I was talking to my students in a class yesterday about this event that we were having with you, and I mentioned this at the beginning of our chat. Research, it's not always the case that research in public policy makes a difference. I'd like to believe it always does, but sometimes people don't want to look at the research. This seems to be an area where The news about pre-K and really has penetrated the larger public. Can you talk about, and maybe to give advice to people who are doing research in this area, how to make a difference in the public conversation where it gets to politicians, it gets to voters. People instinctively want their kids to do well, but to learn that a particular investment actually can make a difference is a big deal. Can you sort of talk to them how they can make this effective in the public sphere?
And this is very important because preschool, obviously, it's optional for Colorado parents. Educating Colorado parents about the benefit to their kids from preschool is a key piece of success. And some kids might have the luxury of a stay-at-home parent who is a teacher and is fully equipped to prepare that experience at home, but many do not. And so really making sure that we lead with data and show parents that the best way that they can set their kid up for success is high quality early childhood education is absolutely part of our overall plan to really empower the parents with the tools they need to maximize their own child's chance of success.
Last question. I think we're close to out of time here. And again, thanks for joining us. It's really great to be with you. President Biden calls you up and says, Governor, you sold this thing in Colorado. We didn't get there the last time here. I really want to do this nationwide. How do I sell this to my Republican friends, as he would probably say still, although it's getting harder for him? How do I sell this to the Congress? What do you tell them? How do you go out there and encourage people to say, yeah, this is worth doing?
I would say the data for the long-term benefit, the immediate benefit to workforce, the business community support, the support to our overall economic growth, saving people money on necessary expense, and supporting families. I think obviously both parties claim the mantle of supporting families, but it's time to step up and do something for families, not just talk about it, particularly if you're a Republican. And one of the biggest things you can do for families is make sure that kids have a great place to get a great education in their early years, in many ways the most important formative years for kids. And obviously another one is to streamline that so there's less paperwork for parents, less paperwork for providers, less administrative overhead along the way, more money actually reaching the classroom, a selling point with both Democrats and Republicans.
Well, on behalf of CROCUS and all the people here at the McCourt School, on behalf of everybody in the room and all the people online who care passionately about kids, Governor, thanks so much for being with us today. It's really been great.
Thank you. Great pleasure. Take care.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Bob Harbison is a self-described corporate guy, conservative suits, tortoiseshell glasses. He was for many years a senior manager at TWA, and after that, an executive in the oil and gas industry. He was also friends with people on the board of the Tulsa Chamber of Commerce. And one day,
a banker friend of mine that was the incoming president of the chamber brought me up. He said, I want to talk to you about a project we've been working on at the chamber. And he said that it started in 1990. They had put together a little task force to evaluate workforce development issues because they were Tulsa was going through a pretty explosive growth period.
The banker friend explained that local businesses in Tulsa had a problem. They were finding it harder and harder to hire employees with enough skills and abilities to do the job. The chamber had been looking into the reasons for this. Was it colleges and universities not training people properly? High schools?
They kept working back to this notion of children, increasing numbers of children not being ready for school.
This banker friend handed Bob a cardboard box filled with research and reports on early childhood education and said, here, look this over and see what you think we should do.
Working through this cardboard box of materials in a cubicle at the chamber, they and the staff had accumulated literature on the subject, and I became familiar with the Perry preschool study.
And do you remember reading those studies? Like, was that sort of an aha moment where you were reading like these long-term effects of preschool? Was that what do you remember your mindset then as you were reading through?
I tended to frame things in terms of my business experience. It was just sort of automatic.
Harbison said he thought back to his career in the airline industry, where one of the worst things you can do is fly a plane with an empty seat. But a kid who comes to kindergarten too far behind, statistically, that kid might never catch up. He's occupying that seat in first, second, third grade, in middle school and high school, but the seat might as well be empty for all the good it's doing the kid sitting in it. And also, he thought, when you look at the statistics of what happens to a lot of at-risk kids when they get out of school, they end up costing the government a lot of money. They end up incarcerated or on public assistance, bad outcomes for them and for society.
I always thought about if there was a business or a group of businesses and they had agreed to pay for all the outcomes, they would be spending money on prevention.
This cardboard box made a big impression on Bob Harbison, who in his quiet way became something of a crusader for early childhood education, making the case for it to anyone who would listen, including, sometime in the late 1990s, Joe Edens. Now remember, Joe was this legislator. He had this bill trying to close that loophole and keep 4-year-olds out of kindergarten. Bob Harbison started making the case that we don't want fewer 4-year-olds in public school. We want more of them. Here's Joe.
Bob Harbison is, well, you know how smooth Bob Harbison is, isn't he? And you know what I mean? I never knew I was being lobbied, if I was being lobbied. I just thought, boy, this Bob Harbison's telling me the things I need to know, which, incidentally, Bob Harbison was telling the truth. But that was the key, that Bob Harbison found me a willing pupil and taught me all I know about 4-year-olds.
Over the course of several meetings, Bob shared with Joe the contents of that cardboard box, all those studies and research projects demonstrating the importance of early childhood education. And Joe gradually decided that he needed to change his law and make it much bigger.
Good afternoon, everyone. I feel like that was kind of quiet and calming right after lunch, so feel free to get up and stretch if you need to, like an NPR clip right after lunch in the darkness might make you think it's nap time. But even though this is all about pre-K, we are not, in fact, doing nap time. So welcome back to panel session number 4. My name is Sherry Castle, and I'm the Assistant Director for Research at the Early Childhood Education Institute at the University of Oklahoma on the Tulsa campus. So we do a lot of work with many of the early childhood partners in this room represented here, and have also been part of the SEED study going on. So I was just reflecting, listening to Bob Harbison. He was one of the very first people that I crossed paths with as I came back to OU. I was born and raised in Oklahoma, came back as a professional, and he really was a teacher, an advocate, and he would sit down over a paper napkin, over his spreadsheets, and advocate to anyone who would listen how the dollars and cents made sense to go for pre-K. So I'm so excited to see some of these unsung heroes really getting lifted up today. And I think that I just want to give you sort of fair warning that you might take off your statistics hat from this morning. This morning we did a lot of quantitative research findings, and this afternoon you're going to be hearing the story of like how it came to be. I kind of think of it as the way that big P policy gets enacted as little p policy, and then another P of practice, how that shows up in the programs that folks like those who are here on the stage are administering every day and thinking about crucial nuances that we often gloss over as researchers. So I'm excited to be here and listen to our panelists. I'm going to first introduce Jenny Graham, who is the editorial pages editor from the Tulsa World. And then following her will be Karen Kiley, executive director at CAP Tulsa, Head Start program that you've heard so much about this morning, and a lovely partner of ours. Next up will be Dalia Kimbrell, who is the senior director of research and policy at Impact Tulsa. And then finally, Lauren Jinks Jones from the Oklahoma State Department of Education will be speaking, and she is the Executive Director of Early Childhood Education. So I hope you stand up, stretch if you need to, but I think you'll be enthralled and engaged by these exciting tales, like the untold tales of how universal pre-K came to be in Oklahoma.
Yes, I think I'm the only non-educator researcher person here. So I'm more of an observer of this over this time. And people were earlier talking about how they came into contact with early education. And I've been at Tulsa World for 28 years. And when I first started writing about this, when I was a reporter, I was covering Tulsa Public Schools from 1995 to about 2001. I was single, had no kids. And now I've been married 24 years, and my first is in college. So I've been around it quite a bit and seeing it grow. And I was thinking about how it began. And it was sort of this perfect storm of things happening. And I first came across it with a principal at a magnet school, Andy McKenzie, who had helped design the pre-K, or the preschool program, they called it, at the time of TPS. And he and the assistant superintendent at the time, Margaret Erling, who is now a lobbyist, and she had an influential network, and they just sort of started talking to people, giving tours of early education programs and what could be. So in Tulsa, there was this growing movement among business people, but statewide, nothing. There was no movement. It was very stealthy. There was no conversation about it. And I remember telling the Capitol reporters, hey, watch this. Of course, I was a 23-year-old reporter. They were like, kind of blowed me off a little bit, but I started writing about it from the Tulsa angle. And you heard from Bob Harbison, who is certainly influential at the chamber, but he brought along two other gentlemen who were retired executives from public utilities, Martin Fate Jr. and Pete Churchwell. And these three gentlemen were older, retired, not liberal, on the conservative side, but they were bothered by the white flight they were seeing, the growing poverty, the student outcomes, and they all sort of moved in the direction of early childhood. That based on what they knew, which wasn't much at the time, he told you the studies, they were convinced this is the workforce development. And when Bob made it a priority at the chamber, that really changed things, because all of a sudden the business people bought into it. That it was no longer a woman's issue, it was no longer daycare, that this was education. And I remember there were citywide summits where the mayor was there, and they had all types of different, political spectrum represented. And so they sort of brought that along. But at the state level, Representative Edens, who's a funny guy, but he was being approached by rural superintendents saying, we are putting our pre-K and our kindergarten together, and that's not appropriate. So Bob Harbison worked on him, but also the rural superintendents, saying, if you can just, at the time, pre-K student would get half the cost. So if you can just make it full cost, we can make 2 different classrooms. So he started kind of working his rural contacts, and I think he might have underplayed the impact that it would cost, because he's like, oh, it'll be fine. No, there won't be any real big cost involved. So I don't know whether he was underselling that or not, but he got his Senator Penny Williams from Tulsa and Ramona Paul at the State Department of Ed. These 3 sort of worked magic at the state capitol where no one was writing about it. But in Tulsa, it was kind of a different story. But once it passed, then it was kind of funny how then it kind of started exploding and the movement sort of took off. But while it was kind of quiet at the Capitol, what was happening in Tulsa at the time, because that was about universal pre-K. In 1997, Tulsa almost lost its Head Start grant. So it was managed by a different nonprofit and completely mismanaged. Federal government said, we're taking it away. The city comes in and says, well, wait a second, let us take over for a while, we'll find another nonprofit. And then all of a sudden, Stephen Dow appears. And he had taken over the Community Action Project. And you'll meet Stephen in a little bit, and he does nothing under the radar. I don't want to say he might have been distracting from the state, what was going on in the state, but certainly as trying to keep Head Start was big news at the time. But what Stephen brought to the table has been amazing. He had a vision for what Head Start could be, and with bigger than what I think anyone ever envisioned. And he really transformed the targeted early childhood program. And what he brought along were some philanthropists who were interested in poverty intervention. And key to that was George Kaiser. And I still remember the day George Kaiser came into the newsroom with Stephen Dow to talk about why this was important. And Mr. Kaiser brought along other philanthropists to establish EduCare centers, and also ultimately the teacher preparation program at OU Tulsa. And what that did, when you bring in these business people and you bring all this in, is it just really legitimized the industry. It just elevated it professionally, and then all of a sudden data came through to kind of prove that it was sort of worth it. And I will say that one of the things and so that's how we ended up with 2. We ended up with universal pre-K that everyone loves, and even though the Cato Institute and the Heritage Foundation later tried to get lawmakers to pull it back, everyone liked it. Then you had this targeted program that were happening at the same time. And that's sort of how that began. But there were some things I think they'll talk about later, some of the challenges, the consequences we didn't think about, and that was the effect it had on the existing childcare industry, because it certainly did. Existing childcare centers, once they lost their 4-year-olds to public schools, some of them didn't survive, and even now we have challenges of people, it's unaffordable, inaccessible, that people can't afford it. We still have, and it was interesting, and can't wait to write about this, lawmakers still take aim at these programs for fade out. There's still this sort of notion that why are we putting all this in when we're not seeing the payout at the end? So that's something that I think we still have to kind of work on a little bit. Then the other right now in Oklahoma is just teacher pay. That's been brought up a little bit, but we underpay all of our teachers, and we're having a real struggle with that. I know it's a national problem, but in Oklahoma, it is acute. We're just trying to find, I think, breathing humans without criminal backgrounds sometimes to be in our classroom. I mean, it's really bad. So that affects pre-K, though I think pre-K is doing a pretty good job because people who are teaching that tend to want to teach in that. So those are the 3 challenges we found today. So anyway, that's where my background.
All right, good afternoon. As Sherry said, I'm Karen Kiley. I am the Executive Director of CAP Tulsa. I've been with the agency nearly 14 years. It does feel a little bit awkward standing before you and talking about the history and the key features of CAP Tulsa with Stephen Dow present. I feel like he should be doing this. But we work closely together, obviously, to 2019. And then when I took over as executive director, and I had a 6-month honeymoon before I became the pandemic executive director. So I'm really excited to be able to share with you here today key features of CAP Tulsa. You know, we're talking a lot today about Head Start and pre-K. And that is certainly a very important part of what we do at CAP Tulsa. We are an anti-poverty agency. We serve birth through 5. We also have significant early Head Start funding, plus our Oklahoma Early Childhood Program funding. We serve nearly 2,000 children year-round with birth through 5. And we have a 2-generation approach where we're also serving the parents, trying to break the cycle of poverty. That is our mission. So I feel like in all the comparisons, I don't want that piece to get lost about who we are and what we do and why we do it. So I've been asked to talk to you about the key features of our program. Some of them were covered this morning, but I will emphasize that the teachers that we employ, all of our 4-year-old teachers and 3-year-old teachers all have bachelor's degrees. All of our 4-year-old teachers are early childhood certified, not emergency certified, to distinguish between what Ginny was just talking about, legitimately early childhood certified. Many of our 3-year-old teachers are as well, though that's not a requirement. And our teacher assistants are all highly trained as well with the minimum CDA, but with much more training that's provided by CAP Tulsa. All of the salaries that we pay are at parity with the public schools. That was something that Stephen insisted on from the beginning. And we use a similar step scale to remunerate for tenure when a teacher comes in the door. And then we have been able to provide annual increases, something that the public school system hasn't been able to do consistently in the last decade. We do have a contract with Family and Children's Services in Tulsa where we employ social workers who office in our schools. And to the parents, it's seamless. They don't realize that necessarily that they're not our employees. But they assist families with a variety of needs, including housing, employment, education, connecting with public benefits, and navigating emergencies. Specifically during the pandemic, that became a big part of our business, was emergency assistance. We also have behavioral health specialists employed in each school who are infantile behavioral health folks. They assist teachers with children whose behaviors adults find challenging, and also with families and helping to develop strategies for everyone to work together in the best interests of the child. As I mentioned during Q&A earlier, we rigorously use data to inform teacher practice and improve program. We have our own research and innovation team at CAP Tulsa and have had for really since almost the beginning when Stephen assumed control of the nonprofit and founded CAP Tulsa as we know it today. We also have beautiful buildings that are tailored to meet the unique needs of early childhood education. They are purpose-built or were renovated public school buildings. And that was also the brainchild of Stephen and how those were conceived, how the property is held, how it's paid for, and how the buildings are maintained. And it's something that most visitors to our buildings comment on. So I invite any or all of you to visit Tulsa and you can see what I'm talking about. I want to spend just a moment talking about our alignment with Tulsa Public. So 7 of our 10 schools across the metro area are located in the Tulsa Public School District. 5 of those 7 are co-located on land that was provided by Tulsa Public Schools, on which we built the buildings. So that is a key feature of our partnership with the district. The idea being, prior to school choice, that the children would go to our early childhood program and then go next door to the elementary. More or less still works, but not as perfectly as when it was first conceived. I would say we also contract with Tulsa Public for food service and janitorial services, since our schools are co-located and within the district. They are our LEA, so they're providing services for children with special needs, of course. And we have monthly collaboration meetings with Callie Kane, early childhood program leadership there, to discuss coordination of services, joint enrollment efforts, professional development opportunities, shared learnings. And we also partner with TPS to review data on elementary age children who have exited our programs, apart from what Georgetown has been doing, of course, in these studies, to review results for those children who leave CAP Tulsa at age 3 and enter TPS pre-K classrooms, as well as those that leave at age 4. Struggles, I've been asked to talk about the challenges we face today. Broken records, struggle to attract and retain teachers. We are no longer competing for talent solely within the education sector, no surprise. We're now competing with all sectors in the labor market, probably most notably Amazon Distribution Center. That's for the teacher assistants, of course. Higher education funding is so critical to feed the pipeline of new teachers, yet there have been continued cuts in the state of Oklahoma to higher ed. I believe education as a calling is a persistent message rooted deeply in our national psyche, which undermines the profession and is undermining teachers in Oklahoma. The second big bucket of challenges has to do with sustainable funding. We all know, I think, the Office of Head Start funding, they provide a COLA. It's insufficient. It was insufficient this year at 2.28% to offset the impacts of inflation for teachers. I hear about it every time I walk into school. And of course, the federal funding opportunities for childcare and early learning and Build Back Better seem to have evaporated. I'll stop there with the two major challenges I see, and I'm sure we'll get into some more. Thank you.
Can y'all see me and hear me? My name is Dalia Kimbrell, and I am the Senior Director of Research and Policy at Impact Tulsa. Impact Tulsa, we are just overjoyed as a collective impact partnership to be a part of this rich discussion and celebrating 20 years of great research on pre-K in Tulsa. Impact Tulsa, as a collective impact partnership, we work toward systems transformation, which is the process of making institutionalized shifts in resources, practices, policies, and power structures to achieve equitable outcomes for all students, including and especially students that are students and communities that have been historically burdened by persistent and systematic disparity. So throughout our time doing systems change work in Tulsa, our focus has been primarily around pre-K enrollment and helping to navigate and reduce on-the-ground pre-K access barriers. In this work, we learned 3 essential values or best practices that have contributed to improved pre-K enrollment outcomes that I want to highlight. These 3 values include the importance of, number 1, cross-sector collaborative action. The second, the importance of community co-development and centering community authority, and the third, rigorous collection of data to understand district, school, and neighborhood enrollment trends in pre-K. In terms of cross-sector collaborative action, we learned that strategies and solutions to address pre-K cannot solely be implemented or solved by the school district alone. Impact Tulsa launched a pre-K improvement CAN, which is a collaborative action network. These partners came together to develop pre-K improvement goals in targeted geographies. These partners use CLI tools, processes for designing change ideas, and use PDSA cycles for testing pilot strategies to improve pre-K access in targeted geographies. So some of these strategies included launching a pre-K awareness campaign, working closely with the pre-K enrollment centers at the school districts to reduce logistical barriers, such as process of obtaining documents, submitting document if someone has a missing address or a birth certificate, helping with those challenges. And then we learned the benefit of celebration and launching pre-K enrollment events at block parties, cultural events, and neighborhood association or cultural fairs throughout key locations in the city. In terms of community co-development and centering community authority, this is very important in the decision-making and design of improvement strategies. This means including community members that are most proximate and impacted by pre-K access barriers. This is most reflected in the creation of community validators, our Power of Families Permatora cultural program, and the using outreach and parent canvassers from key communities. The community partners in the CAN identified 15 community validators to serve as trusted messengers to message the importance of pre-K to families in targeted communities. We launched a parent advocate program, and we hired parents to canvass in key areas in North Tulsa and East Tulsa to help families kind of navigate these challenges. How am I doing on time? Okay. We learned, in terms of the, so through mobilizing these community members, we created pathways for leaders to emerge within their own communities, and they made decisions about the most appropriate strategies needed for their communities in encouraging pre-K access. In terms of the third value, rigorous collection of data to understand historical and current trends. This has been my area as a applied researcher. We learned that pre-K enrollment has increased up to 9%. We like to think as a result of the rich collaborative action and pre-K community-wide campaigns that we help facilitated. And using data from our Child Equity Index. So we've partnered with the Tulsa Public Schools in creating a neighborhood effects model for understanding how neighborhood factors impact student outcomes. We created pre-K enrollment heat maps. This allowed the pre-K enrollment teams at the school district and our canvassing teams to target zip codes with lower pre-K enrollment totals. And then we were able to modify our canvassing strategy to reflect and address these trends from the maps. So this allowed also our partners to engage district leadership and key stakeholders in discussion about the landscape of need throughout our community. We are still applying these three values. We recently launched our My Brother's Keeper Tulsa initiative, an initiative focused on eliminating disparities and improving cradle-to-career outcomes for boys and young men of color. And this collaborative action network from the MBK is focused on getting a healthy start and entering school ready to learn. And the collaborative will be zeroing in on how to reduce suspensions in early grades. And so this focus reflects kind of the longstanding research of how school disciplinary policies disproportionately impact boys of color. In Impact Tulsa, we remain committed to collaboration, to community authority, as well as rich data and continuous improvement to continue to achieve the continued progress and improve outcomes in pre-K in Tulsa.
Good afternoon, everyone. If you'll give me just a second, I am the one person who couldn't get their notes quite printed for the day, so we'll have to rely on my computer. I am so appreciative to be here with you all this afternoon. My name is Lauren Jenks Jones, and I am the Executive Director of Early Childhood at the Oklahoma State Department of Education. My role sits within our Office of Curriculum and Instruction, and I'm hoping to share with you just a little bit about the state's role in overseeing the pre-K program, as well as some of the things that we're doing to try to support quality across the state, and some of the differences between what we've heard about Tulsa and what may exist in that larger landscape. But I just have to say first, it's so inspiring to hear all of the work of the researchers in this room and the practitioners that are here. I just have to say how much I stand on the shoulder of giants in this work, from Dr. Paul and all the others that have been mentioned today. They really created such a strong framework that has allowed for close to 40,000 pre-K students every year in Oklahoma to get access to those high quality learning experiences. So one thing that I think it's important to mention is that with over 70% of our 4-year-olds in the state accessing a public school pre-K program, in many communities, not all, but in many communities, it really just feels like school starts at 4 in Oklahoma. There are many folks that I talk to out in our communities that have no idea that in other states they don't have programs where your 4-year-old can just go to school for free. That's a completely novel idea because of how deeply ingrained it is in everything we do, and especially the systems that we have at the State Department of Education. A couple of examples of those for us are things like our Oklahoma academic standards, which every state has something that they're using as the outcomes that they're hoping for each grade level for children, but ours start in pre-K. And so we have an aligned system right from when students are walking in the door and building that academic context as they go through. That also is reflective in our curriculum frameworks that we provide as a resource to teacher, and our family guides that are wonderful resources that we provide to schools so that they can have conversations with families about what their children are learning across those content areas. So at SDE, we are responsible for a number of things, but a lot of those are based on that framework that I was talking about that was built when the program was designed and passed in 1998. So first is that we ensure that the districts receive their funds for those children that are enrolled in the program. We have 509 districts across our state that offer pre-K, which is just incredibly exciting. And the way that those students are funding is through our state funding formula, which looks different than many other contexts and is really important for how our schools are able to really seamlessly integrate those grade levels into the way that they approach kind of everything. Another thing that we do is ensure that those markers of quality, things like the low child to teacher ratio, the pay parity that is required for pre-K teachers to be matched with any other K-12 educator in our system, as well as the credentialing and the requirement for all of our teachers to be early childhood certified and credentialed. Those are all things that we kind of make sure are still in place and everyone is meeting those requirements through our accreditation and accountability system. So one thing, though, that is unique in the state feature is that we have all of these really wonderful frameworks of support that are in place, but in so many ways, because we are a local control state where each district is making independent local decisions about what's best for them and their students, there is not a lot of direct control that we often exert on programs, and rather we at OSDE have to rely on creating support structures and influencing programs to move in the direction of quality. So there's a number of ways that we have been able to do that over the last number of years, but I'll just speak to just a few of them. So one, for example, we've heard today talk about curriculum and how big of an impact curriculum can make. We acknowledge that, and at the state we have a textbook adoption cycle that has recently been updated to include a high-quality instructional materials review. And this year, for the first time ever, we will have a unique cycle just for pre-K and kindergarten comprehensive curriculums, where we will have a unique rubric that is designed for those type of programs. We will have a review team that's made up of early childhood experts and professionals that are actually doing that review. And then all of those results will be published on our website, so any district, as they are looking at what curriculum they want to adopt, will have the resources that they need to make really informed decisions about their students, or for their students. Last year we created a really wonderful toolkit for enrollment that's just plug and play. We often hear from districts and teachers that they just need more time, and so taking a load off of them by creating flyers and other things is incredibly helpful. We have an early learning inventory, which is an observation-based toolkit that we're expanding to pre-K this year so teachers can make data-informed decisions. All of these things are really wonderful structures that we're excited to be putting in place, and many, many, many others. If anyone wants to talk all about those things, I'd love to. Real quickly, though, I do want to just explain kind of the difference that we might see in Tulsa and other programs in our state. So we've heard from these wonderful partners, there is so much community support in Tulsa, and there are wonderful organizations, just like Impact Tulsa, that are doing this kind of work. Whereas in other places in the state, we may have a superintendent who is also acting as the principal, who doesn't have a background in early childhood, and is also driving the bus in the afternoons, right? Who's trying to support the early childhood educators in their school and make those decisions. So we really want to think about how we create some structures that support all of those folks across our state to have that same level of community involvement and community impact and community support that has made the Tulsa program just so unbelievably successful. And I am excited to continue to work and learn from all of the wonderful work that is going on there and continue to partner.
All right. So thank you so much to this great set of panelists. I imagine that not a single person, even those from Tulsa who are in the room, can walk away from this panel without learning something new today, because that was a lot of great information. So now we're going to turn to the Q&A. Do we have anything? We don't have any coming in from the online area. So anyone in the room want to offer up a question? One right here. The mic is on its way.
Hi, thank you guys so much for being here and for speaking to all of us. I had a question regarding the Impact Tulsa and the work that you guys have been doing. The 3 values and steps seem really remarkable. And I was wondering what advice or strategies you could recommend for scaling that or dropping that into another city and looking to make that work. Yeah.
Am I on? Okay. I think collaborative action networks is something that it's a convening strategy that 70 collective impact partnerships are modeling throughout the country. Impact Tulsa, we are a part of the Strive Together National Collective Impact Partnership. And so really taking cross-sector partners from different disciplines and bringing them together to address a key critical problem or critical issue and develop an aim statement and develop cross-sector strategies using CLI tools, I think is a proven strategy for addressing many of the challenges that we see improving cradle to career outcomes. And I think the learnings from Collaborative Action Network is recently is related to centering community authority. How do we really bring in not only practitioners or frontline, but also the experiential impact of how these programs are working or what isn't working from the voices of community, families, and youth. So those would be, I think, two critical areas that we found is really important in doing this work.
Dalia, really quickly, could you share with us what the CLI acronym stands for?
Continuous Learning and Improvement. So it's a model for how do we take structured processes, learning tools, ask critical questions, and thinking about making goal statements and aim statements, and understanding the drivers and the factors, and how do you validate those drivers and factors of what could be contributing to why an entire neighborhood might not be enrolling in pre-K at their neighborhood school, right? Is it because of transportation? Is it because there's no seats, open seats at that school, and the parent doesn't know that they can actually go to another community school? So those are the types of things that we bring, community and families and to try to collectively solve.
Yes, yeah, thank you. One thing I definitely appreciate about Impact Tulsa's work is bringing all these voices together, and you elevating today how much community members and community stakeholders, not only cross-sector with the business community, but really casting a wide net has led to the ongoing improvement and sustainability. Yes.
I guess I'd like to know more than, you talked a little bit about this, but I'm trying to figure out why all this stuff has happened in Tulsa. And I'm not sure I understand that, because I don't know if I understand who really runs Tulsa, or how the political and business leadership interact, and how that interacts with community leadership. Is it, obviously, CAP Tulsa has a lot of funding. Obviously, the Chamber of Commerce got involved with advocating for early childhood. This impact program has fund. I'm trying to figure out, obviously someone mobilized a bunch of resources to get certain things done. Is it just an accident of personalities, or is there something about the political and social culture of Tulsa that I'm not understanding?
I saw a change when, yes, the chamber had a lot of pull, and the philanthropists. The philanthropists in Tulsa have a lot of influence. And so when you have the bigger, basically our billionaires step forward and say, this is important. And what convinced them, and like I say, right now there's a lot of data, but at the time there wasn't. But one of the things that kept being brought up at the time, Harvard University had done this emerging brain research. Now we hear about cortisol and brain synapses. For some reason, that science and that data resonated with the businessmen and women. There were business women involved in this too. But that is what changed it. Was before it was anecdotal, it was viewed, as daycare. But then when you had science and data, and when you had a business perspective come in and look at it, and they linked it to a workforce issue, and they linked it to, for the philanthropists, I think it was a poverty intervention. It was sort of a mission, and they felt like this was the best thing. But that's where I saw the big change. The big change in attitude, the big change in money and funding. And when the philanthropists started putting millions and millions of dollars into it, then they were able to leverage other state and federal grants, and then that's where it sort of took off. So that's where I saw the difference, was bringing that. And philanthropy and business are hand in hand. So that's where I saw the big change. I don't know if that answered your question or not.
Does anyone have anything to add?
Stephen Dow might have something to add. I don't know.
Yeah.
He was in on it.
Yeah, I think that, the lead philanthropist, I guess that's okay to say, a philanthropist who has really identified early child as being a target of their foundation and kind of a core feature and mission, continues to be very data-driven. I mean, they come to our events where we're sharing out data. We email things out, and we get emails back from, this philanthropist who is retired and, actively engaged. So I do think that speaking the data and pitching it with the story and the quantitative effects, as well as the brain science, really did kind of hook people in.
It kind of pushed it in. And it's still, the data, this will be on the front page. I mean, it's still sort of everyone agrees on the facts on this in this particular area.
Yeah.
Maybe the only area. But.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting note about the governor's comments at lunch was that, you know, early childhood really has historically been a bipartisan issue. I'm not sure, you know, Jenny and I have been talking about if this came to the Oklahoma legislature today, would it pass? Questionable. You know, but we were able to get enough movement going and momentum that things got going and then have sustained and continued at pretty high quality. I think we have time for maybe one or two more questions. Yes, Deborah. Wait for the microphone. Please. Oh, okay. Sure. Yeah, so Deborah Phillips here of Georgetown just asked the question for those who are live streaming with us, what is the takeaway nugget from this panel, from this group of observers, from people who are actively out there thinking about what makes the magic happen on a day-to-day basis, and how do you sustain that? How do you not let it get kind of crushed under all of the mini trials of the day so that we could go on for a while? Karen, it looks like you want to hop in.
I could take that maybe, or at least start. I think two things come to mind, Deborah. First of all, collaboration. I think you're hearing Tulsa, there is some special sauce in Tulsa. Yes, it's a wealthy community, and we do have our share of oil wealth and billionaires, but also this really intense focus on early childhood and just a giving spirit in that community. So I'd say collaboration and collaboration with each other, as you've heard, I think is really part of undergirding our success. And well, I'll just stop there. I think that's probably sufficient.
I think you have to bring in private business and data, because to me I see states that try to just do it just from the education angle or just from a political angle, and you have to kind of get past that. And what worked for us is bringing in a business perspective and getting them on board.
I also think the combination of taking the data that we've heard so much about this morning and is so powerful, and then combining that with personal narratives and helping people understand what this looks like in practice and what it means for families and what it means for kids. And those two things combined are just so unbelievably powerful. And it's not without that collaboration that Karen was just talking about that we would be able to really appropriately tell those stories.
I would just add, I think we have a shared community vision and a shared commitment to seeing cradle to career outcomes improve and recognizing, you know, what is the core, you know, foundational pieces that is needed to see those outcomes improve over time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a lot of great insights. I think we have time for just one quick last question, if anyone has any last thoughts to share or questions to ask. Okay, you know, I think one thing that was interesting about the governor's pitch of what's happening in Colorado is the distinction between, whereas Oklahoma, I don't know if you caught this, but we have a one-to-one funding formula where pre-K students get full funding allocation compared to K-12 students. You know, and so then they are a full-fledged member of the public school, which I think does have trade-offs. So there are definite benefits of that, and there are consequences that I think maybe are going to be discussed on an upcoming panel, and if not, it's an important thing for policymakers to be considering as well. So with that, we'll wrap up, but it's been so great to share the stage with you all and hear your important stories and contributions. Thank you all.
I am one of you. In 1972, my wife and I loaded everything we had in our 1965 Chevrolet, and we moved to Coweta, and I started the best career any person could ever have. An Oklahoma educator, and I am proud to be an Oklahoma educator. And you know what? I can't help but wonder why there are those who are so worried about the fact that Oklahoma citizens who love public education, who are invested in public schools, who care about public schools, and yes, who work in public schools, finally reached the point where they had to make a statement today. Let me tell you something. There are 25,000 strong here today, and we won't be denied the opportunity to make that statement at the Capitol in the state of Oklahoma. This is the people's house, and we will be welcomed here. We will no longer stand quietly by while Oklahoma education crumbles around us. If we don't speak up about education and the lives of children, then who will? This is not a union-style rally about money. But let me tell you what it is about today, folks. It's about respect. It is about respecting those who work with our most precious resource, our children. Respecting them enough to pay those who work in Oklahoma schools a decent wage. Respecting them enough to provide personnel to adequately staff schools. And it is about providing resources to have all the materials that a teacher needs. And finally, we are here today to recognize the enormous importance of those who work with Oklahoma children. Let me tell you this, folks, and I'm fond of saying this in TPS, and they've heard me. There are two classes of people who work in education. There are those who do the work, and there are those who are supposed to support those who do the work. As for me, I'm in the support. It's my job to support the teachers and the people who are doing the work in the building, and it's the job of the Oklahoma legislature to support them.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Panel 5, Sustaining Environments. My name is Doug Hummel-Price. I'm a data scientist and a CROCUS fellow. I've worked with Bill since the summer of 2019 on the CROCUS project. For this panel, it'll be set up just as the others. Unfortunately, Professor Amy Claessens cannot join us today due to illness, so I will step in and provide her remarks. Then we'll go to Dr. Karen Kitchens, who will discuss her research on magnet middle schools. Next, Dr. Nalette Brodnax will discuss her research on carceral ideology and magnet schools. And then finally, Dr. Cindy Decker will provide some perspective on Tulsa Public Schools during our cohort's high school years. After our panelists have given their remarks, we'll have a Q&A. Okay, I'll start with some motivation for including today's panel in the conference. The CROCUS team has recently devoted a fair amount of attention to the sustaining environments hypothesis as developed by Drew Bailey and his colleagues at UC Irvine. The premise of that hypothesis is that the long-term effects of pre-K depend as much on the environments kids experience K-12 as they do as the environment kids experience in pre-K. A specific variation of the sustaining environments hypothesis says that the curriculum and pedagogy that pre-K alumni experience K through 3 helps to determine whether the initial boost in cognitive skills persists or fades away over time. Some fading is to be expected, but a strong, challenging K-3 experience might help to reduce fade out. So that leads us to the research. One of the nation's leading researchers on this subject is Professor Amy Claessens of UW-Madison, who unfortunately can't be with us today. In a series of papers co-authored with Mimi Engel, Claessens reached the conclusion that K-3 classroom experiences are important mediators between pre-K enrollment at age 4 and favorable academic outcomes in elementary school. Using ECLS-K data from a nationally representative sample of students who attended kindergarten in 1998-99, Claessens and her colleagues focused on reading and math content, whether it was basic or advanced. They wanted to see if a challenging kindergarten pedagogy boosted cognitive skills generally or had differential impacts, with bigger impacts on students who attended pre-K or perhaps bigger impacts on disadvantaged students. The results were somewhat surprising. Students generally benefited from a more challenging kindergarten curriculum. On the other hand, all types of students benefited from such a curriculum, not just pre-K alumni or Head Start alumni or disadvantaged students in particular. Still, these findings support the basic proposition that if you want children's cognitive skills to improve over time, you need a strong, challenging, stimulating elementary school curriculum. As for CROCUS research, if mulligans were prevented in social science research, we would love to go back in time and gather systematic data on the K-3 pedagogy in Tulsa, how it changed over time, when it changed, that sort of thing. In retrospect, we regret that we didn't do so. Nevertheless, we do have some contemporaneous accounts on what was going on in early elementary classrooms in 2006 through 2010 when our students were enrolled in elementary school. Our sources include Andy and Janet McKenzie, both TPS employees who observed changes in pedagogy from two different vantage points. Andy as Director of Early Childhood Services and Janet as a teacher at the Kendall Whittier Elementary School. So the Tulsa context. Just before our cohort of students entered kindergarten in the fall of 2005, TPS launched two new programs whose reach encompassed pre-K through 5, Tulsa Reads in 2001 and Tulsa Counts in 2003. Both of these programs were a response to the new challenges and pressures associated with the No Child Left Behind Act. It was well understood that public schools would be under closer scrutiny and that standardized test scores would be used to judge performance. Tulsa Public School also integrated early childhood education best practices into its professional development practices and launched a new principal training program in conjunction with OU Tulsa. A key premise was to teach individual children and to meet their individual needs. As is often the case, the implementations of these emerging new norms was all over the map. Some principals got the core message and adapted their K-3 curricula and pedagogy to reflect widening differences in skills among entering students. Other principals set high standards for everyone, standards that in some instances were unlikely to be met. And other still principals offered less time for play, more time for drill and kill lessons, despite abundant evidence that this is seldom a good strategy. In short, Tulsa's elementary schools adjusted their standards and practices in response to national legislation and a new influx of better prepared students, but implementation was inconsistent and uneven, according to close observers at the time.
Hello again. Let's see. All right. I'm going to present work from a paper that was published in 2020 with myself, Sarah, and Bill, where we were looking at magnet schools and trying to figure out how much school quality, particularly in middle school, mattered in terms of whether or not pre-K students were going to these more frequently, and then how that played out in terms of academic performance. So while short-term effects of universal pre-K are now firmly established, long-term effects have been a little bit more elusive, whether we are observing fade-out or convergence. We wanted to see if we could find ways in which we could look at higher quality school environments along the way. So we looked to test, we proxied higher school quality by magnet schools, and we were looking to see whether or not attending early childhood education predicted attending a magnet school, and then did attending a magnet school predict higher test scores. So high quality magnet schools combined with a strong preschool program could both provide students with a double boost. Pre-K creates the initial surge, which a magnet school helps to sustain. So magnet schools that consider academic performance in their admission process could be especially advantageous to pre-K alumni who excel in elementary school because they would be more likely to be accepted as outstanding students. School quality after pre-K also might matter in sustaining long-term effects. So within the Tulsa School District, magnet schools are considered to be stronger across a variety of metrics, for example, test scores and student-teacher ratios. Also, magnet schools, historically and in the case of Tulsa, have also focused on racial integration of schools. And we think that this could matter, particularly for students, Black or Hispanic students, where we know from a variety of literature that school segregation has very detrimental impacts to student performance. And so having this focus with magnet schools, we think could also be important. So we argue that superior magnet schools should attract pre-K alumni and that challenge and stimulate them enough to help increase or deal with the effects of fade out. TPS has two types of magnet schools: a lottery, in which students apply for the program, as well as an academic admissions-based, where it's based on school performance. And so we look at those separately as well as combined in kind of a variety of different ways in this paper. So we focus first on attending magnet schools. And again, kind of thinking through this all, we're not focused just on the 1 year, but how does like your environment after pre-K matter in terms of sustaining these effects? So looking, that's a little hard to see, but what's going on here is we are looking at the effect of attending an early childhood education program, what effect that has on attending a magnet school. And so on the left, we look at it for all students in Tulsa. So again, this is the exact same group of students that I've talked about previously and others have talked about as well. We do see a positive effect. So attending, we combined both pre-K and Head Start together for this particular paper. We see this positive effect. So on the left, we looked at lottery schools. On the right, we looked at admission schools, and we kind of see the same thing. But more importantly, we see that it's most effective or matters most for Black students and Hispanic students. Black students benefit the most in our lottery magnet admissions, and then when we look at admissions, we see that it matters most for Hispanic and Black students as well. So again, attending pre-K, attending these early childhood education programs, you're more likely to attend this magnet school. So kind of creating this sustaining environment path. So then we were interested to see, okay, well, if you're attending a magnet school, what effect does that have on your test scores? And similarly, we find these kind of large effects, which we expected to see that attending a magnet middle school really boosts your standardized tests. So on the left, we have reading tests, and on the right, we have math tests. We see really large effects for attending a magnet school after even controlling for kindergarten and third grade test performance. So we did have earlier tests in there to kind of control for this academic performance. We also see effects by subgroup, although in this case, white students did seem to see the largest effect from attending magnet schools, but we did see this kind of across the board. And when thinking through this, the bottom line is that pre-K is just 1 year in 14 years of education. And so we want to look at ways in which we see some promising ways to sustain results. And we did find that magnet schools are one potential path to help kind of sustain these results. And it's not just the focus on the academics, which we do think is very important, but also magnet schools really do focus on the effects of racial segregation and how that can kind of play out here too. And I think Nolette's going to probably talk about that a little bit more as she discusses her work.
Okay. Safety and order are important aspects of a school environment that sustains success. And this descriptive research that I'm going to talk about today examines the beliefs and ideas that inform those school environments, particularly related to the formation of school policies and with the use of discipline. This work is important given the large racial and socioeconomic disparities that we see in disciplinary outcomes. So what is carceral ideology? Carceral ideology is a belief system that views societal problems as individual and familial failures that are in need of some kind of correction. In schools, carceral ideology manifests as a toolkit that involves surveillance, coercion, and confinement. There are myriad examples of policies that involve these features: metal detectors and surveillance cameras, uniforms and strict dress codes, even academic surveillance through the use of extensive testing. I wanted to begin to understand discipline disparities, not from the lens of viewing students as flawed or deviant, but from the lens of schools creating environments where students may or may not be able to thrive. To examine this question, I look at school-level policy documents, school handbooks. I used web scraping to collect about 15,000 of these handbooks from middle and high schools across the United States. You can see the distribution of the schools where I collected these handbooks here on the map. And I started out with a simple measure, just looking at the frequency of carceral language in those handbooks. So specifically, words that are associated with surveillance, coercion, and confinement. Then I compared the patterns of carceral language with characteristics of the schools to see if there were any patterns. So what I've learned so far in the early stages of this project is that schools vary quite a bit in their use of carceral language. First, race and socioeconomic status of the school populations matter, as expected. Also, location matters, but not in the way that I was expecting. I expected carceral language to be closely aligned with urban poverty, but what I actually found is that urban schools were less likely to use carceral language, while rural and suburban schools were more likely, particularly if they served large populations of Black students. And finally, school type matters. We've already been talking about magnet schools here, and in another research project Karen and I worked on, we show that magnet schools have much lower rates of discipline disparities than other types of schools. And so in this research, I found that charter schools are more likely to use carceral language, but only if they're serving large populations of students of color. But magnet schools were less likely to use carceral language across the board. So there's definitely something to be said here about magnet schools and the environments that they're creating, the ideas and the beliefs that they embody that at least shows up in the handbooks that they give to students. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Cindy Decker. I'm the Executive Director of Tulsa EduCare, but I'm speaking today on this panel because I served on the Tulsa Public School Board from 2015 to 2019. So I'm thinking back to my prior role and what I can add today. I first just want to really give my amazing appreciation and admiration for all of the work done by this crew in the city of Tulsa. It's a beautiful, literally a beautiful research practice partnership. The academic rigor combined with the communication and partnership and now friends, have been created. The number of papers and the number of people is just, I feel so proud to be a part. When I came onto the Tulsa Public School Board, there was a new superintendent, and so there was a lot of change happening, a lot of new thinking coming from the superintendent. And my very first board retreat with the superintendent, she'd gathered with her team a bunch of data comparing Tulsa to Oklahoma City public schools. That seemed kind of a good comparison group and easy to gather data. And I very much remember that our reading scores within the district were similar to Oklahoma City's, but our math scores were way behind. And so it was kind of just an easy, seems like we should be able to do some things to improve the math scores. So I'm taking that and other information I have about math teaching in the district to say, I think that possibly the findings of math holding longer than reading is due to there being less teaching and quality teaching in the district on math. So it's like the pre-K impact, there was less convergence. So those who were behind in math, there was less teaching on it to get them back up. So that's kind of one of my theories about that. I'll also say, very importantly, in 2011, there was a Reading Sufficiency Act in our state, which you would be retained in grade if you didn't pass the third grade reading test. And so just even more time and attention around that time was all on reading and getting these kids to pass the test. Happily, that went away in 2014. Another finding that really I grappled grappled a lot with is the finding that the magnets help sustain the gains. And specifically, these papers have been on the middle school magnets. So for all the Tulsans in the school, I think we talk a lot about the elementary school magnets, but these papers were on the middle school magnets. While I was on the board, the equity of the middle school magnets was being questioned. We were worried about selection effects. First off, because the grade spans of elementary schools for the traditional elementary schools didn't align to nicely weave off for the grade span of the middle school magnets. So the middle school magnets began at 6th grade, but the traditional elementaries went through 6th grade. So if you were in a traditional elementary school, you might have never heard about this opportunity to get in a middle school magnet. You might have missed that, and it's very hard to get in 7th or 8th grade if you missed that 6th grade opportunity. And so the board, along with the superintendent and her team, worked very hard to align these grade spans and work very hard to advertise the middle school magnets now to all of the elementaries in the district. I do worry myself about creaming effects. So it was mentioned that half of the middle school magnets are based on academics and behaviors. And so there's a lot to, of course, we're doing that in colleges, but is it right to start that already as low as middle school? I'm not sure due to the equity reasons. I personally prefer the lottery effects, but I will admit my own child went to one of the academic middle school magnets. I would like to add that in 2015, the board authorized a middle school charter school to open. So again, more equity of getting more options in lower income parts of town, advertising to lower income families to make this more equitable. There was also just so much work on thinking about convergence, thinking about those lower performing schools and those lower performing kids. Immediately off the bat, every single suspension and expulsion that was requested in the district had to be approved by the superintendent. That's how she came in, and no surprise, very few were approved. And this now new behavior management strategies were being provided in professional development to teachers. It really shifted how all teachers within the district were thinking about their teaching and their part in the teaching. And we talked as a board about how at the low performing schools, there were no pre-AP offerings. Just the rigor of the class wasn't the same. And they needed to be providing at least some rigorous classes in all middle schools and high schools. There was new curriculum rolled out across the district that was research proven and evidence-based, again, causing quite unsettling feelings by teachers asked to use new tools, but there was so much language about even if kids are behind, they need to have on-grade curriculum, and you can scaffold them up to the on-grade curriculum, but you have to be presenting it. So, of course, I just wonder, because all of this work was happening after the late cohort, the 2006 cohort, if possibly there'd be more convergence if this work was happening right. And it is happening right now, but not going through middle and high school. So I'll just end. I do want to add that of the middle school seats, 1/3 of them are in magnet schools. So a pretty good percentage go to these magnet schools. So the way to possibly sustain the gains of pre-K is to have magnet middle schools, but as I served on the board, that wasn't the problem I was trying to solve. I was more focused on how to get the most collective, equitable learning across the district, and what design of the district is going to do that. My my question that I can't solve myself, but I'd like to pose out to all the smart people in the room is the answer to that question the same as the answer to how to get pre-K's impact to be sustained? Thank you.
All right, at this point, we'll turn it over to question and answer. So if there are any questions, we will take those now. And I can actually start with one. Dr. Brognax, who actually taught several of my data science classes here at McCourt, did you happen to look at, so you mentioned that the carceral ideology was more closely associated with rural settings. Was there any sort of exploration of whether that mapped at all to religion at all? Because a lot of small towns are very religious, and there are certain elements of that corporal punishment, there's a lot of that sort of thing there. And I was wondering whether that was something that came up at all, or I'm not quite sure how you would control for that with that many things. But
Sure, it's a great question. So I don't have a measure of religion. However, the rural schools that are using more carceral language are concentrated in the Deep South. So I would absolutely think that there could be a religious or a political, ideological angle that is playing a role there.
Thank you.
I too am very curious about your research with carceral language, and I'm curious about whether you've examined parent endorsement or parent even knowledge of this language, and is it reinforced by parent ideology and belief, or is there pushback in any of these communities? Does it even come to light? I don't know if you've examined the community or parent lens with this question.
So I need to actually take some notes for like things I'm going to take back to work on, right? So I haven't examined parent views on the matter, but there are people who have. So Jaren Haber, who is a sociologist, has done some research looking at school websites and how parents respond to those websites. And so there's a similar element of what are schools actually trying to communicate to families and to the public. And so I haven't looked at that specifically, but it's something that I definitely want to link up with this research in the future, because we can't say that carceral language or that really carceral ideology in schools is inherently bad, especially when there is a demand for it. There are parents who seek out those environments. There are private schools, boarding schools, for instance, can also be very carceral in the way that they approach the environment. Catholic schools, schools that have a history of using corporal punishment, where parents are paying tuition to have their children in that environment. So it's something that's definitely on my radar.
I have a question about sustaining environments and how you distinguish them from good classroom practice or high quality schools. Are you using those terms synonymously, or do you have unique features that would make something a sustaining environment, but that is different from just a high quality instructional environment?
For our paper, we were using magnet schools as a proxy for high quality environment. And I think that was maybe like to Cindy's point, it's like if you can get high quality similar like across all schools, like that would be the goal. Like it's not necessarily that we want, every school to be a magnet school, but we would want every school to have similar high quality that we were observing in the magnet schools at the time. And we were using report cards as kind of a way to look at that and helping us determine like the high school. They tended to have higher grades on report cards at the school level.
So my question isn't really formulated right, so I'm gonna process out loud. So, Cindy, you know this, and Kelly and Danielle is here. When we think about the magnet school issue in TPS, it feels really competitive. And it feels like you have to do everything, and I don't know how much of it has changed as a result of unified enrollment that happened, but it feels like you have to do everything right and start early. So when I see the research about, pre-K, that there is an effect of attending magnet schools if you go to pre-K, so that's woo-hoo for pre-K, right? But we also know about the racial inequities in going to magnet and the ability to go to a magnet school. So is a way for when I talk to our communities that say, hey, if you want your kid to go to the best TPS school, you got to put them in pre-K. Like, what are we saying here? And I'm trying to like pull this out because it feels, the whole magnet school issue feels kind of insidious in Tulsa.
Oh gosh, all the eyes came to me. Well, you're feeling my pain in preparing for today. I couldn't land on, exactly how I was feeling about this, and I kept trying to digest more of the research to maybe prove some of my just observations wrong. Because, woohoo for pre-K. I mean, the fact that if anyone goes to pre-K, you're more likely to go to middle school magnet, that makes me feel better about it all. Because I did share at lunch, I haven't felt that there are selection effects going on in pre-K that are tilted towards higher income families. I felt that the word, probably due to a lot, Impact Tulsa, due to CAP Tulsa, due to Tulsa EduCare, I felt that high quality pre-K is getting out equitably. But you're talking about the elephant in the room when you live in Tulsa and the middle schools, and it is very competitive to get into them. I think on the list of these middle school magnets, though, are Rogers and Thoreau and Monroe was part of the grouping. And those three don't have all of the competitiveness attached to them. So, of course, I'm almost wondering, what does it look like by school?
Yeah. So we have the lottery versus the admission. So we did break it out by that because the lottery, tends to be a little bit more fair. And that's where we do see the positive effects. But we actually didn't find them for white students. So we did see it primarily for black students that they're getting into the lottery school, which was kind of weird that you can find that there. I think that we struggled a bit with what you're kind of finding is that the magnet schools were helping white students the most. And when we broke it down by lunch status, we also, we did find some effects there as well. But we were, kind of seeing some interesting results. We did also look at high school, and we kind of found similar patterns there. High school is a little bit harder because we were looking at PSAT scores at the time, and we had some missing data, so I didn't talk about those results. But one other thing that we did with high school is we actually knew who applied and who was accepted, and so we could kind of look at that group that was people that were interested in attending that actually applied to it versus those who were actually accepted. And kind of, we also found some effects in that small group as well. But I agree that it's not necessarily a easy story to.
Yeah, and since there are economists in the room, I think it's, competition. The magnets were creating this competition for these kids, but I'd argue in this case, competition is not necessarily leading the non-magnets to lift up across the board. In a few cases it is, but in most cases it's depleting resources. It's causing more children with behaviors who adults find challenging all ending up in the same school, and it's even more hard to handle those behaviors, of course, if there are more of them. and more IEPs. I mean, it's just kind of known in Tulsa if your child has a disability that is, even kind of a mild one, you might want to go to Throw, the lottery school, don't go to the academic school. And so just all this sorting that goes on and the driving that goes on, then we don't have our neighborhoods at all, and it doesn't feel equitable at all.
We have time for a few more.
Thank you. Well, these are really important issues. Cindy, I wonder if you could clarify the distinction between academic and lottery magnets a little bit further, because as I understand it, the academic magnets are not pure academic schools. Their admissions are shaped, to be sure, by students' academic skills, but they're also embedded in a quadrant system that helps to ensure that there's diverse enrollment in these highly regarded and highly competitive schools. So maybe you could talk about that. And let me also put in a plug for some of the work we have on our website, including a policy brief by Doug Hummel-Price and myself and Sarah Amadon, where we try to talk about race, ethnicity, and public policy in Tulsa based on some of the different studies we've done. And if you look under, under the research icon, you'll find a bunch of papers and policy briefs on the subject of race and ethnicity if you want to pursue those issues further. So, Cindy?
Sure. The academic middle schools, there are two of them, and they're extremely different. So one is what you might find if you looked at magnet schools nationally. It's in an African-American part of town. It was an integration strategy to pull whites into the African-American part of the city. And it is done through, there are 4 quadrants, so yeah, it should be quadrants means 4, but, and they'll let in a quarter of kids from each of the quadrants sorted on a point system. So it does ensure that you will still get a quarter of the kids if that many apply from lower income parts of the city, and it's located in a lower income part of the city. It might even have a small geographical component where you get a few more points if you live around the school. But the other academic middle is in a higher income part of the city, and it does not use the quadrant system. It just takes the same points, rank orders them, and then they just go down the list. I would like to add that that academic middle school also has a traditional middle school in the same building. So all of it's there. I thought one kind of interesting conversation I had one day with a teacher in that middle school. We were, as a district, struggling with funding and wondering about, we were messing with the class size tables. And so I said, you know, how would you feel if you have more kids in your class? And he says, well, if it's on the magnet side of the middle school, I can go up to 40, maybe even 50 kids, and I can still teach at a good quality level. But on the non-magnet side, I shouldn't have more than 20, or I'm going to feel that I'm not very successful. And so that is a great example of kind of the cost of doing good work in the 2 different types of schools. The lottery schools are, I don't know exactly if they use the quadrant system. Rogers and Thoreau, if somebody in the room knows, feel free to. Kelly, do you know that? Or Danielle?
One of the lottery schools has a connection to the other schools in its neighborhood where there isn't a feeder to a middle school otherwise. So a couple of those schools have sort of automatic seats if their students want to go there. So they basically get bumped up on the list ahead of the other lottery students. But that's really about proximity and some work that was done intentionally to develop and support that community.
To point out is, though, as you were mentioning, Cindy, is though the system is designed to ensure that we have an equitable approach, what happens, though, is that oftentimes we don't have enough kids from particular quadrants apply. So there we still have real access issues to the magnet schools, and or not sufficient kids in particular quadrants qualifying as they apply. So the quadrant system is meant to help, but we're not there yet.
I'll mention that the CROCUS website is crocus.georgetown.edu. You can also get there by just Googling Crocus and Georgetown. It gets you there very, very quickly. But there you can find that race policy brief and pretty much all of the other work associated with all of the great researchers today. All right, let's go ahead and thank our panelists.
It should come as no surprise that legislators are eager to maximize learning and skills development. Credible voices, from the Business Roundtable to the National Academy of Sciences, are insistent that we will need more people with deeper and more diverse skills, as well as the ability to work in teams if we're to meet the challenges of the future. In response, educators have focused on starting learning earlier, recognizing that early learning builds the foundation upon which all skills development is built. Other countries agree. Most of our allies and competitors have strong early education policies and programs. Scientists agree. If we want a deeper bench, we need to start earlier. An overarching message of our statement, based in the developmental and learning sciences, is that pre-K is not an end in and of itself. Pre-K does not happen in a vacuum. A child's learning over the course of the pre-K years builds on past development and sets the stage for future learning, which is then affected by children's experiences in kindergarten and beyond. Learning is continuous and cumulative. Effective pre-K education depends on attending to what happens before pre-K, what happens during pre-K, and what happens after pre-K as children enter elementary school.
Thank you for staying with us through panel 6. Thanks to everybody joining online. I'm Erica Greenberg. I'm a Principal Research Associate at the Urban Institute, and we are all very fortunate to have with us today Catherine Magnuson, Professor of Social Work at UW-Madison, Stephen Dow, legend, of course, Early Childhood Advisor to the Mayor of Houston, Sylvester Turner, and former Executive Director of CAP of Tulsa County, and Daphne Basak, Associate Professor of Education and Public Policy at the University of Virginia. I'd like to start with Deborah's words in that wonderful clip. She said, "It should come as no surprise that legislators are eager to maximize learning and skills development." Governor Polis said earlier today that UPK is part of America's competitive landscape, and yet we're all emerging from the pandemic at a time of fractious politics. So tell us a little bit about how you come to the panel, how you come to your work, and then how those words resonate with you. Stephen, would you like to start?
Sure. Well, I mean, we heard a little bit about sort of what I'd call the accidental origins of the Tulsa pre-K or the Oklahoma pre-K program. And I think that sort of the conclusion of the fact that it's resonated powerfully with policymakers and parents and communities, that it's a natural earlier starting point for the school system to begin recognizing what we know. And the challenge has been that I think in many ways, as it's been implemented, we've paid a lot of attention to what happens. And in fact, I think the bulk of the conversation today has been about what happens with pre-K after kids leave. And we've spent precious little time talking about what the systems are that are, and I think Professor Phillips's comments alluded to it, what are the conditions that kids are in before they come to pre-K. And to imagine that we begin implementing pre-K systems without paying sufficient attention to the systems that are trying to deliver things to kids during those earlier years, I think is a mistake. And it's one that sort of certainly we've seen the impact of that in Oklahoma, because as Oklahoma implemented pre-K at scale, it decimated the childcare sector for 0 to 3 because it ruined the economic model, and we didn't go back and try to increase the reimbursement rates to ensure that we could be giving kids a high quality set of experiences before.
That's great. Daphne, how does that resonate for you?
Yeah, so I come at it as a researcher, but also having partnered for the past almost a decade with early childhood leaders in Louisiana and in Virginia. And I think they have taken kind of a somewhat different approach to trying to address early childhood, which is from the beginning very focused on system building, sort of like what you were saying, Stephen, and focused on the idea that we can't build just pre-K systems. We have to look at kind of the whole set of systems that are available to kids from 0 to 5, and particularly kind of building coordination and cohesive systems for childcare, Head Start, pre-K, family childcare homes, and thinking how do all of these work together. So to your question, I think, coming out of the pandemic, there is more enthusiasm and awareness of the importance of both pieces of that, both kind of like knowing how much children potentially lost during the pandemic, seeing the recent NAEP results, being very concerned about kids learning. I think there's a lot of interest in like what are the interventions we could put in place that really help kids learn. And there is a huge amount of interest in kind of noticing that both schools and early childhood programs serve these dual roles of both childcare and education, and knowing in a much more kind of widespread way across the families and the economy that if we don't have systems that provide for both simultaneously, we can't have people going back to work, we can't have women in the workforce at the same rate. So I think there's a lot of energy around that, and obviously also a lot of challenges, especially with kind of how things played out with Build Back Better, as we talked about earlier today.
I, probably like many of you in the room, I sort of fell over pre-kindergarten somewhat early in my career. I wasn't looking for it, and it found me when I was doing a paper and saw that there were impacts of pre-kindergarten that were larger than the impacts of some other preschool-like programs. And I like to credit myself with being an early founder, because I think every researcher who's sitting in the room has cited my paper as a reason for why their studies were needed more, because mine wasn't good enough to answer the question. So you're welcome to all of you to have a straw man. But seriously, I stumbled across it, and a lot of my work focuses really on poverty and how poverty affects children and families. And I came to an interest in pre-kindergarten and preschool and childcare because of its powerful impacts on children. But I still, and children's learning and their skill development and all that that means for their life chances down the road. But I still come back and try and center that family perspective. And as Daphne says, think about it from the system perspective, which is there are a lot of policies that touch, social policies that touch children and families. And to the extent that we really want thriving communities that have sustainable childcare systems, that have high quality teachers throughout the pre-K or birth to 12 system, I think it's really important to take a broader perspective and think not just what is this classroom doing for these kids in this moment, but what are the range of programs and supports that are needed across that birth to K-12, and really contextualize pre-K as one of those programs in a list or a continuum of many types of programs. Because there's certainly not gonna be a silver bullet for a one pre-K room fits all sizes, one type of program fits all sizes. So that's sort of how I think about, and even more so now because the pandemic has generated so many range of needs for children and families, mental health, learning supports, economic supports. There's a lot of need.
Absolutely. So let's zoom in a little bit on Tulsa, as we have been throughout the day, and then we're going to zoom back out into some of these broader systemic issues and thinking about the whole kind of holistic needs of families. So something that's been kind of teased out throughout the day is the question about replication, or we might in research say generalizability of what happened in Tulsa. So I want to think about those dynamics in terms of the policy success there, the practice success, and the research success. In terms of policy success, amidst the current political landscape, what can other jurisdictions draw from what happened in Tulsa?
Well, again, I think I always worried that we would end up defunding pre-K because Oklahoma's fiscal environment is highly dependent on a commodity that's in the ground that fluctuates wildly in prices. And so Oklahoma is accustomed to boom-bust cycles. And I really used to worry a great deal when we would face the school funding shortfalls and the state budget shortfalls, that people would say, why are we funding pre-K? Let's repurpose that money and put it just in the K-12 system. And I think what we found is that it was essentially sort of the genie was out of the bottle, and school superintendents loved it, and legislators understood what its impact was in their communities. And so that worry really didn't ever materialize. And I think what we haven't talked about is that this is done in a very, very red state. And, and it's not just at it wasn't just at the state legislature that we had strong bipartisan support among the congressional delegation. I mean, one of the leading voices here on the Hill, who was the chairman of the House Appropriations Committee on Labor HHS and was largely responsible for driving enormous increases in the Child Care Development Block Grant and Head Start and Early Head Start, was Representative Tom Cole from Oklahoma, and a conservative Republican. So I do think that that even as Governor Polis said, that there's really a strong bipartisan support for this idea that we should be doing things for younger kids. And I think there's an understanding that learning happens earlier than the system that we have as our public education system recognizes. And so investments there make sense.
That's great. Yeah.
And I would add, I think that a part of the Tulsa story is not just the investment, although I think we should all be clear that that's a huge part of the story. But I think it really takes some leadership at the local level and a vision for what that can look like. So I come from a red-purple state that has also invested at the state level in pre-kindergarten programs, but is so decentralized that it really trickles down to the local level to be implemented and looks vastly different in our rural counties than in our urban counties. And so I think a part of it is really having boots on the ground and leadership that understands what good early childhood education can look like and will serve as a champion for it to really ensure not only is it funded adequately, but that there's a good workforce that's hired and well-trained, and then is willing to continue to look at it and see where improvements can or should be made over time, rather than to just, cut the check and sort of walk away. I think it takes that someone talked about continued and sustained values around the importance of early childhood education. And I think everyone who is here from Tulsa has showed us that that's, if not in the water, it's now in the community as a thriving part of the community. And I think figuring out how to cultivate that in other places is challenging if it isn't a shared vision.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, it seems like the politics, to your point, the support for early childhood is very high and only growing throughout the pandemic. So I don't think there's a lot of buy-in on the convincing people that this is worthwhile both for business and for families and for kids' development. I think that story has sort of penetrated, but there's a funding problem. There is a huge cost to doing this and to doing it in a way that meets those multiple goals, like meeting the needs of children and providing a high quality program in a way that works for working families and gets them the hours of childcare that they need while they are at work, is really complicated and expensive, really so fundamentally different from how we have been doing it up to now. And so I think I've been thinking about it a lot because I'm teaching a class right now on education policy and have so many students so baffled by how we fund early childhood compared to K-12 and why it is such a fragmented system and why it's operated so differently when we do K-12 at such higher levels. And then I think to Catherine's point, I think, with Build Back Better turning out how it has, it's really sort of created this moment where states have have to sort of figure out their position, but that's both on the funding side, but also on the kind of like leadership side of how you take a lot of local communities that have really variable kind of readiness to take this on, not because they don't like the idea or want the idea, but it is a lot of work to build and to coordinate across childcare, Head Start, pre-K, put it all together, and that is like a role that states really need to invest in, and so that piece is really hard too. The funding and the coordination to do this, not just in one area where the buy-in is high and there's a lot of infrastructure and a lot of willingness, but to go into the communities where there needs to be a lot more hand-holding and supports and infrastructure building.
That's great. So we're talking about leadership in policy, leadership in funding. There's also got to be leadership in the classroom, right? And that happened in Tulsa. What can we learn about the kind of practical success? What are the implications for the early education workforce, both in pre-K, but then also in Head Start, childcare, all of the other early childhood programs that are going on there?
Well, I think we were able to shift over time the narrative that what was going on was babysitting and childcare into this is a part of the public education process. And that took time and work. I mean, Karen referenced the notion that we intentionally built our schools and our facilities on the grounds of the elementary schools, and we created physical environments that really sent a message to educators and parents and other teachers in the community that this was a part of the education system. But notwithstanding that, and notwithstanding sort of compensating at the same level that the school system was, it was still, particularly in the early years, a challenge to attract people to teach in the earlier grades. I think, I was on years ago an NAESP task force that described the roles of elementary school principals as typically just walking right by the kindergarten and first grade classrooms, well before we were talking about pre-K classrooms, and not really appreciating what was going on there. And so I think at a certain level, the sort of issue of how you build that workforce in a way that really respects and sends the message to teachers that they are really a critical part of the delivery system takes a lot of not just work at compensating, but compensating and treating them like the valued professionals that we say that they are.
Yeah, and I'll add, I think, the issues that we wrestle with in workforce are different in early childhood for several reasons, but also they are the same types of issues in slightly different flavors and colors that the K-12 schools wrestle with. So we have yet to identify the perfect way to train an early childhood teacher, just in the way that we haven't identified the perfect way to train a K-12 teacher. We think a lot and have some successful models on in-classroom supports and coaching, but we haven't cracked that nut fully either. And so I think as we talk about the class not doing what we think it's going to do, there's a lot that we haven't figured out about how to make the sauce, build the perfect classroom. And I think sometimes some honesty about that is important. It is sometimes better to say that, the credentials or the degree don't always follow the high level of skill that we're hoping for than it is to implement a policy that is going to extract all the BA teachers out of the childcare classrooms and leave only those that are less educated in those classrooms. So there's just a lot of complexity to the workforce, and I think the challenging part is that they, and it appears in Tulsa too, that there's not conversations across sectors on that. That the Head Start, or as one colleague of mine says in Milwaukee, you start in a child care center. If you're good, you move to the Head Start Center, and then you're hired by Milwaukee Public Schools out of the Head Start Center into their 4K program. And I think the consequences of that for Milwaukee are actually quite profound. But we don't often talk about those in the context of talking about pre-K.
Yeah, I mean, I think, teachers are the definition of quality in these classrooms. So when you talk about a high quality early childhood experience, you're basically talking about interactions young kids are having with their teachers. And we have structured it so that the people who do the hard work of spending their days with young children often have very few supports and very low levels of compensation. And then to Catherine's point, the fragmentation and the differences across sectors are huge. And so you have kind of, like in the work we've done in Louisiana, you have most young kids, 0 to 3, are in places where teachers are turning over at such a high rate that half the teachers that are there one fall are gone by the next fall. And so that kind of definition of quality, of just having people there continuously, even within the school year for a child, but long enough to benefit from the coaching or the professional development, is really, really huge. And you can see that in Head Start, where teachers are getting paid more, the turnover is significantly lower. And then you see the pre-K system in Louisiana, which is in the public schools, and those teachers turn over at half the rate of childcare teachers, but still higher than the teachers who are the K-12 teachers. So it doesn't feel that complicated. It feels very clear that we've sort of created systems where certain working with certain age groups is seen as something that requires more supports, more compensation, more training, and then we, accordingly have those high levels of turnover and really struggle to create kind of stable experiences for kids. And families are navigating that too. I mean, even if you are in a state that is doing really well by 4-year-olds, oftentimes that does nothing for summers, and it does nothing to cover the full length of the day for families. And so even for the 4-year-olds who have access to even a universal pre-K program, there are still parts of the day that are kind of challenging, and then we are so far from that on 0 to 3. So I think those kind of systems of like, how do we think about high quality, not just for the year before kindergarten, but sort of for the whole system, and then how do we do it in a way that sort of investing in the 4-year-olds doesn't sort of by definition take away resources from the child care centers or the Head Starts in ways that make it take a sector that's already struggling and make it still harder.
And I'll just comment, in Wisconsin, we're one of the states where we have, I think 30% of the 4K funding does go to community partners, and so people often suggest that that is a mechanism, but we've seen similar impacts. That simply saying that some of the money goes to existing 4K programs to pay for 4K isn't necessarily going to be enough to change some of the perhaps unintended negative consequences for the childcare sector. We've seen a 40% decline in childcare providers that coincides very clearly with expansions in 4K funding.
So part of what we're celebrating today is it's an easy transition, but is the success of a research study. So Daphne and Catherine, from your perspectives, I'm sort of curious how you reflect on that in the case of the Tulsa studies of early childhood programs, and then Stephen, from where you sit, how do you sort of create the politics of research that can sustain many years and even in some cases outside of this study, findings like what came out of Tennessee? How do we navigate to create the success we've seen in Tulsa?
I would say the first thing that people should do is clone Deborah and Bill. No, but I think the most important thing is that Bill and Deborah set out to answer questions that were of both scholarly interest, but also to answer questions that actually make a difference in a community. And they have always upheld the value of wanting to do work that is worthwhile and that provides the community with information that is actionable and useful. And I think, I don't understand, I'm now old, but I don't understand my research colleagues that do research just to answer the question that interests them and no one else. So I think they've created a really good model of what it means to be both scholarly, rigorous and important, but most importantly, to be connected with, to understand, and to be responsive to a real community that had needs and interests in understanding how their programs were working.
Yeah, so ditto all that. I think, when I started graduate school, the kind of first Oklahoma RD study was like the state-of-the-art, most exciting study that had come out. It was a lot of like what seemed cool about studying early childhood. And so I think I was drawn to that initially, but I think what has been the most impressive thing about the work in Oklahoma that sort of inspires people to do the work is that it was not research just for the sake of research, like Catherine said, but as a really long-term commitment to kind of iteratively working together to ask questions and then ask them again and see how things change over time as context change, as things the climate changes. And I think now talking about like research policy partnerships is really common, and there are funding mechanisms for that, but I think that is sort of modeled after what the Tulsa work was without kind of having that name attached to it initially. So I think, the idea that researchers can try to both answer questions that are nationally relevant and address problems right now as we sort of come out of the pandemic about what we can do, but at the same time, there are a lot of like day-to-day operational questions that states are struggling with, where just sort of basic data is really useful, and that researchers can play the role of helping very busy policy people access that data, make sense of it, and know how to sort of incorporate that into the many factors that go into decision making is kind of inspiring, and the kind of thing that I think lots of researchers today try to do to emulate that kind of partnership.
Yeah, I would underscore, I think, that the way, sort of Deborah and Bill really set the tone really is what has allowed the partnership to grow and thrive over this, it's hard to believe it's been 20 years, but, I think they're on the ground, they're meeting. The testament to Ramona Paul was, I think, evidence of the relationships and the depth of the relationships that they built at the State Department of Ed, but then with, unfortunately, lots of different superintendents that we've had in Tulsa over that period of time. But with each one, they've come and they've introduced themselves and they've talked about the importance of the study, both in terms of helping Tulsa and also the broader field. They've been incredible partners with the team on the ground at OU and with each of our teachers in classrooms. And so that notion of showing up to really try to help as Catherine said, the community get better, even as it then was broadcasting this and thinking about what are the implications of the work going on in Tulsa for other states and the country as a whole, has just been, I think, a model for how a research practice policy partnership has to just be alive and constantly improving and changing.
I love how you said that, Stephen, the research practice policy partnership. Sometimes those P's get lost. But they're all critical, right? But even with them in place, there can still be unintended consequences for any of those components. So tell us a little bit about them.
You want to start? Well, I'll say that this question of what I would sort of say when people are sort of taking this just, does pre-K work, does it not work? That sort of simplistic as opposed to the much more nuanced and refined understanding of how is it working, for whom is it working, in what areas is it working, how can it improve, how do we get under the hood to really understand it? Those are the things that for us as practitioners, we wanted to understand better, because we wanted to constantly understand, okay, what is it that we can and should be doing differently in a world of limited resources, where we need to focus our instruction on some things at the expense of others? Like, what are those kinds of skills that we need to be emphasizing that then we in turn should be making sure that the professional development is focusing on, and sort of being able to understand those things and go along the way has just been sort of a big part of what has worked. And I think it's difficult for other places to fully appreciate the richness and robustness of how much work it takes from everybody to do this well.
Yeah. Other thoughts? And then I think we're going to move on to Q&A very shortly. I think on the unintended consequences, it touches on things we've talked about before around kind of how do we invest in making something really good without worrying about these potential draws on other resources. And even in Build Back Better, there, even though it sort of started with both the pre-K and childcare pieces, there were a lot of kind of pushes to pit them against each other, or which is most important. Should we do this one or should we do that one? And I think those are kind of the worst kind of conversations to try to act like, it makes sense to put the education of 4-year-olds around at odds with the education of 2-year-olds, and how we think about that as a system. So I think the kind of the most exciting paths, I think, are the states that are able to try to bring that all together in a really meaningful way, and whether that is something around governance and putting them all in the same organization, if it's something about leadership, about having a person who is able to really think about them simultaneously and control the resources and the funding, so that when you are working on improving access to preschool, you're actively thinking about that with the Head Starts in mind, and thinking, okay, where we're going to put these slots has to really make sense relative to where we have subsidies, where we have Head Starts, where we have buildings, where we have space, and really having that whole piece together. The work we're doing in Virginia right now, there is so much hard work around just even understanding those issues, because we have just sort of moved childcare to be together with Head Start and pre-K in one single organization, and even just answering the most basic questions about where are the programs and how many kids do they serve, and are they the same kids that go to both of these programs, or are they separate kids? Those questions are really, really hard, but having them all together and having one person say, like, we really must connect these data sources and must identify these kids and really get a landscape analysis before we can fix it has been really powerful. So I think there is kind of a lot of potential to get around the unintended consequences if we view it less as sort of like education for 4-year-olds and care and support, like work supports for the younger kids, and bring it sort of more cohesively into one sort of team of people working on the whole, not just 0 to 5, but just sort of 0 and up, educating and caring for kids.
For those of you that aren't aware, the fancy word that DAFTA was trying to not use was unduplicated count, which is what a lot of states are grappling with in their state plans, is trying to come up with that unduplicated count. The last thing I would say, very early on in my career, when I was doing some work on preschool and pre-kindergarten, a very famous senior economist, who I will not name, said to me, she said, well, why would we want these kids in schools?
The gender.
Yeah, she did. She said, why would we want these kids in schools? We know that schools fail children. Are you just trying to have them fail children earlier? It was provocative. It remains provocative. But I do think attention to issues of cultural representation, race equity, dual language learners, Our schools, at best are incredible bastions of education. At worst, they reproduce inequality. And so I think it's really important for us to not pretend that that's not the case. And it varies a lot from school to school and classroom to classroom. But we are increasingly a country that is diverse along lots of dimensions in lots of ways. And it's always been something we have to pay attention to in schools. But I think it looks different. So, and I'll just, very specifically, if you're talking about 3- and 4-year-olds, they're still learning languages. And so if they are in monolingual English classrooms, that's very different than being in a dual language classroom. And so there are considerations that are really important that I think we need to continue to grapple with in these school settings, and potentially unintended if we don't have the staff that can support the dual language learning, for example.
That's great. Thank you. What questions do we have from the audience? And then we'll take one from online.
Thank you. I think one voice that we haven't heard a lot from today is the voice of the teacher. And so I wonder if you guys could talk about kind of what do teachers in pre-K programs see as the successes and challenges of these programs? And what are they asking for from their schools, districts, and government?
I can start. I think for the past few years, starting before the pandemic and then throughout the pandemic, we have been fortunate to survey large groups of teachers, including teachers working in family childcare homes, childcare, Head Start, and pre-K, about everything, how things are going, compensation, professional supports, COVID, how things are in the classroom. I think teachers are incredibly committed to the work they are doing. You see such a high level of kind of commitment to the kids and sort of belief in the work. You also see teachers feeling very undervalued in society, undervalued in their day-to-day work, often undervalued even by other sectors, and not viewed sort of as professionals, so that's really hard. Teachers, I think, a lot of what teachers are wanting is just kind of what all of us need, which is basic supports to lead our lives. So a lot of what we see teachers write about is kind of inability to afford basic needs, and the amount of kind of teachers that are struggling in Virginia to meet their food needs, meet their basic kind of like health needs, those kinds of things are really striking. And then there is, a need for benefits, which is not kind of across the board available, especially in some of the sectors. And then as far as kind of what's happening in the classroom, teachers are wanting more supports, and especially right now, there are two kinds of things. One is that staffing is incredibly difficult. So a lot of schools and childcare centers are understaffed, and that means that for the teachers who are left, the job has become harder, more chaotic. They're being asked to do a lot more. So a lot of what they want is just enough people in the building to do the job, so it's a little bit more balanced. But then they are also dealing with children who are having really diverse experiences, and so we've had a lot of teachers ask for more professional supports, more mentoring, and especially around how to deal with children who might have greater needs. So things like behavioral issues, mental health needs of kids, kids who may need support for learning disabilities, things like that. Teachers often feel like they are not well equipped to meet those kids' needs and want more support in those areas.
I will just echo Stephen's comment, reminded me of that. So anecdotally, based on a colleague's work, a lot of discussion about not being included. So if you think about how there might be professional days for K-12 teachers, that really the K and the early childhood, it's a different type of supports that they need, and they may well have a principal who doesn't know early childhood and is focused instead on third grade test scores, or is focused on making sure that there's a block of time that is heavy curriculum on literacy in a way that doesn't align with really the way pre-K classrooms are maybe best delivered or best run. And so I think it's not just a sense of being like, oh, I'm undervalued, but also I don't have the learning community and the learning supports that they need to have help with behavioral challenges, because they look different when it's biting at age 4 versus running out of the classroom in 5th grade. So I think there is, having brought them into schools, I don't think people fully appreciated how much the schools have to meet them where they are as opposed to bring them along to where the schools are. So I think there's that perspective, along with the joy of seeing kids, right? Because in kindergarten and pre-kindergarten, they're still really excited to come to school. And so I know they often talk about that joy of seeing the joy of learning and participating in school too.
Do you have a question from online? No. Good. Well, I saw another one in the room.
Well, this question might sound unduly pessimistic, and maybe it is. So I think it's kind of unlikely that for the next 6 years through 2028 that the federal government is going to do anything significant in preschool or child care for a variety of reasons, with the politics and the economics and the budgetary situation of the federal government. And interest rates going up are going to make that more difficult. And then at the state level, they temporarily were awash in money. And there's this huge child care crisis, so some things have happened, but that money is going away. State governments will be in a year or two. We're not going to be seeing the same stories trying to figure out what to do with all this money. And so therefore, I'm a little curious about what's the best policy strategy to try to, I'm assuming here that we think we want to see an expansion of early childhood programs, both in preschool and then support for childcare, and consider them together. But it looks like the funding is going to be, and the politics is going to be extremely difficult for the next, I would say the next 6 years. What do we do in the next 6 years?
I was waiting for the question. As opposed to
what's
the
the
statement.
strategy?
No, I mean, so I think, I don't know. Frankly, I don't know. But I do want us all to remember that in some places, at some points, it is a bipartisan strategy. And I think the workforce, the worker shortages are real, right? That companies are facing. And if it is framed and sold as a mechanism to get workers back into the workforce, I think that might have some traction. I don't know if they'll buy that, but I do think it's real. We haven't seen, I'm going to say this wrong, we saw a huge retreat from the labor market for mothers during the pandemic. And I don't know if we've seen that resurgence, but I think that's one angle, because I can tell you in Wisconsin, nobody can hire there's just not enough people to hire, and there's real sort of panic everywhere from our organic farms to our, state government for, basic entry-level jobs. So I think there's some promise of that strategy, but I don't know if it will be winning everywhere or in enough places.
So, I think that when you sort of take a big step back and you understand that the K-12 system is overwhelmingly state and local funding, right? And very little federal funding. And to the extent that there's been federal funding for younger kids, it has been focused on low-income kids, and it's been focused on essentially sort of thinking about it as a means of supporting people, low-income working adults, right? And so framing it as the beginning of the public education system and early learning, I think really invites there to be a much more robust commitment of state and local funding. And I think that in many ways, it resonates most powerfully at the local level, and yet very few communities have really tapped local resources to fund it. And I think that that's really a place where advocates need to do work, honestly. I mean, I remember very early on in the sort of national pre-K work when Pew was funding the pre-K Now largely, and in a meeting of state advocates when we were having the, what is the perpetual universal versus targeted conversation, from a political standpoint, James Carville came to the group and said, essentially, don't be policy purists. If you want poor kids to benefit from pre-K, you better make it universal, because there's never a program in this country that's ever funded adequately if it doesn't serve the middle class. And I think, sort of coming out of COVID, we've begun to see the fragility of the child care situation and a degree of attention at the local level. Just if you look at the number of local stories that have happened where there's a recognition of how important this is. And I think that's where we've got to focus a lot more advocacy work and build that base.
And I think there are some national organizations that are doing that, like the Children's Funding Project, is that what it's called, right? So we've had conversations in Wisconsin where we convene people, and I say we, people that I know convene people, and really looked at like what are the tax opportunities that are maybe missing that we could get conservative people on board with. So one of the big ideas is that we should tax out-of-state lake home owners. Right? So they use our road, that sort of thing. So it's trying to find places or opportunities that could generate revenue that would be politically palatable for local communities and for state communities.
Yeah, I would say that it's hard and pessimistic to think about where we're at. At the same time, there's been some really positive things that have come in the past few years on this sector, like early childhood as a whole. And, I think Erica could talk more about DC and teacher compensation for early educators, which is really changing. I think you can look at places like New Mexico that will have, free, pretty much universal free childcare, not universal preschool for kids 0 to 5. Almost all families, will have no co-pays and can send their kids to childcare. I think to your question, the reason those things are happening is because there were infusion of federal relief dollars, but I think some of the most sort of exciting and aggressive policymakers are saying, let's use those dollars now to do something big. Let's try to work with researchers as best we can to demonstrate that they have impact. And then let's have somebody really try to politically take those away from us after we put them out there. So there's some risk taking in that, but let's put universal childcare out there in New Mexico, and then who wants to be the one taking it back, and we can find the resources. So I think there is some kind of politics around like this moment where we have a lot of resources, or more than we've had before, to put into childcare, and thinking about how to use that as proof points that hopefully can be used to make longer term investments.
So I think we could keep talking for another hour and maybe several weeks more, but unfortunately we have to call an end to it now. Thank you all for your time and your extraordinary insights.
You're not dismissed yet. Well, before I make some concluding remarks, and Deborah's going to make some too, I'd like to extend a hearty thank you to the wonderful McCourt School team, Crystal, Mariel, Sue, Michelle, and Lauren, who did a fantastic job of organizing the conference, managing the conference, and publicizing the conference. So please join me in giving them a warm round of applause. Until you actually do one of these things, you don't truly know how much work goes on behind the scenes, including work by our intrepid CROCUS fellows, Anandi and Tanya, so please thank them too. And I'd also like to thank the many foundations that have supported our work, including especially the Heising-Simons Foundation, which actually made this conference possible, the Foundation for Child Development, which made CROCUS possible, and the Smith-Richardson Foundation, which continues to support our work. When Deborah and I started CROCUS back in 2001, it's a year that my wife Rosie and I will remember because it's the year our daughter Angela was born. And so Catherine talked about the joy of learning that kids experience in preschool, and we certainly witnessed that with Angela when she was here at Georgetown in Hoya Kids. We actually also witnessed it when she was in a family daycare home. That was quite a wonderful experience for her. And so this has been a professional voyage for me and for others, but it's also had a personal dimension to it. I thought that this panel made some wonderful comments, and to their credit, they had a script and then they tore up the script and they they came up with another plan. I'd love to see what they would say if we gave them a second chance at this. So might be totally different. But they made some really good points, one of which is that ultimately we want to know not just whether a program works, but who it works for. And ultimately we want to know not just whether a program works, but why it works. And ultimately we want to know not just whether a program works, but how we can make it work better. And I think that we strongly agree with those important points. On the other hand, if you ask a simple question, and that simple question is, has Tulsa's Universal Pre-K program succeeded? My simple answer to that question would be yes. Based on the usual indicators, the enrollment levels have been quite high, the short-term outcomes have been stunning, and the long-term outcomes, on balance, have been very impressive. So why is that? I think part of it is that you have a high-quality program. Another factor that some of the panelists pointed out today is strong, persistent enrollment outreach efforts, not just by the principals, but also by community partners. Facility siting has been important. Karen Kiley noted that Head Start has gone to great lengths under Stephen's leadership and beyond to locate key facilities in tandem with the schools. That has all sorts of residual benefits for kids. You have a high preschool enrollment rate. That creates opportunities for teachers to do even more wonderful things, K through 12 and K through 3 in particular, because so many of the kids are ready to learn when they arrive at kindergarten. We've heard about strong philanthropic support. Not every community enjoys that. Tulsa does. We've talked about magnet schools and the role that they've played in Tulsa in helping to sustain the pre-K boost over time. And there are lots of other issues to be discussed about magnet schools, and if we had more time, we could discuss them. But on balance, the magnet schools representing the broader category of higher quality schools help to illustrate a point, which is that if pre-K benefits are to persist over time, you need a very strong K through 12 system. And if you don't have it, the kids are going to be disappointed. There's something we haven't mentioned really today because we ran out of time on one of our panels, and that is Tulsa Achieves. Tulsa Achieves was established in 2007, and it provides for free community college in Tulsa. And it's an important part of the Tulsa landscape. The presence of a free community college system in Tulsa means that students who dream of going to college have a reasonable expectation of fulfilling that dream, even if their household income is low. It gives them hope, which can sustain them and motivate them through difficult times. So that's another important part of the picture. Does a program have to be universal to achieve all the benefits that Tulsa has produced? The short answer is no. We can certainly find examples in New Jersey and North Carolina and other states of successful, very successful targeted programs, not just in the short run, but in the long run. But a universal program does have certain advantages. By blending students from different socioeconomic backgrounds in the same classrooms, and by giving them shared experiences, a universal pre-K program promotes positive peer effects. By ensuring that the overwhelming majority of students are ready to learn when they arrive at the kindergarten door, universal pre-K enables elementary schools to set higher standards and to keep students engaged and motivated. When Liz Cassio of Dartmouth University has systematically compared universal pre-K programs and targeted programs side by side, she finds that the universal programs do a better job. So those are some of the lessons that I have learned from all this, but as always, I'm eager to hear what my esteemed colleague Deborah Phillips has to say.
Thanks, Bill. I opened my comments this morning by talking about gratitude. And I just have to say, I'm afraid I'm going to get very emotional here. It's been an amazing day, and so many of you in this room at different stages in this project. Some were here at the beginning, some were here in the middle, some I met towards the end. And to have you all here, and those of you online, and talking about this work has just been incredibly moving, and I am grateful to every single one of you for the various parts you've played in this journey. It's been really something. There was talk on this panel about partnership, and a lot of the talk was about Bill and me, actually, which was a little embarrassing. But the other half of it is that in Tulsa, for whatever reason, and I think, Bill, you'd be the first to agree with this, we walked into this incredible atmosphere of trust. I don't know where it came from. I don't know if it's in the water. I don't know what it was. But, we just came out of nowhere, right? Georgetown University. That helped, as I recall, with David Sawyer. Ramona Paul, Steve, you, Cindy, it was incredible. It was like, come on in, But, so the piece that's just that element, that kind of intangible thing called trust, you also have to earn it, of course, but there was just this kind of, it was in the air from the beginning. Two other things I wanted to mention, though, about the receiving side, the other side of the partnership that I think, again, we both experience is the people that we were delivering the findings to took the bad news with the good. And there was never a sense that unless you're giving us, 100% good news, we're done with you. There was never that. We'll take the bad with the good, and I say bad, it's not quite the right word, because I think that all along the way, the attitude toward either null results or even once in a while negative results, or the dog that didn't bark, all that huge investment in that survey was, we've got to learn from what you found that wasn't working, or that, as much as we do from what did work, and that's incredible. And the third thing I would mention about that is you in Tulsa, those of you in Tulsa, also really, truly shaped the questions we've asked. Not just, facilitating our ability to address the questions that we came up with. I remember a meeting, and Anna, I'm positive you were there, with Deborah Gist and Stephanie Jones, and you and me, right? And maybe some others. No, you weren't there? Talking about what this Generation 2 study should focus on. Sherry, you were probably there. And they were basically saying, self-regulation, social-emotional development, and it was like, yeah, okay, we agree, let's do that. So this real mutual sort of,
what should we, helping us understand what the questions ought to be was really very important. I'm on the precipice of retiring. That's another reason why I guess I feel a little emotional right now. But I guess I want to close by saying something about when you work on the same project with many of the same people for so long and new people come along, it's so striking the intergenerational aspects of this. And younger colleagues joining the project that Bill and I started with so many of you, and then all of the students who've worked on this project and others, the younger people, and seeing this kind of intergenerational ongoing element to this is just, as I was saying to my high school girlfriends that I spent the weekend with, the reason I'm actually not upset about retiring, I'm really not, even though I kind of look like I am, is because I know this work's going to carry on. And I know you guys in this next generation, you're amazing. Students, you are amazing. And I can't wait to watch it from the sidelines. So anyway, thank you for this day. Bill, thank you for organizing this. It's just been phenomenal. Thanks to our funders, partners, everybody. So with that, are there some instructions we need to?